really, really a deep class, and I think what took me so long is trying to figure out how to assemble this thing. Now, it's also one of those classes you'll have your favorite, and it might not be my favorite, and so there's just a lot of differences amongst this group. This one, it leads off, though, for how I like cattle. I think she's pretty easy here on the front end. A powerful one that's still athletic and flexible. He stops that one and puts her on the stand still. There's still some look. There's still some presence to that one. For some, she may be too much. To me, she still handles it quite well. I'd maybe clean her up just a shade in terms of just her lower chest there, but that's being awfully picky because everything in her bottom line still kind of goes together and flows like it needs to. So nice Hereford that wins this class. I can't get over this one on the standstill. She's so neat and just tidy and feminine, good-headed, good-necked, awesome body shape. Her squareness is good. I guess my only, holdback on her is trying to read her structurally. I think she's just a little shorter stepping. I think she's just a little more upright in terms of just her shoulder. I wish she was more relaxed and longer reaching as she goes, but on the standstill, you can really get to liking that one really well. And that's why this was a debate for me, because at the ground, I probably prefer this one. She's got huge feet. They set down very, very well. She's flexible off both ends. She's pretty big in her upper hip. The more and more I looked at her, I guess the more and more I thought about it, maybe she didn't hit me as hard as what those two off the get-go. A little more shoulder and chest and just a little weaker, maybe behind her shoulder and runs uphill in her tail head, but that's little pieces of balance that throw her off a little when she's on the move. But boy, she's sound, good-footed one. I like the practicality of her. Same thing can be said here, just a real cow maker. Awesome in her body, awesome in her substance there. Still sets him down very, very well. She's probably the plain front runner of this crew up here up front. Not as long, not as clean, not as neat to look at, and that's kind of what got her in trouble within this class. Opposite can be said with the heifer that comes next. She's one of the better looking ones in here, and again, if she's not maybe in at her knee too much for you, you can roll her up quite a bit more because her back leg works right, her hips right, and she's still green and skinny, and I don't mind that at all at this age. I just want to square her up front as she comes at you, change her there in her chest and her knee a little more for my liking. Big one. This one's big in her upper hip, bold in her body. Just want to see her get out and go just a little more athletically as she goes, but she plants and pulls things together quite well. Darker heifer here. Again, probably linked to stride. I'd give her the advantage over this one just a touch more, but she's one too. Starting to push just a little more condition, and with that being a little flatter sided, I want to open that one up and just make her compositionally a little different. Maybe change her off her hind leg just a touch. Big middle one here that's got a lot of volume to her. I know she's a handful for him, but I just like her kind in terms of just cowiness and body and volume. One we end up closing this class with. Still got time to get there. Long pattern, just one that's a little skinnier and flatter in her forerib today. A little narrow all the way through for me personally. But really an outstanding, a deep set of heifers, lots of differences amongst them.
I think we're here to our final single entry class. The bald-faced heifer is really powerful. Big pinned and still handles it good in terms of her hind leg. I think a heifer, as you study her underline and her look up front, we could freshen her up and see more balance underneath, but I think a heifer that definitely brings some substance to the table as we get ready to evaluate these cattle for this championship lineup. Congratulations on your single entry exhibitor.
Congratulations to exhibitor 130, Miss Grace 29G. Owned by Dawson Arnett of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Now we will have all of our class winners or percentage Charolais heifers into the show ring to show for grand champion percentage Charolais heifer.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring, Class 2 Horn Spring Heifer Calves. First place go to back number 261, exhibited by Will Adcock, Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 264, exhibited by Kenneth Paulson, Preston, Iowa. Third place in that class went to back number 268, exhibited by Dylan Chaston, Danielsville, Georgia. Fourth place went to back number 272, exhibited by Aubrey Cattle Company, Monrovia, Indiana. Fifth place exhibited by Hadley and Wyatt Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Sixth place will go to back number 265, Cannon Dickerson and Kenna Sillis of Leedy, Oklahoma. Seventh place will go to back number 267, Buck Cattle Company of Medill, Oklahoma. Eighth place went to back number 273, Knox Cook of Muskogee, Oklahoma. And ninth place will go to back number 269, Claiborne Perry of Madison, Mississippi. As it reads in your book, first, fifth, second, sixth, seventh, third, ninth, 4 on the next page, and the addition in that class, back number 273, was eighth. Now in ring 1, we'll look for Class 3 Horn Spring Heifer calves, calved between April 1st, 2020 and April 6th, 2020.
We've just completed a few single entry classes. We've quickly gotten to the grand drive here in the Charlet Composite Show, and I think excellent cattle. We started off with a bang in a few of these calf classes, lots and lots of depth of quality and good differences. I think really what suited me through that portion of the show is we could find cattle that put a lot of good together. I could get to my kind here at the end of the day in terms of feet and leg structure. As we continued to work through the show and the cattle got a little more mature, I think we still found really, really good entries. I just asked you all around ringside here, these are junior exhibitors. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these young people on their exhibits. I think there's 3 or 4 heifers that really come to my mind as it comes to selecting your champion, and more in particularly, I think it gets real tight for your reserve champion selection. I'll go show you the 2 that I like. We'll keep moving. I know the Charlet breed's got a big day ahead of them, but impressed with the kids, impressed with the cattle. I think this is a great show to kick off the morning.
Your grand champion, percentage Charlet heifer, goes to exhibitor 109, Ken's Coconut, owned by Kennedy M. Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Reserve grand champion, percentage Charlet heifer, goes to 112, Car RFR Honeysuckle 050H, owner by Carly Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. We'll move right into our Charlet Junior Heifer Show, Division Spring Calf, Class 1A.
Kind of interesting class here. Again, just gets a little harder to piece together and be extremely comfortable with everything you want to do. But the one that leads off, really, this pair of them hit me is just a little more cowy, and then with that, there's still some quality and some presence about those cattle. I like her levelness. You get behind these two, she's probably the square built one of the two. I like to tow her head a little more truly. I probably like to just clean her up and maybe get her, see her just a touch more athletic, but I still call her sound made and good built and good design. One run here in second. I love the softness of her body. I like just the smoothness of it. Again, just a lot of cow value and pieces to her as she just continues to develop on down the road. Want to change her there in her front skeleton, though. Want to tow her head a little more truly. Maybe just square her up there at her knee. The hard one for me, probably to get the real good read on, was the one here in third, because there's no doubt about it. That's the eye-catchy one in terms of just her head and neck presence. When you're off of them on the standstill, you really can get to liking that one. Her length to hip is very good. For me, I want to change her there in just the angle of her shoulder and the way that's put onto her body a little more for me, probably. And then I want to relax her there in her spine. Here's just a really stout, broody, powerful one here. Just want to change her off of her rear leg. We can change her rear leg and set her down from hock to ground a little better. She floats up. Yes, she's got a little birth weight, but she's got a lot of power to go with it. Big, bold one here as well. It's got a lot of spread and a lot of width to her. Wants to work up in her spine a little more for me. Want to just see that one more relaxed up front as she goes as well. Another neat heifer here, especially when she gets this one's head up. Really neat up front. Got some levelness out throughout her hip and big pin width there as well. Just today, a little greener probably in terms of her body. Want to set her down just a little more securely as she sets to the surface. Heifer here just a little more behind. Length of body's good. You get on top of her for the condition and size she is. There's some width up top to that one. Just gets overpowered here within this class. But good class of females.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring, Class 3rd Horn Spring Heifer Calves. First place will go to back number 281, MMM Diane K, H42ET, exhibited by Andrew Ray and Quentin Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky. Second place will go to back number 278, exhibited by Devin Moore of Clear Lake, South Dakota. Third place will go to back number 277, exhibited by Cole Schanbacher of Newhall, Iowa. Fourth place will go to back number 284, exhibited by Maddie Smith, Athens, Texas. Fifth place went to back number 276, exhibited by Mackenzie Dobbs of Sapulpa, Oklahoma. Sixth place in that class will go to back number 282, Caton Ross Noblet of Mangum, Oklahoma. And seventh place will go to back number 283, Hagen Chappelle of Plainview, Texas. As it reads in your book for Class 3 here in your Hereford ring, 5th, 3rd, 2nd, scratch, scratch, 1st, 6th, 7th, 4th. Now here in the Hereford ring will be Class 4 Horn Spring Heifer Calves born between March 10th and March 29th.
We welcome Class 1A of our Charlotte Junior Heifer Show to the show arena this morning.
Another good class, and again, another tough class, and just having a hard time figuring out what you want to give up and what you want to go with. And to me, just initially, when this one walks in the ring, you like her, you're drawn to her. Again, volume's good. She's one of the truly good structured ones in here, too, that sets them down like she needs to. And still, I guess my evaluation of her, or why I hesitate a little bit, I was trying to see just a genuine width on her. And you get right on top of her. She's actually pretty wide there in her upper pin, and the way she's designed there goes into the backside of her shoulder, plenty stout enough, but just kind of put things together the longer we're out here just a little better. Yeah, man's heifer here just kept growing on me, kept growing on me, kept growing on me. And if we could strengthen her right behind her shoulder, I'm probably switching these two because I love her hip. I absolutely love the hind leg and the way it sets to the surface there. She just doesn't all fit it together in her front 1/3. Not that she's not long fronted, it's just from her shoulder to the rest of her body and the way that transitions doesn't go together. And the longer she's out there and relaxes, the more she looks down in her top and doesn't keep herself as fresh. If this one's just a nickel sounder up front, this is your class winner. I like this one's big time pieces in terms of just power, hip dimension, top shape, boldness, and still has some look. She's a little tight in her spine. I think that's because she's a little more upright in her shoulder. One that we have here next probably fixes that problem, but at the same time, maybe for me of this initial group, I want to see just a little more wow factor in that one in terms of just stoutness and maybe up high, get a little more bone there. But I do love the way that one moves. I love the way she flexes. I like the way she puts things together. Just didn't hit me and grab me as hard maybe as what those few did ahead of her. From the ground up, I don't mind this one either. Heavy boned and big footed. She's got some hip in her. Her body shape's good. You get off to the side of these top end ones, she's a little plainer up front, not as neat to look at and doesn't grab you maybe as well there. Long-sided one here, good spined, still one that's very sound. Just thought she ran out of power when you got right in behind her relative to those ones ahead of her. Definitely can't say that here on the next two. Probably two of the more powerful cattle of the entire class, and I'm a guy who does typically like power, and I still value that in these two, but it's starting to hinder some things in their skeleton, though, just a little bit. This one that young man has a little out up front. The one the young lady has here just gets a little coarser and a little rounder there. Marked up one here, like this one's look up front. I still think there's some future in this one just today. Wants to close up just a little more for me. Then we got a pair of them here we close with. Still good, honest cattle. I think they're long strided. Just one's for me a little plainer maybe in the way they're built. One there closes us maybe not as powerful as what I like to see her. But again, very intriguing, very good class of cattle.
I think a tremendous way to start off our Purebred Charolais show. Go ahead, young ladies, circle these three around just in the order they came in the ring. Is the order they will stay. I think all three have their class advantage. When you get in and evaluate them, I think the one that probably you constantly come back to is this really freshly, highly presented here that goes ahead and starts the class. I'm not sure if I'd like to change her head or if just her show halter's a little big, but it's not quite just a beautiful look up there through her front end, but I think their back, her neck is good, her chest sits into her good. I probably like just her forearm and her body shape the best. She's dimensional from behind. I read her just rolling out in that hock and planting out on her hoof wall ever so slightly, but a powerful, bold, good-looking heifer that probably reaches with the most slope and flex out of her shoulder and knee of this top three. The heifer that sets in second, I think, is kind of the green heifer that's got some future, and I like her outline and extension awfully well. I think she's extremely good in her top line. I probably like the squareness of her hock and how she comes down to her hind leg. I think at times you'd maybe like to see more slope in her shoulder. I don't know if she's quite as comfortable in where she sets her neck up high. I think when you get in behind this trio and you watch them track away, I think that heifer maybe doesn't have the same just width from her chest all the way to her pin. The heifer that comes into third, I think, is the brood cow of the set. Tremendously good-bodied. I think a heifer that's ultra functional in terms of her feet and her legs. She was wanting to fight the halter plenty when she was on the lap. Made her look like she wanted to kind of not get good enough out of her front end. But I read her angles good. I think there's plenty of dimension to her. I think when you just keep it basic and you step back and you look at them from a big picture perspective, she didn't hit me with quite the same quality to her balance, kind of a deeper chested heifer with a little more throat. I think the young man's heifer in fourth is one that's got tremendous future. I probably like her condition at this stage in the game as well as any of them. She's beautiful in her head and neck, absolutely smooth in her shoulder. I think a heifer that fills with plenty of dimension. She's just a little green today. I think once that heifer's got more time, I think she'll be a fun one to continue to show and feed on throughout the year. Big, long, pretty heifer coming next. The young man has exhibitor 142. Big in her pin, but not big enough in terms of her body shape. Go ahead and circle around there. And the heifer that kind of comes next, a neater necked one that you could probably change a little bit in terms of her structural design to her hip and her hind leg. And then probably the skinniest heifer completes the class with that hip brand. She's still got some shape. She's still neat enough in terms of her neck and feminine about her head. Probably just like to see her just a little more ready to be in the big ring today in terms of her condition. But she's got some shape and a nice look up front.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring, Class 4. We have the results in. In first place, we'll go to back number 293, exhibited by Olivia Neal of Osgood, Indiana. Second place, we'll go to back number 292, exhibited by Kaylin and J.C. Schrader of Continental, Ohio. Third place went to back number 294, Veda and Hans Vickland of Longmont, Colorado. Fourth place went to back number 287, Addison and Peyton Owensby of Folsom, New Mexico. Fifth place went to back number 299, exhibited by Addison Davis and Connolly Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Sixth place went to back number 296, Anna Virginia and Mary Merritt of Altus, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to back number 734, Seventh place was back number 734, the Berghoffs of Manford, Oklahoma. Eighth place in that class went to back number 286, TK Cattle Company and Chloe Toel of Burwell in Nebraska. Ninth place in that class exhibited by Nolan Lee of Wellington, Illinois. Back number was 297. 10th place in that class went to back number 291, Bowling Hereford's Blackwell, Oklahoma. And 11th in that class was back number 290, Samantha Lynn Campbell of Eden, Colorado. For those of you following along in your book for Class 4 here in your Hereford ring, placings are as follows: 8, 4, 11, 10, 2, 1, 7, 3, 6, next page, 9, 5, scratch. Currently here in ring 1, your Hereford ring is Class 5 Horn Spring Heifer Calves. calved between March 1st and March 9th.
Results of the Charlotte Junior Heifer Show Class 1A. Congratulations to exhibitor 135, LJR, Miss Hosta L. Bye-Bye, owned by Carolina Bolter of Alito, Texas. Second place, 143, AML Cigargo, owned by Brittany A. Hirsch of Thayer, Missouri. Third place, 144, DSC Miss Octavia Brayley Cowan of Dodge City, Texas. Fourth place, 140, SCMS Encore, Sean LaFeste of Cameron, Texas. Fifth place, 142, DSUL Christie, owned by Christopher Hill of McFlonian, Texas. Sixth place, 215, Walmart Little Miss Penny, owned by Kinsley Harris of Hepler, Kansas. And seventh place, 141, Miss 4M Proto New, Rayleigh Downing of Troy, Texas. In order in your program, results are 1, scratch, 4, 7, 5, 2, 3, 6. Class 1B of the Charlotte Junior Heifer Show in the show ring as we speak. I have a dog.
Another really good class here, and again, lots of different types in here. I guess different types of good, but the one that leads off for me, again, just I love her presence, her extension, her real power that she has amongst this class. Humongous hip, really bold in terms of her body, and then compositionally, I think she's one of the cleaner conditioned ones in here that still probably has as much, if not the most, to her. Still puts that together with a really neat look. Probably another advantage she has up front in terms of the curvature of her knee. I like her a little better there. I think she meets her track like she needs to. I'd still rear up ever so slightly there off of her rear leg, just a touch, but still good kind of cattle. The other one that hits you hard, though, when they come in is the one here in second. She's heads up. She's good there at the top of her blade. I think she's got some dimension to her when you get in behind her. Her body shape's good. I want to see her with just a little more comfortable reach up front for me personally. Just change her modifier there, but a neat kind of a heifer. Bold rib, soft made, maternal one that we have here next. Again, back leg usage is very, very good. She's got the right kind of muscle to her, just right up front. Shoulder, knee, little plainer there. Want to change that and set her in just a little better there up front. I wish we could just slow this one down in terms of condition just a touch more for me, or make her a little bigger in her kind. I love her body shape. Her foot's pretty good there as well. Just gets a little shorter, a little plainer there for me. Maybe too, when she gets on the go, is just a little harder hitting off those rear two. Heavy bone, big-footed one here that's got some depth of body and very, very nicely presented. Again, just want to see her get out and go in just a little more athletic fashion. Heavy bone one here that's got some really neat pieces. Really bold body, really big hip. Just want to change her in her knee and her shoulder, rotate her just a little more correctly there. Soft-made one here, pretty practical and easy fleshing. Just gets a little plainer all the way through. Want to see her a little more extended than the young ladies, and ends up closing our class. It's still quality cattle. This is a good class. She's monster hip. I like her body. I even like her composition maybe better than a few ahead. Just doesn't tie it all together yet today in terms of her balance. A little extra there up front maybe takes away from that look a little bit, but that's a really, really good class of heifers.
I think really excellent class, and we've dialed up the heat a couple notches as we start to get into these purebred cattle. I think these top three offer tremendous discussion, and there's a couple other heifers on down the line that I think a guy could tie into and get pretty excited about. This one grabbed me the hardest from the get-go. I know she's probably not perfect in a spot up front, but if you start at the ground and you look at for genuinely good cattle, her foot is right. I think she's got the best hind leg and hip. It's just designed correct from hook to pin. I think she got the biggest foot, the biggest, stoutest hind leg, and yet I think she's the most proportional in terms of her joint. Her body shape's just the most honest. As a matter of fact, I think she's the only one of the top trio that actually has some shape to her forerib and shape to her lower body. Consequently, she's the only one that has some muscle and shape when you get on top of the cattle. She doesn't throw her neck out of the top of her shoulder. She's not the smoothest out of the point of her shoulder, but that's really, really good cattle that wins this class. I think the heifer in second's a really highly presented, loose structured heifer, long and level in her top line and neat in terms of how her head and neck tie into the top side of her shoulder. Her chest sets into her good. I guess she balances nice through her lower body. I maybe would open her up just a fraction in terms of shape, and I kind of get in behind her, and I'd like to see that heifer with just a little more true spring and shape to her. I think relative to her type and her kind, just the size of her foot could be just a freckle bigger, but I think in the big picture, it's a big, smooth, pretty heifer there that goes ahead and gets second. Heifer in third is really, really skinny and green. I don't think there's a discount to this heifer in terms of her structure and the way she's put together, because her flexibility, her freeness of movement off both ends of her skeleton is excellent. She's beautiful in her head, neck, and shoulder design. I just passed around the cattle once, and I thought she needed more width to her chest. I think that can come as you get more feed into her and let her mature. She's still got some muscle shape and turn to her hip and her stifle. Beautifully presented heifer that just need more to her today. The heifer that comes in third, balanced in her top line and neat in her neck, fresh in her condition. Just didn't want to handle her hind leg with quite as much comfort as those cattle ahead of her. I think it came to just structure that got her fourth. Big power heifer that had as much performance to him as any in the group. I like her shape. I like her substance. I just needed to see her a little more refined in terms of her type and kind through her shoulder, through her hock. Big shapely power heifer that comes next that just needed to have more shape underneath. As you study your lower skeleton, we could watch her go different in terms of her hock. Heifer that completes the group probably just needed more substance, but a nice heifer in terms of her front end skeleton and levelness at top line. Congratulations to those exhibitors. A really nice top trio of heifers in that set.
Well, back over here on your Hereford ring, Class 5 Horn Spring Heifer Calves. First place went to back number 311, owned by Kinley Daly, Kingston, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 305, Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Third place went to back number 308, Sage Cashlin and Kinsley Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. Fourth place was back number 315, exhibited by Piper Collier. Fifth place in that class went to back number 310, exhibited by Connor Bolin of Jasper, Indiana. Sixth place went to back number 302 of Hayes Divine of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Seventh place in that class went to back number 307, Courtney Udy of Harrisburg, North Carolina. And eighth place went to back number 316, Miranda Hansen. Now in your Hereford ring, we are selecting your Horn Champion Spring Heifer Calf and Reserve.
Results of the Charlotte Junior Heifer Show Class 2 1B was Exhibitor 151, Boy Molly, owned by Weston Schrader of Wells, Kansas. Second place, 154, Boy Montella, Katie Udick of Hubbard, Nebraska. Third place, 148, Boy Sherry, 088, Braylon Schaefer, Hagertown, Indiana. Fourth place, 147, KB Outsider, Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Fifth place, 145, LJR Miss Outer Image, Kira Stoffer of Trafalgar, Indiana. Sixth place, 152, DSL Bunny, Dylan Medina, Palmer, Texas. And seventh place, 146, BCR Madison, Lane Tillefern of Warden, Oregon. In order of Class 1B, the results are 5, 7, 4, 3, 1, 6, 2.
I think it really gets set, and we wasted no time making this deal tough on me out here in terms of just quality and in kinds out here. So I'll try to be brief as I go through these, but this is an impressive set of calves here. At first class, again, that was still probably maybe as good as any in terms of depth of class. That was a really, really powerful class, and have a neat heifer to represent that class. If you just want to take a picture of them, the way she's presented today, the way we've got her put together, that one paints a pretty good picture. Head and neck are awesome. I love just the silhouette of her body and the way it's designed there as well. I like her back leg and the neatness of it there as well. She's big and square up high when you get right in front of her. Their hooks there. You know, if I'm going to get critical of that heifer, as I study through that presentation, for me personally, I'd still power her up just a shade, just when you get right in behind her. For a lot of people, they'd say she's enough and just go with that kind of look and captivation she gives you from the side, and you can do that. But boy, a neat one that's definitely out here in the hunt. But when it came out of that second class, again, that was a good pair, a little opposite in that pair in this class. But boy, just my fundamentals that I like in terms of just powerful cattle that are still, to me, limber and still can go and still has some athletic ability to them. She does that very, very well. Very, very square in her hip, very bold in her body. Yeah, she's got just a little more in terms of just the muscle and stoutness, and maybe not as chiseled there as the heifer in front of her or the heifer she beat in class, but still one that just puts a lot of good fundamentals together as I really get and studied her to make a cow. Out here amongst this group, you lengthen her up out of her hip a touch. Is what you do, and change that. But I still don't regret letting her win that class. I think she's still out here in the hunt as well. Another nice heifer here, long-sided, good to look at, pretty square from behind. Maybe wants to turn them out just a little more up front as you study her there in terms of her angle of her shoulder. Interesting class that came next, and this one again just kind of combined things in that class. I like the softness of her body. Her feet are good there. You get her out here, maybe you still want to open her up just right there on the backside of her shoulder, or make her just a shot bigger in her kind. I know he's a tall gentleman showing her, and that illusion can play with you, but still I like to maybe just make that one a shot bigger there in her kind. And the one that came out of that last class, again, she's an interesting one because the longer you study her, the more I like her. I think she's square in her hip. I just love the composition of this heifer and the way she's put together. I like the look that she has up front. Her length of stride is very, very good. Her reach up front is very, very good there as well. Again, maybe you just soften her hock ever so slightly, but I guess I don't call it just a huge problem there as well. And so as I study these things, these calves, to me it's important to not only today they look good, but as you look at these things down the road, what they're going to turn into, there's one that fits me very, very well. I like her today, and still I think down the road she's got a future young lady out of this last class. She'll represent our champion here in this calf division. Bring the second in that class in again. Like her smoothness, her softness of body is good. Her squareness is good there as well. Like we picked on her a little bit. Shoulder angle, knee, you maybe just redesign that just a touch, but she still becomes a player amongst this group just because of the things she puts together. Interesting. I know she's not totally my kind, but boy, she just hit me so hard out of the gate. I think she's got a lot of neatness to her. The one here at the front of the line is going to be the reserve.
I think a great class again as we continue through this Charlet show. To me, heifer that wins this group grabbed me from the start, and I think she's the place that most are going to land on. Really nice looking, balanced, beautiful fronted and smooth shouldered, and good in her top line. Probably as nice in terms of her hip and hind leg as we have in this group. Just a really high quality heifer to start. I think probably my decision was between 2 and 3, and I just think 2's a little harder to make. Probably going to be a little moderate, a little bit round in her shoulder, but nice neck, bold-bodied, very powerful, and edges the heifer structurally in that pair between 2 and 3. Just more flexibility and comfort out of her hock and consequently her spine. I think she toes maybe just comparatively truer through her front skeleton. Big power heifer goes second. I think a nice heifer that comes in third, and if you're just stopped and standing, looking them on the profile, I think she's cut out a little nicer in terms of her outline. Probably has a little more height to her shoulder blade and balanced in that regard. I don't know if she's just not quite broke or just not quite flexible enough, but whichever is true, it's why she's third. Young lady does a fantastic job showing her, good in her top line, and has some quality to her look. Just wants to rotate them feet around as you study those back too. Big, stout power heifer that's not short in terms of product and muscle that comes next. Heifer that, for me, just needs to be looser structured, particularly through her shoulder. Wants to maybe get a little high in that tail head, but a heifer that's stout and powerful in terms of her type and her kind. Female that comes next is one that I think is really good cattle in terms of body and muscle performance. I think she embodies so much of what you expect for some Charlet cattle. She's good about her teat and udder. I think she just comes a little plain Jane in terms of her appearance, tail head, crest of neck, and navel, but some pieces and parts that I really, really appreciated in that heifer. Female that comes next is Cowie, and I think there might be some people slide her a long ways up the line because her utility of her udder and her function of her feet and legs, I think, is awfully, awfully unique. But in this group, I just wanted to see a little more coordination and stoutness to her skeleton. I think she could have had a little more basic in terms of her design and balance, but body and structure is good. A little fresher heifer coming next, neater and longer and smoother about her front 1/3 of her body. But with that, you step in behind her and she's a little bit flatter in her forerib and plays out from behind. A heifer that's got more substance to her hip and stouter in her hind leg completes the set. I probably changed the slope of her shoulder and how she goes out of her front skeleton. Really good cattle and a nice class winner.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring for our last division there in your Horn Spring Heifer Calves. Your champion was exhibited by back number 311, Exhibited by Kinley Daily, Kingston, Oklahoma. Bred by Buck Cattle Company, Medill, Oklahoma. BK have points 050HET. And reserve champion in that division was back number 257, Hawk Rose 31HET. Exhibited by Hayes Divine, Chickasha, Oklahoma, and bred by Hawk Livestock, Earlville, Illinois. Now in your Hereford ring, we do have your first class of pulled spring heifer calves, Class 6.
Results of Class 1C of the Charlotte Junior Heifers. Class winner 158, CAG TR Paris. JC Joe Schrader, Continental Ohio. Second place 184, J&J ECP Angelina Sydney Johnson of Orlando, Oklahoma. Third place 155, MJ Miss Brecklin Shrugs of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Fourth, 159, BR, CHE Spy Girl, Shade Bunker of Sparta, Wisconsin. Fifth place, GHC Lily, 164, exhibited by Jillian Stone of Clinton, Missouri. Next will be 162, BHSC, Mamie Outsider, Emily Helwan of Damon, Texas. And seventh place, 163, J&J Miss Stealth, Dalen McNabb of Canton, Oklahoma. And eighth place, 156, WB Kitty, exhibited by Alenia Diaz of Glendo, Colorado. Results for 1C in order: 3, 8, scratch, 1, 4, 6, 7, 5, 2. We welcome Class 1D of the Heifer Calves to the show arena.
Another interesting class, and again, be a lot of shakeup of how you want to do this class and where you want to land. And again, I like to keep cattle genuinely wide, and this one does that pretty well. And then I like to keep them sound at the ground, and this one definitely does that. Good footed, good angles, good shape to this one. This one comes together quite well. She likes to fight the system. She's not wanting to like to show life just yet. You can tell she's still green and skinny, but I think time will tell as she continues to go down the road. I like that one starting where she is. Here's where problems come for me with second, third, and fourth, and way to align them. But this one here, just in terms again, width, some look up front, some genuineness out through her hip. I want to relax this one in her spine a little bit and maybe give her just a little stouter bone or more leg hair, if you will, to go off of. But when she stops and poses, she comes together. I like this one's boldness. I like her shape probably as good as any. She's the one for me, though I want to change maybe in her front skeleton structure there. At that age, she's already starting to push a little more chest floor in there. Maybe didn't accommodate that with as much belly sweep, but I love her boldness and stoutness that she has up high. Problem heifer. If you call this one stout enough, she wins the class. She's soft made, really good. I think she's at the benefit of presentation and extra hair if you really want to get down to it personally for me. She's a little thinner there as well, but I got to open that one up off either end, particularly when I get behind her. I like to see her quite a bit stouter and more opened up for me personally. Heifer that comes here next, again, one that, boy, I like her start in terms of her running gear. I like her outline. She's just awfully skinny today. I think her better days are definitely ahead of her. Probably amongst those, gets just a little flatter all the way through as you study. Another one here that kind of can hit you with some look from the side. Just gets a little more tucked up in her body today, just not quite there. A pair of them here to get just a shot plainer. I think their length to stride's good. They're going to be sound cattle as they go on down the road. Just want to see them mature and just to a little stouter look, a little softer look there with a 1 second from the end there as well. So really nice class, intriguing four there up top.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring, Class 6, pulled spring heifer calves. First place will go to back number 322, exhibited by Wyatt and Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place will go to back number 321, Courtney Udy of Harrisburg, North Carolina. Third place will go to back number 329, exhibited by Gary and Kathy Buckholt of Waxahachie, Texas. Fourth place will go to back number 325, exhibited by Joseph Lingo of Oak Grove, Louisiana. Fifth place went to back number 328, exhibited by Vicki Gannon and Grant Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Sixth place in that class went to back number 317, Matthew Murphy, Calhoun, Georgia. Seventh place went to back number 319, Prairie Rose Cattle Company, Sherman, Illinois. And eighth place in that class went to back number 327. That's Hopper Herefords of Maysville, Kentucky. As it reads in your book for Class 6 here in your pulled spring heifer calf class, 6, scratch, 7, 2, 1, scratch, 4, 8, 5, 3.
I think these two cattle here, young man, go ahead and circle your heifer, are absolutely incredibly good. There's nothing really wrong with either one of the heifers, and I think I just made it easy enough on myself, and at the end of the day, a heifer that wins is fresher than the heifer in second, and that's really what sorts it, because I think if you get in and you break down the details, you could probably say this and that back and forth. All I can tell you is this one's fresher. Because of that, she grabs you harder through her front end and through her chest. Both cattle are amazing in their body shape. This heifer's a little fuller and not as perfect in her spine as she goes, but she's so much fresher in terms of the way she looks out here in the ring. The heifer that's second is so true in terms of her forerib and her body. I think she's just a little nicer right in there behind her shoulders. I think a heifer that's conditioned, it helps her in her body but hurts her in her look, maybe through her chest. I think a heifer that just needs freshened up to me. Maybe not, I wanted both them young men to loin them cattle down. She maybe gets just a freckle more off from hook to pin, but both of them are really good. heifer that comes in third is smooth and pretty and sound structured. Really like just her look and balance as she's set up here and from the side view profile. I think that heifer just needs more genuine substance to compete with the two ahead of her. I thought it was close between third and fourth, excuse me. Big-footed, heavy structured heifer comes fourth with lots of length of body, maybe a little bit bigger naveled and just needs to be more opened up in terms of genuine shape. Heifer that comes next, maybe not as highly presented as some of the other cattle out here, but she's good topped and nice into her hooks and pins and pretty about her head and her neck. Nice in terms of her hind leg structure. Heifer that probably just needs a little more balance, and I'd like to refine her in the shape of her hock. A big top, wide pinned, shapely heifer that comes next. Just like to loosen up her skeleton and like to see her have a bigger foot relative to her mass up high. A big, bold power heifer that gets a little rounder shouldered and just needs to go better off either end of her skeleton. Great class, top pair of heifers. Probably big, but I think really, really good.
Results of Class 1D. Congratulations to 166 LJR Miss Hope. Owner Coy Munin of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place, 168 BRCHE Deja. Brixton Steve Birch of Oneida, South Dakota. Third, 171 Boy Montella. Jackson Krebs of Lake Park, Indiana. Fourth place, 174 Elman Princess Charlotte. Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. Fifth place, 170 Jets Holly, Jet Statler of Hoskins, Nebraska. Sixth place, 169 DR Alexis, 520 Carly Dismukes of Shakota, Oklahoma. And seventh place, 167 MCF Miss Firewater, Emily Hollowan of Damon, Texas. Results in order. Class 1D, 1, 7, 2, 6, 5, 3, scratch, 4.
Well, currently over here in Ring 1 is Class 7 here in your pulled spring heifer calf division. These calves were born between May 6th and May 17th.
Another good class here, very strong all the way through this class. Lots of quality, lots of good ones in here. And again, hate to be this nitpicky on them, but I guess I call it a testament to you guys as breeders that I have to be this picky just to figure out what we're the most comfortable with. One we're going to lead off with, to me, that pair of them, sort just in terms of cattle that have got just a little extra to them, but yet they don't forget to be still feminine and still good in their look, still has some length into them. And then when you finally get down to that pair, to me, there's just a little more boldness in terms of feature and stoutness in this one that leads off. I like how chiseled she is up front, but yet she explodes from there back in terms of just true dimension. Length to stride, still good. She's not perfect. I tore her head ever so slightly up front just to square her up there, but still a nice kind of a heifer. This one's giving her a hard time, but this is good cattle. She's smooth made. All her feet go in the right direction. I like the squareness of her hip there as well. And yeah, at times it's hard to read her when she's fighting, but I think she comes together quite well. Compared to those two, probably to me just enough more shape and boldness, but yet with a little longer look and extension than the one that leads out ahead of her. Well, that's two nice cattle there within that class. I like this one pretty well. In terms of just the way her back foot lands is good, her body shape is good. She's deceiving. You get behind her, there's just a lot of true hip dimension. She's still feminine headed, so why does she stand third? For me, it's just right there in her shoulder and front end. I want to toe her head a little more correctly as well. Just lay that shoulder into her body just a little smoother fashion. Sound made, soft bodied one here. Just when you get in behind her, not quite as square up high. Starts to get just a little more pronounced in her chest as you study her. But boy, really good at the surface. Love her body there. Stout made one here that's very sound. Just starts to flirt with that line of maybe not having quite enough femininity for me. I want to change her there in her crest and her neck and her shoulder, maybe elongate her, make her a little longer pattern. Again, a little opposite here, a little neater headed one here, a little thinner necked one here, just gives up a little more power there as well. Not quite as good in her forerib today, just a little greener yet still. Long-sided one here that's got some neat pieces. It just all doesn't come together today. A little up in her spine maybe today, a little greener there in terms of her heart and her forerib. Big, powerful, stout, growthy one here. Just want to make her a little neater up front, give her a little more softness to accommodate that frame she's going to have as she gets out through maturity. But really nice class, nice pair there up top.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford Ring Class 7. First place to go to back number 336, Ian Garrett Forbes of Churchville, Maryland. Second place goes to back number 330, Creighton Carpenter, Leedy, Oklahoma. Third place went to back number 341, exhibited by Redmond Brumbaugh of Leota, Indiana. Fourth place will go to back number 333, exhibited by Kennedy Van Zant of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to back number 339, exhibited by Carly Cady and Clayton Musser of Otterbein, Indiana.
Another great class. Top two cattle I think awfully highly of. I think there's probably some give and some take within the pair. The young man gets his heifer put together a little easier to look at times, and that certainly gives him an advantage within this pair. I think, though, that heifer probably does balance a little bit nicer when she's put together. Proportions so nice in terms of how her neck comes into the top of her shoulder, back to a long hip. I think she's probably more attractive in the set of her hind leg on the standstill. Really good in terms of her body shape. I'd probably change the slope of her shoulder and how she's built from knee to ground. But I think a heifer that when she stopped and parked, that's one that you really tie to. When they're walking, I think you really want to tie into the heifer in second. Probably a little more athletic in terms of just her mobility and her trueness to her structure and spine. I think a heifer that's very genuine in terms of her body shape and good back into her pin set. Got just a little bit of dewlap underneath her chin that makes her maybe not come off quite as attractive, maybe not quite the bone of the heifer that wins. Heifer in third is a good kind of cattle, just awesome structured, way good built, and really nice in terms of her feet and her legs. Probably just gets a little bit plainer in this group, a little bit rounder out of her hip, got a little bit of front end as you study her inner chin, but I think good bodied, nice structured, good cattle in third. A big, long, extended kind of heifer here that comes in fourth, strong out of her top line and wide out of her pin. Probably not the same balance and maybe gets a little tenser and more up in terms of her spine as she tracks and goes. Heifer that comes next, I think once she settles into this show ring environment, we might favor her even a little bit more because she's bold and she's so stout out of her pins, big in her back leg, and that's probably as good of a look as she's given in terms of length of stride when she wouldn't want to fight to halter a little bit. Good, strong top line, neat fronted heifer that just needs to go better off of her hock and pastern. Long, pretty, smooth heifer that comes next. It's probably just a little green here to be in this big show ring environment. We'd like to secure her on her hind leg design as well. A bolder bodied heifer up high that comes with more dimension. She's probably fuller in her flank and probably just relates to her disadvantage in terms of her feel through her chest. Another one we change in terms of her rear skeleton. Final two are a little different. They're contrasting. We got a bigger, longer, stronger top heifer in the green tagged one, and the heifer that completes the class a little more conservative in her frame, a little rounder out of her hip. Want to change her hind leg ever so slightly. Excellent class with a great pair.
Congratulations to the class winner, 185 Boy HL Smokin' Monty, Justin Teets of Lost River, West Virginia. Second place, 176 TRS Miss Helen, Cashlin Krabs of Gordon, Nebraska. Third place, Schrader's Miss Fergie, that was 181. Josie M. Schrader, Wells, Kansas. Fourth, 182 BK Boy Honeycomb, Grace Harton of Medill, Oklahoma. Fifth, 177 BRCHE Caprock Dot, Autumn Dietrich Muleshoe, Texas. Sixth place, 180 D&D Miss Bella Kennedy, Grace Fry of Rochdale, Indiana. Seventh place, 183 OCR Miss Ashley, Grace Harton of Medill, Oklahoma. Eighth, 175 So Miss Judy, MC Kenna Mitchell, Justin, Texas. Ninth place, 179 Bar S Bombshell, Cole Harris, Hepler, Kansas. And 10th place, 186 CCC Little Whisper, Tana Grigg of Webb City, Missouri. That was our final class of spring heifer calves. Now we'll show for champion heifer, calf, and reserve champion.
We would like to remind all of our exhibitors and spectators that we do require you to wear masks while here in the show arena as well as back in the barns. Once again, we appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
I think we had a tremendously high quality first division of the day in this Charlet show, and I think our class winners certainly awfully well. I think there's a few seconds that really come into contention out here, and I can see a show judge looking at these cattle in a variety of ways. I do think that these 5 class winners deserve recognition, and we'll briefly talk you through them. This tagged heifer here at the front of the group, probably my favorite in terms of body shape in this group. So good through her chest, bold in her body. I think you can kind of see where she falls out of the group, though. She'll kind of break behind her shoulders as she's standing here, but I'd like to change it from her stifle joint to her hock joint. As she goes directly away, she could just operate a little square and truer in that place, but bold and cowy looking, and that's why she won that class. I think that next class, there's a trio of heifers in that group that you could probably shake up a lot of different directions, and I still think this heifer maybe has my favorite back leg of this group in terms of stoutness and cleanliness of joint. She's not as big and extended and long as some of the other cattle out here or in her class, but she was the truest bodied heifer right behind her shoulders and into her forerib. I probably like her honesty of condition, her power out here as well as any of them. We just need to change her through her front skeleton, shoulder and knee set, maybe put her together there a little neater up front, and then I think that's a heifer that you could really, really tie to. Heifer that was second to her is really beautiful, balanced, and level and nice structured. I'd like to see her just a little more genuine as you studied her body shape relative to her condition when you got in behind the cattle. The heifer out of the third group, I think the longer I study her, the longer she's one that I think really plays ball hard out here. I love her body, and I think her condition is good. She's right in her top as you study her from hooks to pins. Another heifer with a really big and stout hind leg, and it moves good in terms of flexibility through her hock and her pastern. She's not maybe as tidy and cleanly at her throat latch and her chest as some of the other heifers in this group, and that's probably why she'll be a little tougher to manage down the road. You're going to have to keep her just a little bit fresher, maybe at times a heifer that you just neaten up there. There back, I love her body, I love her structure, I love her function. I think that's a heifer that has blended a pretty look with as much power and substance as what we've seen in the Charlet show yet today, but maybe not one that I identify as just perfect yet here in this group. This bright white heifer wins this really tough pair of heifers in terms of freshness, and she better fits this group when we get them back out here, and I really admire her from that regard. She kind of looks maybe a little more out of place in terms of where she's at and her maturity and her size. I think both of those heifers in that class might have looked that way as we would have brought them back out here. I liked her honesty of condition. I think it presented her advantages through her front skeleton, her neatness of head and her neck. I love her chest as it sets into her body cavity. She's really true in the center part of her rib. I think a heifer, when you get on top of her, she fills with plenty of shape and true spread and power. I think she's got a nice set to her hock and her pastern. I'm not saying that she's just the absolute good moving one. I think she's nice enough in terms of her structure. At times we could maybe relax her in her spine. I don't know if that's because she's a little full or maybe just she's not quite as comfortable, maybe say, as the heifer that's just right in front of her. And then you get to this last heifer and you study her in terms of balance and proportion, and that's a heifer that you think does a lot of things that are awfully hard to do. Her neck is proportionally long, her body is good. I probably just like her look standing there as well as any of them out here in terms of strength at top and how she's built from hooks to pins. Beautiful in her presentation and her fit job, and that just accentuates that her hip and her hind leg is really, really nice. I don't know if she's quite as athletic as I study her front skeleton in terms of her knee and her shoulder design as some of the other cattle. I think there's a tight race out here. It's going to be awfully fun to watch these cattle grow as they continue through their show careers. I think these cattle are awfully good, and they got a lot of success in front of them. Those of you around ringside, please put your hands together and congratulate these young people with an excellent set of Charlet heifer calves.
Another good set here, and a really good class. And again, a lot of depth all the way through this class, but For me, as soon as this one hit the ring, I was drawn to that one. Her skeleton and the way she puts together things together, I think is what sells her in this class. She's not the most in terms of performance. She's not the most in terms of just sheer stoutness. But you watch her go and watch her travel amongst this group in this class, and to me, she can just go for days. And you put her together, there's still some look. For being a thinner one, there's still some hip dimension in that one. There's still some substance to her. Again, there's probably cattle out there that are just more of. But boy, the way she puts herself together is what sold me in this particular class. This heifer here in second, she is that powerful one I often search for in terms of just heaviness of bone and structure. She's got some hip. I love her body shape. And then with that, oh boy, on the standstill, she comes together in terms of her length and the way things come together. When you get her on the go, though, she doesn't portray that same kind of look of balance up front. Just kind of disengages in her spine just a little bit and kind of makes her look not as coordinated as she goes up front as you'd like her to. And that's what makes it a horse race with her. And what I call the skinny one of the trio is the one here in third. I like her better behind her shoulder, probably. I like the softness of her body relative to what condition she's in. Just one for me, when you get in behind her, I'm having a hard time reading just her true muscle and shape. She's a lot flatter than maybe what those two are, just a little greener and skinnier, but a neat one that's got the right kind of start to her. This one here, I think from behind or front three-quarter view, you can really get into liking this one. She is so square up high and so neat out of her hip and so good in her front. You get off to the side, though. We've done a nice job trying to fit it out of her, but she's just a little more tucked up in terms of her lower body and her flank. If that comes, she continues the body down as a bread. That one will be neat to mess with on down the road. Female here, love her length, like her boldness. She's up headed there as well. She's got some power. A little frailer there at the surface, starting to put a little more chest floor. Maybe just not as balanced there underneath as you get to studying her. Good parts and pieces to this one. She is so neat necked. She is so big legged and good in terms of her feet. Just needs to keep coming in terms of her forerib. Want to relax her in her spine. Maybe reposition her knee just a shade. Long sided, bold made one here. Just want to correct her hip and hind leg and just see her just a little better in the way she sits there. Maybe angle her up front just a touch. This one's got a little more daylight underneath her, but her length is good. Her boldness is good. Her shape of her head is good. Just want to see just a little longer strided. Maybe soften her. Another thinner one here that's got the right kind of running gear to her. Just ran out of power in this class. Heavy bone, massive one here. I just want to change her up front a little more. I know she's pushing her a little more. Makes it harder to read, but just a little more upright in her shoulder. Long-sided, greener one here. Time will tell what she gets to become just today. A little far behind maybe her contemporaries in this class, but good class of cattle.
Congratulations to your champion spring heifer calf, number 158, CAG-TR Paris, exhibited by J.C. Joe Schrader, Continental, Ohio, and your reserve champion spring heifer, 166, LJR Miss Hope, Coy Munin of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. We now move to Division Junior Calf, first class.
Well, congratulations here in Class 8 in your Hereford ring. Pulled Spring Heifer Calves first place went to back number 352, exhibited by Landon Ryland and Madison Lineman of Hildreth, Nebraska. Second place go to back number 350, exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company of Toulon, Illinois. Third place will go to back number 348, Landry and Mason Allen of Nocona, Texas. Fourth place will go to back number 346, exhibited by Sarah Orr of Puryear, Tennessee. Fifth place will go to back number 354, exhibited by Schrammel Cattle Company, Orlando, Oklahoma, Perry Show Cattle, Stillwater, Oklahoma, and Allie Schrammel, Orlando, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to back number 345, exhibited by Macy Woodward of Farmington, Arkansas. Seventh place went to back number 355, Avery Stadler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Eighth place exhibited by Quinn Busaleto of Yuma, Arizona. Ninth place went to back number 344, Huck Hanza of Lawton, Oklahoma. 10th place, back number 356, Hollis Fawcett and Ivy Fawcett of Ree Heights, South Dakota. And 11th went to back number 342, exhibited by Elizabeth Crum. As it reads in your book, for those of you following along ringside for Class 8 here in your Hereford ring, 11, 9, 6, 4, 3, 8, 2, next page, 1, 5, 7, 10. Now currently here in ring 1 will be class 9, pulled spring heifer calves born between April 20th and April 28th here in your Hereford ring.
I think an awfully good heifer here to go ahead and start this class here on the Charlet side. And I think she's doing a lot of things that I was trying to find. I think they're in that first group. and I think she does them awfully well. She puts a lot of good together. I think she wins this class pretty handily. I think the heifers in 2 and 3 is where the discussion falls. You got a power heifer, and you got a nice flexible heifer that needs more to her. I think the heifer that comes second can get out and go with a big foot, and she's stout boned. I think she's still good enough in her joint. She could be a little just more natural in how she pushes and plants off of her pin and huck and how she goes off of her front end, but her chest sets into her body nice. She's attractive in her head and neck, opened up and bold and stout in her kind. I think that heifer goes second. The flatter shouldered, smoother built, more flexible heifer that some people more think that has maybe a show heifer look because she's prettier necked and stronger topped and has a really, really highly presented fit job. She just crosses her legs a little bit too much for me as she's asked to walk away from you. I'd like to open her up and make her bolder in her body, but a great pair of heifers there for second and third. I think it'll be fun to see how those cattle go on down the road and how they get flipped and flopped around, because good cattle that the young people brought there. I think a nice heifer in fourth. Big, shapely top, probably is truly muscular, is probably what we've seen. Powerful from behind, maybe a little chubbier, and because of that, her neck's opening up and her shoulders opening up, but highly presented. Young lady does a nice job showing that heifer. A lot of basic, good utility in her. I think a very, very nice place for fourth. Big-bodied and moderate best describes this black-tagged heifer next. Beautiful teats. I love her low-maintenance brood cow look. Just a little frailer as you study her to the surface. I think a little rounder in her build and her shoulder and her hip. Just not as exquisite as you get off and look at her from the profile. Young man's heifer is fresh and green and nice structured and long and level. Just not as advanced as some of the others in terms of her body shape. It'll come. That's a nice heifer. I think the young man should be proud of her. Big-naveled, bull-bodied heifer that's got a little yellower tint that comes next. A little more moderate than some, but really dimensional and powerful. Another one that's a little rounder in her make. You can match her substance up high at the ground just a little nicer. At times, this heifer next can give you a really good look. She's long, she's level, she's good-fronted. Young lady gets her stuck appropriately. I just saw that heifer kind of coming apart in terms of her skeleton a few more times, but you liked her look when the lady got her dialed in and had her there on the profile. Big-ended and bold, but just needs to be a little sounder off her hind leg, but the young lady's got one that you sure enough appreciate from a power perspective. Young man that closes the class. Love the head and neck shape. I like that heifer is good and strong in her top line, whether she's standing or going. We just like to loosen her up underneath. Great class.
Great class began the junior calf in ring 2 in the Charlet division. Your class winner, 194 PGC Miss Harmony, Cash Pratt of Pueblo, Colorado. Second place, 187 BRCHE Miss Lycidy, Roy McClellan of Armstrong, Indiana. Third place, 190 CC Boy Havana, Annie Stewart, St. Thomas, Missouri. Fourth, 199 DCC Miss Catch Me Outside, Mackenzie Schneider of McKay, Texas. Fifth, 200 RF Miss Duchess, Lindsay Lay Franklin, Ladonia, Texas. Sixth place, 195 TTG Miss Harlow, Issa Marston of Canton, Kansas. Seventh place, 191 7SR Bell, Carolina Bolter, Alito, Texas. Eighth, 193 TSD&D Sasha Peyton Daub of Danville, Indiana. Ninth place, 197 Miss 4M Saint Fantasy, McKenna Mitchell, Justin, Texas. 10th place, 198 Boy Bree, Weston Waldrop of Canton, Oklahoma. So your results for Class 2A Division Junior Calf Heifers: 2, 3, 7, 8, 1, 6, 9, 10, 4, 5.
Another really good class again with a lot of depth and a lot of quality. And again, I commend you guys on your presentation. And again, that's what's probably taking me a little longer. I'm trying to get as true as we can underneath all that. Doesn't mean I don't like it because I love it. But boy, if we can just have that same kind of cow underneath all the presentation, it's even better. And I think that's what we start to kind of get down to here. Just a little extra punch, but at the same time, this one's probably feet and legs of this initial three lands the best. She goes ahead, the truest on all four. With that, her boldness of body and composition still good. She's a stout one that me personally, I can't say she's not feminine enough either. I still think she's good enough in her head and her neck. She's not as long-sided as either of the ones behind her, but to me, her build and how she fits things together is just a little more appropriate. We could take this one from about the front three-quarter of her. I'm absolutely in love with her. You look at her from a front three-quarter, her head and neck presence, where her chest sits, but where her front legs come down are awesome. The center part of her body is tremendous there as well. Just wants to be a little narrower from behind. I want to set her square on that same base from behind, maybe lengthen her hip just a shade. But that's two good cattle. If she's bigger and more extended in her kind, and that's what you want, you could switch those two and wouldn't get a big argument for me. For me, I want her to be just as good back here as she is the front three-quarters of her body. One we bring here next in second, I think initially when you get in there, boy, you tie to her pretty quickly. Big-footed, nice-legged, good-bodied, long-sided, good in her look. The more I study, I want to square her head up front. Want to give her just a little more clearance there through her knee as you study her there up front, and just starts to fall apart. You can pick on her just a little more as you study underneath the way she's presented there. This one here, just again, I go back and forth on this one. Sometimes I say if she had that extra hair, does she look a little differently? I don't know. I like her length. She's deceiving from a power standpoint. From here, you want to call her a little flat. You get behind her, she's actually really, really wide. I like the way her head and neck and where it sits. A little more chest, a little more open there in terms of her shoulder and top of her shoulder. I like to lay her in better there, change her ever so slightly out of her hip and tail head, but it's still good kind of cattle. Really stout, powerful pair that comes out here next. They've got a lot of muscle and width, starting to push a little more condition, and that's starting to affect the way they move up front, particularly the one here that came next. She's probably just a shot neater headed in the way it sets on her skeleton, but she also struggles just a little more up front in the way she pushes. A pair of greener made heifers here, just a little more behind in terms of condition and flesh relative to their classmates, but a really good class of heifers.
Another really good pair of heifers here that work up in this group, and a heifer that goes ahead and starts the class, probably as sensibly sized as any in the group and is honest in her condition. Probably not the power heifer, but I think the best heifer. As you get off and look at her from the side, she's just so smooth from her head and her neck into her shoulder. Body. She's dialed in terms of her presentation, beautiful in her top line and how her hook and pin and hock and pastern all go together through her rear skeleton. You could maybe see her just a little more collected up there through her front skeleton at times, but I think a really, really nice one to look at from the side. One that I think is really interesting comes in second. She has got absolutely zero extra skin through her throat latch and through her chest. She is itty-bitty and refined about her head and her neck, and it just draws you in so hard. I think that heifer's got enough honest turn of rib up high and shape, power to her pins. I think because she's the bigger, the longer heifer that's a little tighter fronted, you just wonder if she's going to have the practicality and doability about her rear rib and flank as she goes ahead and matures. I'm not sure she travels with the same flex and comfort off of her hock and her pastern. Good, strong, bold-topped heifer that comes next that's got enough power and shape. Probably as you study her up high and then to the surface, you'd probably change just her squareness. She opens in her shoulder. She's a little off in terms of her hock and high in her tailhead as she's asked to go. Really complete heifer that comes next. A little navel, doesn't grab you with some of the extras, but when you stop and study how she's built and the angles of her shoulder and knee and hock, that heifer utilizes flex and comfort off both ends. Long-spined, loose-spined, neat-headed, just needs a little more quality as you turn around to the class and try to let her grab you. Heifer that comes next is bigger in terms of her pin and bolder-bodied and more powerful. think she just gets a shot rounder in her shoulder. Just her shape of her teats, her hock joint just doesn't look quite as feminine as some of the others in this group. Heifer that kind of comes next, I guess she's strong in terms of her top. We just like to put her together a little differently in terms of how she's built in the angle of her shoulder. She's filling with a little fat through her chest, so maybe not quite as fresh in terms of her look, but a big power heifer when you get right on top of the cattle. Performance-oriented and big-boned and stout. Best describes this heifer coming next. She just wants to get a little more raw and rigid as she's asked to go. And the heifer that completes the group, another one that's got enough levelness as you study her right in behind her shoulders and back into her hip, but like to just see her more balanced as you study her underneath.
Results over here in ring number 2 in Class 2B. Heifer calves, congratulations to exhibitor 207, Boy Bree, Haley Shawiki, Gibbon, Minnesota. Second place, 205, Boy Montella, Maddie Harward, Richfield, North Carolina. Third place, 211, Boy Hard to Miss, Brett Benefel, Webb City, Missouri. Fourth place, 208, KR, Miss Sideline, Abby Spindle, Morality, North New Mexico. Fifth place, 206, MSL, Miss Georgina, Mason, LaFeste, Cameron, Texas. Sixth place, 203, Boy K, Boy Honey Bun, Kimberly Boyer, Tuttle, Oklahoma. Seventh place, 213, Lane Ella, Kinsley Harris, Hepler, Kansas. And eighth place, 212, DC Brianna, Kaylee Shine, Watonga, Oklahoma. Results in order for Class 2B are 6, 2, 5, 1, 4, 3, 8, 7, and then scratch.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring. Out of Class 9, pulled spring heifer calves, first place will go to back number 364, exhibited by Tyler and Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. Second place will go to back number 738, exhibited by Hadley and Wyatt Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Third place went to back number 358, exhibited by Jenna and Abby Talak of Pearl, Iowa. Fourth place will go to back number 365, exhibited by Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to back number 357, Clancy Sweatman of Easton, Illinois. Sixth place in that class went to back number 362, Carlisle Brayman of Refugio, Texas. Seventh place went to back number 359, Alexis Udy of Harrisburg, North Carolina. And eighth place in that class went to back number 360, Bryson Hale, Fairland, Oklahoma. For those of you following along ringside, as it reads in your book for Class 9, 5, 2, 3, 7, 8. Next page is 6, scratch, 1, 4. Currently in ring 1 here in your Hereford ring is Class 10 pulled spring heifer calves born between April 3rd and April 12th.
And a great group of them as well. These two here, I think that are class winners, are awfully good. To me, it comes down to a few little things. I like the build of the front skeleton of the heifer up front. To me, she edges her in terms of her look. She's going to be your champion. The heifer behind her will be your reserve. Congratulations to both of these exhibitors.
And congratulations to your champion junior heifer, Charlotte Calf, exhibited by 194 PGC Miss Harmony, Cash Pratt of Pueblo, Colorado, and your reserve champion junior heifer calf, 207 Boy Bree, Haley Shawiki, Gibbon, Minnesota. We'll now move to our senior calf division in the Charlotte Junior Heifer Show, Ring 2.
as we work into some of these fall-type cattle. Heifer that goes ahead and wins this class here just right in front of us, to me, puts together so many pieces that are awfully hard to do. She's powerful, she's bold, but she's so cowy in her look and smooth in her shoulder, beautiful in her head and her neck, very balanced, correctly structured. That's an awfully hard heifer to put together and make. I think a nice heifer to win this class. The heifers that come in 2 and 3, I think, is probably where your discussion and trade-off is. If you're sitting in the stands following along with the Charlet show, this young man does a great job showing his heifer. She's stout and she's bold. He gets her pulled together very nice as he's got her profiled. She's maybe not as exquisite in terms of her balance. She's got some chest and tail head and a little lean today, but I think a power heifer that's got some good to her. Big, strong top line kind of female that you like her length and her extension. Maybe change her shoulder and her chest as it sets into the front of her body, but I think some trade-offs in a smoother built one versus a power heifer. Young ladies brought a lot of them in the ring today, and this one's another one that's bold and powerful and big top, little navel for me, probably a little bit of extra shoulder as well, but you like her power and her true dimension. The 2 heifers that complete the set are really functional kind of cattle that are just a little lean, so it's harder to get a gauge on where they're at in terms of power and dimension. I use the bigger middled heifer that I think has more refinement to her teats. Then you got the heifer just behind her that's longer and nicer in her top line and neater in her neck, probably more honest muscle shape, probably a little straighter in her hock and not quite the depth of her center rib, but a good pair there that are just different.
Another good class. Again, just kind of depends on what you like and where you want to put your preferences. This one that starts, I know for some they'll call her just a little on the moderate side, but again, I don't mind that in this one. I think from there back, after you get past that discussion, there's really not a heifer in here built like her. As far as body shape, the way she handles her feet and legs, the comfort of her spine, and still has some look and still has enough elevation as you study her there up front. Sure, make her a little big in her kind. I've suffered from that same problem my entire life, and I've made it fine. The one that we have here next is going to end up being second. Really long-sided, really extended. A lot of future to that one in terms of just, boy, where her neck sits, the way her back leg works, the way her rear foot hits the ground. Very, very good. I want to correct her just ever so slightly right there up front. I want to make her just a little softer in her forerib, but I guess I can see the future. I see the lines. I see that one down the road could be possibly a really good one. One we have here next and third, I just want to set her different on her feet. I think at the standstill, she's one of the ones that really, really needs to be up here in command, and her length of stride is fine enough for me. I like her body. I like her softness. I like just that presence that she grabs you with. Just want to make her a little more secure there as she goes. Kind of the opposite discussion here. This one's got to love the power and the squareness up high. Still really neat and tidy in her neck, and her feet set well. Just as she goes, though, she wants to open up at the top of her shoulder, work up in her spine, and just a little bit more, and I like her too, but still a nice kind of a heifer. These two were hard for me. Again, I value their body. I value their softness and ability to be cow, but at the same time, they're just a little plainer. I want to clean them up and make them just a little neater. This one, I want to make her a little longer hipped in particular. The one that's right behind her, when you get in behind her, I want to give her quite a bit more dimension to go with everything else she's got up front. Good bodied, smooth made, pretty sound in terms of just her length of stride. For me, just runs out of gas considering her condition, and she gets a little flatter from behind. Heavy bone, stout one here, just gets a little bolder there up front and pushes out, maybe keeps that hind leg underneath her. Close the class, one that's just a little greener there, needs a little more time to catch up with her contemporaries, but good class of cattle.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring, Class 10, pulled spring heifer calves. First place will go to back number 380, exhibited by Peyton Farmer of Brownstown, Indiana. Second place will go to back number 367, Mark Krypton Lofton of Wesson, Mississippi. Third place will go to back number 374, Lauren May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Fourth place went to back number 370, Bo-Ann Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri. Fifth place in that class went to back number 368, Kaya, Kira, and Keelan Stouffer of Trafalgar, Indiana. Sixth place will go to back number 369, exhibited by Aubrey Cattle Company of Monrovia, Indiana. 7th place will go to back number 378, Joseph Hale of Sepulveda, Oklahoma. 8th place will go to back number 371, exhibited by Cassie Alsheed of Waterloo, Illinois. For those of you following along in your book for Class 10 here in your Hereford ring, placings are as follows: 2, 5, 6, 4, 8, scratch. Next page is 3, 7, 1. Currently here in your Hereford ring is Class 11, pulled spring heifer calves born between April 1st and April 2nd.
And to catch you up to speed over here in ring 2 in the senior heifer calves Class 3A. Congratulations to class winner 220, JJ Angelina, Charlie Johnson from Orlando, Oklahoma. Second place, 221, Lazy H Miss Firewater, McGuire Roar, Elbert, Colorado. Third place, 217, AML, Vanessa Brant Allen, Ardmore, Oklahoma. Fourth place, 216, Miss 4M Carly, McKenna Mitchell, Justin, Texas. Fifth place, 218, TVR Cowie, Laney Smith, Troop, Texas. And sixth place, TVR Diamond, Madison Smith from Troop, Texas. Now we have our second class of senior heifer calves, Charlet, Class 3B, in the show ring. For those following along, they would be in your program 4, 3, 5, 6, 1, 2. That's 4, 3, 5, 6, 1, 2.
Good top pair of heifers. They're contrasting in their differences. When a young man gets the heifer that goes ahead and wins the class, parked on the profile, I think that's where she's got the decided advantage in terms of outline. And yet, I think she's bolder and stouter in terms of her forerib and how she's built down her top line. I think a beautiful fronted, good chested heifer that's stronger and stouter right behind her shoulder blade and in her forerib. She's stronger behind her shoulders and yet sets her tail head down neater into her body wall. She wants to favor and get up on that passer and that right rear foot. I don't know if it's as much of a structure thing as it is just not showing right. Whatever the call is, I think that's the decision that you have to make here in this pair of cattle. This is the better forerib, smoother blending, neater looking, bolder one that needs to go better off of her rear pastern. If you want to make the function call, you can use the heifer in second. She handles herself more comfortable at the surface. I don't know if she handles it any more attractive. She's got a little extra set to that hock, and she wants to come up in her tail head. A highly presented heifer that's very cowy and broody in terms of her look with tons of substance. Her chest falls out, not quite as smooth blending maybe as our class winner. A heifer that comes in third, a little rougher in terms of her presentation, strong in her top, neat in her shoulder, and smooth in her shoulder blade. Her tail head looks like it wants to come up a little bit, maybe not the same arc and turn and shape to her body as some of those cattle that are just in front of her. This hip-branded heifer, when she's parked, she's nice neck, she's good shaped and powerful from behind. I just like to see more slope and angle to her shoulder and knee, but the young lady's got a very highly presented heifer. She does a beautiful job showing this heifer, and you like a lot of parts about her when she's got her stopped and on the stand still. A nicely presented, big-footed, heavy-structured heifer that's still clean about her joints. She doesn't maybe match that in the look about her. You could probably see that heifer just more open in terms of her rib and forerib and base width as that heifer goes directly away, but a big-footed, smooth-jointed heifer. These next two cattle, I actually really thought this class was difficult to put together. I thought you had a lot of differences of size and scale. These two heifers hit me a little bit big and more raw, but yet I appreciate them for their strength and their stoutness and power. Maybe I lost these cattle. Maybe they just weren't as smooth. You can make that call from yourself as you're sitting in the bleachers. They're powerful cattle that need to be smoother in their shoulder and a little nicer in terms of the way they push and plant off of their back leg. The cream or yellow heifer that comes next, a big frame, long-bodied heifer that just gets a little flatter in her heart and shallower back into her forerib. Good cattle, I think an excellent top pair that's tough to put together.
And in ring number 2 in the second class of senior heifer calves, congratulations to the class winner, 224 SHF Miss Absolute Who, Kel Robinson, Cushing, Oklahoma. Second place, 227 RF Miss Duchess, Lindsay Leigh Franklin, Ladonia, Texas. Third place, 222 CC Girl Crush, Haley Schwecke, Gibbon, Minnesota. Fourth place, 225 DR Monique, Carly Dismukes, Shakota, Oklahoma. Fifth place, 223, Lazy H. Miss Diablo, Madeline Roar, Elbert, Colorado. 6, 226, RF Cowgirl, Isabella Owens, Troop, Texas. Seventh place, CHC Ella, Jillian Stone, Clinton, Missouri. And eighth place, 231. 2SWT Golden Maggie, Baylor, Coldwater, Vicey, Oklahoma. For those following along in your program book, the results go in this order: 3, 5, 1, 4, 6, 2, 8, 7. We will now have our class winner showing for champion senior heifer calf and reserve champion senior heifer calf.
And a great senior division. Good pair of heifers that come as our class winners. I did think that second class had some good differences in the top pair. I think the heifer that's kind of better than both of them is out of the first class. Should be your champion. Class winner out of class 2 will be your reserve. Congratulations to both exhibitors.
And a big congratulations to your champion senior heifer calf, exhibitor 220. J&J Angelina, Charlie Johnson, Orlando, Oklahoma, and your reserve champion senior Charlotte heifer calf, 224 SHF Miss Absolute Who, Kel Robinson Cushing, Oklahoma. We'll now move to the intermediate division in the Summer Yearling Heifers, Class 4A, in the Charolais Junior Heifer Show, Ring 2.
A pair of heifers that are a little different in their type and kind. Probably both of them could be tweaked in a spot here or there, but the more flexible, better spined heifer is the one that goes ahead and wins the class. Really can throw her neck there out of the top of her shoulder. She's good and comfortable in her spine. That's a product of the fact that I think she's just truer. From knee to ground, hock to ground. She needs more depth to her heel. She's a little longer toed. But a really nice heifer that the young lady has in terms of flex and reach and comfort. A good shaped heifer that comes next that's bold in the turn of her upper rib cage. Has got a little more shape to her pins. Just like to see her more coordinated as she travels from her pin hock to ground. But I love a lot of parts and pieces about this good bold made heifer that comes in second.
Another good class, and again, a lot of interesting things to consider amongst, especially this top 4 or 5 here. But heifer I keep landing on and coming back to is this one. Yes, she could be a little longer hip, but other than that, to me, she lands and sets to the surface on the bigger and better foot than the one in behind her. I like her better in her chest and front end and the way she ties in there than that one as well. And just her total overall balance when you get off of them, whether she's standing or whether she's walking, I think she comes together a little better. There's more size, there's more length, and the one that we learned here in second, and I like that about her. And her length of stride's pretty appropriate, particularly up front. I think she takes a nice, good, long-reaching stride. Pretty good in terms of her body there. I still like to make her a little bigger-footed and set her down just a little differently there. And then she's starting to be just a little more pronounced in her chest relative to these two on either side of her, but that's still good kind of cattle. Female we have here next, just want to change her up front. I love her from the side. Just really draws beautiful in her line, square in her hip. I don't mind her condition there. Just want to change her there up front in terms of her chest and front legs. Finally decided this one's just starting to put on enough condition where it's starting to harm her composition to me. I want to lean this one up, make her a little longer and neater there. But boy, awesome body, practical type cattle. Good in terms of her feet. Here's one for me, though, probably as much future as any of it. I'm just having a hard time today making a call on her body. If I call her soft enough, she can roll up there quite high because there's not one with her kind of look up front, her hip dimension and true shape, and really got to kill her hind leg. You just got to decide if she's too green today or not, and I decided she was to run up with those. But, boy, I think if that one continues to body down and come to it, that one can get awfully neat. Female that comes here next, smooth made. She's got some depth here, just a little plainer up front, maybe not the same legal quality as the one that sits right ahead of her. Another heifer here that I like from her shoulder back in terms of her smoothness and levelness. Parks just a little more upright and forward, her knee and her shoulder. Long-sided one here. I just want to clean her up in terms of her underline and make her just a little deeper and softer, more genuine in her width. But good class of cattle.
Just to catch you up to speed real quickly, in our first class, Class 4A, Summer Yearling Heifers in the Charolais Intermediate Division, class winner 234 BCC5 Bullard Ice Queen Shelby Pearl, Daquan, Illinois, and then second place is 233 LJR Miss Randy Tyler Meyer, Sylvan Grove, Kansas. That was Class 4A. Summer Yearling Heifers. Results are 2-1 if you're following in your program book.
Well, congratulations here in your Hereford ring, Class 11. Congratulations to first place, back number 389, Brigson Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Second place in that class will go to back number 385, Lowry Hunt of Madison, Georgia. Third place will go to back number 390, Ben Ryan Jensen of Cortland, Kansas. Fourth place went to back number 382, Piper and Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Fifth place went to back number 388, Blakely Stelzer of Oolaga, Oklahoma. Sixth place will go to back number 387, Avery Stadler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Seventh place in that class went to back number 392, Trinity Jones of St. Edward, Nebraska. And eighth place in that class will go to back number 386, Riley Husky and Hannah Pembroke of Beggs, Oklahoma. Now in your Hereford ring is Class 12 Pulled Spring Heifer Calves, born between March 21st and March 27th.
As we kind of work into some of these yearling heifers, I think these three could not be more different in their type and their kind. You probably couldn't ask them to be any different in their freshness and condition as well. And I think that's what ends up needing to be sorting this class is just freshness and female quality. Maybe the lightest weight heifer of the group, but absolutely big enough. I think what confirmed to me that she should be the winner is when I got right on the cattle. I think she's still filled with substance down her top. She still had genuine pin width. I do think she could be enhanced in her rib cage shape ever so slightly. I'm not sure she's really open and robust about her forerib. Structurally, I like her joints and I like her feet. They point the right direction. I'm not sure she's got the most mobility, but I'm not sure there's one in here that really is one that grabs ground. Fresh, high quality in her look, and that's why she wins. Heifers in 2 and 3, not short in power and substance. Pretty big heifer here that comes second. And with that, there's some shoulder and there's some head, and you'd like to see her more feminine, but that one's going to raise a lot of good ranch Charolais bulls. Powerful, bold, stout, just needs to be a little more ladylike up front to go ahead and win. But she's more honest in her condition. I think that's why we sorted this pair that way. This one kind of hit me hard. She's maxed out in her presentation. She's really big about her center rib. You like those parts about her. The longer I study her, that's a bit of a shorter hip, straighter, hawked kind of heifer. I just mainly like to lean her up. Heifer that comes here to conclude the class has got some shape and power down her top and from behind. Probably like to see her just drop a little nicer underneath. You could refine her in her shoulder. Good class. Those top 3, they can be flipped around.
Congratulations to class winner in your summer yearling heifer division. Number 240, CC Boy, Give You a Ring, Kathy Lehman, Shelby, Ohio. Second place, 237, Boy, Buck Greta, Brett Benefel, Webb City, Missouri. Third place, 239, JCS Shania, Cashlin Krebs, Gordon, Nebraska. And fourth place, KR Cool Lady, exhibited by Casey Randall, Tomball, Texas. That was your second class of summer yearling heifers. In your program book, the results go as 4, 2, 3, 1. That's 4, 2, 3, 1. Now we'll show for champion intermediate heifer.
Really good division here on this side. I think our class winners are similar in type. First heifer maybe has a few more issues in terms of her spine and hock, but she's flexible, she's long. I appreciate those parts about her. Really good look at the heifer that wins the second class. That was a tough trio there to kind of put together. Really happy with the decision that we made there. Those two are going to stick together. They'll be your champion in reserve. Congratulations to these Charolais exhibitors in this summer division.
Congratulations to your champion intermediate heifer, exhibitor 240, CC Boy, Give You a Ring, exhibited by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio, and your reserve champion intermediate Charolais heifer 237, Boy Buck Greta, Brett Benefel, Webb City, Missouri. We'll now go to Division of Spring Yearling Heifers, first class 5A. In the show ring, there'll be 3 head of Charolais heifers to begin the Division Spring Yearling Heifers.
Another really good class here, and again, just really deep, very useful cattle all the way through here. And these top three or four I like pretty well, and this one leads off. Just has more of the little things done right, just a little more tidy about her head and neck, but yet still just as good in terms of volume and substance as what we find in there behind her. And probably the real difference between these two, you step right in behind the two, she's got the edge and just base width and squareness up high. This one in second, when she walks in, boy, you love how soft-footed she is. You love how just mobile, the flexibility and reach she has. And then he puts her together. You're like, hey, that one's not bad looking at all. Good-headed, good neck, very smooth in the way she goes. Again, just getting behind both of those two cattle doesn't open up in top of her pins and squareness, probably like that one does. And again, that's a good pair of females. This one's a little different, a little longer, a little more extended, but again, she hits you in terms of her quality. I love her feet and legs and the way they're designed, just her joints, her feet, and the way everything angles. Just wish maybe she's just a little softer today, maybe gets overpowered just a touch when you get in behind her. But again, probably honestly the greener one of those three as well, so time will tell what she gets to do. This one here, hind leg usage, foot appropriate. She's deep, she's smooth, gets just a little plainer there up front. Want to make her a little neater there in the way she lays her shoulder onto her body. This one here is harder to look at first, just a little curlier hair, a little more hide on that one. But you start to study that one from the ground up. There's probably, not many of them in this class are as good footed as what she is, as mobile as what she is. There's still some real width to that one. Just got a little plainer amongst this group is all. Just want to make her a little neater and cleaner all the way through. From shoulders back, I like this one that's got a lot of white on her, quite a bit deep, pretty dimensional out of her hip. Again, back leg works correctly. Just want to free her up front and give her just a little more reach and make her set there. Another quality female here, highly presented. I like her length. Just kind of falls apart a little bit on the move for me, though. Gets a little weaker there in her spine, a little uncoordinated. A pair of them here, again, still good cattle. Lots of stoutness. I like their moderation and boldness to them. I just want to make that one a little flatter and smoother all the way through and blend things better. This one here, I want to see her step out just a little more correctly there up front. Maybe make her a pinch bigger in her kind. But again, really good class of cattle.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring, Class 12. First place is going to go to back number 406, Nick DePepe of Macokota, Iowa. Second place will go to back number 397, Purple Rain Cattle Company of Toulon, Illinois. Third place will go to back number 394, Will Frecking of Alpha, Minnesota. Fourth place will go to back number 402, M&M Cattle Company, Turner Station, Kentucky. Fifth place will go to back number 743, Emma Lynn of Purcell, Oklahoma. Sixth place in that class goes to back number 393, Cole Schanbacher of Newhall, Iowa. Seventh place will go to back number 398, Whitney Steckel of Taylor, Nebraska. Eighth place, back number 396, Molly Minhan of Wheaton, Kansas. And ninth place in that class will go to back number 400, Shelby Berlisle of Emmett, Idaho. As it reads in your book here for Class 12, pulled spring heifer calves, 6, 3, 8, 2, 7, 9, scratch, 4, scratch, next page, scratch, 1, 5. Now currently here in your Hereford ring is Class 13, pulled spring heifer calves, born between March 14th and March 19th.
I think I'll just describe these three cattle to you, and then at the end of my description, I think I'll come to my placing. I know I like these two in the top. I really like that third heifer, but we're just going to describe them. Heifer that comes at us here, as soon as she hit the ring, I really liked her rear foot shape. I liked the way she traveled and planted in terms of her mobility. Good spined heifer that was really, really flexible and cowy as she went. Again, nice in the set and shape of her hock. Maybe not as big in her pastern and her ankle as it goes to her foot as maybe she is in her hock to really balance that hind leg and get an attractive look. I think when you start to break down her body type and her look, probably a heifer that relative to the two just behind her, I'm not sure she's got the same length of body, the same length of hip as that we see in both of those two, but I think she's probably one of the bigger middled heifers. It's got some shape to her rib cage. I don't know if she's got an abundance of boldness to her upper rib, but I think she's bold in her own right. I think a heifer that in terms of power is absolutely adequate, and she's got shape and dimension, yet it lays smooth enough in terms of her body and over her hip. As I study her front end, I think it's been managed very appropriately. I don't know if she's just absolutely the most feminine in her head and her neck shape. I think she's just slightly more cresty. I think probably comparatively from her length, from her shoulder blade to her pole is probably the shortest of this group of three, but I think her parts blend together so smooth. I just think an ultra functional, good structured heifer that presents a good look. The really fresh appearing heifer comes to us here in the second portion, the second slot. I think when you study front end skeleton, she's my absolute favorite in that regard because of the angle of her shoulder and the set of her knee and pasterns. I think she's slightly more put together than both of the cattle on either side of her in terms of her smoothness of her shoulder design. I think she's decidedly the freshest in terms of her condition through her chest. I think she's the most attractive in her head and neck carriage. I think she ties the longest neck highest to the top side of her shoulder. I think the thing that's the most interesting as you get into study these cattle is her body shape is really good. I think it's apparent that she has the most sweep underneath, but I don't know if that's a relevant discussion amongst these three cattle. I think she's still got tremendous spring of rib, and probably the thing that blew me away the most is I actually think that heifer's the widest to her pin, offers the most hip shape, and probably is decidedly the leanest. Now, I think her structure in her rear skeleton is probably the portion that allows for this discussion to happen. I think her hind leg on this side, it handles it fine. You maybe like to see it just a little more secure. Back left leg, she was a little tentative in how she sat down on her pastern at times. I think that's the call that you have to make. Heifer in third is excellent, walks in the ring, and I liked her. I said, boy, we got a lot of work to do here in putting these three cattle together. Strong-topped, bold-bodied, a power heifer in terms of her pin set, got some shape, probably the most shape through her lower quarter and stifle. I think a heifer, when I start studying into her, I think she's probably a little heavier in terms of her condition. She's not as lethal and neat in terms of her look. I don't think she's got the same shape of rib underneath. I think what I'm trying to say is she just comes off a pinch staler maybe than the two heifers just in front of her. I think after we total all the things up, I think this heifer kind of slots third because she's just not quite fresh enough, doesn't quite have the extras, and then we're left with these two, and I don't think you can go wrong. I think you could go either direction. I think at this stage in the game, the edge in terms of genuine freshness, hip shape, and look is just more demanding in the young man's heifer. He's going to win the class. The heifer that handles her rear skeleton and her foot better will be second. Incredible class. Put your hands together for these three young people.
Over here on the Hereford side, again, a really good class, and three pretty intriguing ones here amongst this group, but still one I think there's just too much cow to get around. She's not as neat and clean up front as maybe some of the others are, but from there back, I think she's pretty dominant amongst this group. Her volume, her stoutness, and still the way she utilizes that in terms of her structure made her easy one to find in this class. Go back and forth on these two, and I know this one puts a little more chest up front than you'd like her to, but I think she's stronger behind her shoulder. I think she's truly more dimensional dimensional when we get out to the end of them. And I like to still see how her hind leg is just a little neater design maybe than the one we sit here and behind her. But again, tied her up in her chest, make her a little neater there. I like this one's length. I like her proportion. Her feet are good. Just wants to run downhill and break behind her shoulder just a touch more for me. Doesn't keep herself as balanced and neat as I like her to. This one here, if we could just change her underneath in terms of bone and maybe foot shape, we find a different spot for her. She's probably as chiseled and as neat as any of them up front. Very highly presented as well. Just want to strengthen her up right there in her forerib, and just maybe she gets a little weaker spine, if you will. Big, stout, powerful one here. Lots of muscle, lots of shape to this one. Almost to the point, though, we're getting just a touch round, starting to get just a little tighter underneath herself on her hind leg. Broody one here that's got some depth and softness and fleshy knees to her. Just for me, starting to get a little plainer in the way she operates out of her chest and front end. And same can go for this one here. Good in terms of length of hip and strength of spine. Just a little more rigid there at the surface. But a good class of cattle.
To catch you up to speed over here in the Class 5A, first class of spring yearling heifers. Congratulations to the class winner, 245 BSCC Miss Gazelle, exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place, 244 TSSC Miss Caitlin Nalani Geyer, Robinson, Illinois. And third place, 241 Belle Elvira, Abby Bell, Bristow, Oklahoma. That's results here in Class 5A. They go as the following, 2-1-3.
Congratulations over here in the Hereford ring, Class 13. First place will go to back number 423, exhibited by Samuel Hunt of Madison, Georgia. Second place will go to back number 412, exhibited by Cayenne Eck of Putnam, Oklahoma. Third place in that class goes to back number 418, Rhett Lauderman of Macomb, Illinois. Fourth place will go to back number 415, exhibited by Bailey Smith of Chakota, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to back number 417, exhibited by Hallie Latau of Balco, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to back number 422, exhibited by Kaya Kira and Keelan Stouffer of Trafalgar, Indiana. Seventh place in that class will go to back number 419, exhibited by Madeline Cooper and Wyatt Weber of Wamengo, Kansas. As it reads in your book, for those of you following along ringside, for Class 13 here in your Hereford ring, 2, scratch, scratch, 4, 5, 3, 7. Next page is scratch, 6, 1. Now currently here in ring 1, your Hereford ring will be Class 14, pulled spring heifer calves, born between March 2nd and March 12th.
Really good class, extremely good class winner. Hip and hind leg design is awesome. I love her length of hip, how her tail head sets in. I love her hind leg, beautiful profiling. I think a very high quality heifer to start the class. Heifers in 2 and 3 to me a little bit different in their type and kind. Really stout one and a really pretty one. I think when you realize that the really stout one has actually got a really good look to her, I think you can use her. Probably even longer necked and thinner at the top of her neck than the class winner. Big boned. Her forearm is ginormous. Wide pin, bold body type. Hair coat makes her a little tough to look at. I'm sure it's not fun to work with. But a heifer that's big and stout, maybe not as smooth blending as that winner, maybe not quite as attractive in how she utilizes her hind leg. Real pretty heifer that comes in third, beautiful necked, smooth, cowy, good uddered, refined, and feminine. Takes it probably a little too far in that regard. She's a little bit frailer in terms of her feature. Maybe a heifer that just doesn't get out and go with quite the athleticism to just confidently say the pretty heifer's sounder and go ahead and use her in second. This big top, stout, bold power heifer is the one that comes next. Female that we just like to change in terms of the angles of her skeleton up front and from behind, but a big, stout, and powerful heifer there that comes next. Female here that the young lady brings is smoother and sounder than the heifer that's just in front of her. I think a female that can give you a nice look at times, probably one that doesn't hit you just super hard in terms of her presence and quality, wants to work up in terms of her tail head. Heifer that completes the group, strong in her top line and stout, but just needs to go better as you study her down and underneath in terms of her lower joints. Really good class and a nice class winner.
Second class of spring yearling heifers. Congratulations to the class winner, 250 boy Marilyn Monroe, exhibited by Jackie Schlechter, Abilene, Kansas. Second place, 247 CH Miss Margie, Sloan Curtin, Oxford, Indiana. Third place, 251 BC CC Miss Gwen, Katie Utech, Hubbard, Nebraska. Fourth place, 253 TR Miss Glow, John Wynn Ayers, Rogue River, Oregon. Fifth place, 252 DCC Chicks Avante, Camille Asmus, Houston, Texas. And sixth place, 249 GARW Miss Carbon, Tana Grigg, Webb City, Missouri. Now we will show for your spring heifer champion in the Charolais division.
What an incredible division. I don't know how many head that we had in this group of cattle here in this yearling division, but they were absolutely phenomenal. That first class, there was 3 head. I think you could probably have a show judge go multiple different ways of those 3. I'm comfortable with what we did when we get back out here, actually quite comfortable. There's just a lot more design quality in this heifer that wins the class. As you stop and look at her from the side, she's undeniable in her presence, her freshness, her neck, her shoulder, her chest, the angle of her shoulder, her knee, her front feet, her pastern are awesome. She looks to be the cowiest in her mid-body and rib shape. That heifer looks tremendous from that spot. I think heifer that we talked about, man, I wish that hind leg was just a little square. As you study your rear foot and you study your hock, but from there up, she's awfully hard to beat. That heifer that was second to her, the reason I'm comfortable with what we did is when we get back out here, I liked her foot quality, I like her joints, I think she moves nice, another good bodied heifer, but she just doesn't have that balance to her outline that these 2 have. Where her neck sets, the shape of her hip, the height of her tail head relative to the height of her pin bone maybe didn't balance quite as well as what these 2 do. And I think she's maybe just a little bit more masculine about her neck and head shape. I don't mean masculine in a negative way, just not as tidy and feminine would have probably been the appropriate way to say that. But I do like that shorter bodied heifer's foot just a little better. And that's why that was great discussion in that pair. And I'm really glad that the heifer that wins the second class was not in that class, because we'd probably still be looking at him. I think that her outline is really beautiful from her shoulders back. I think her hip and her tail head and her hind leg counter the heifer that's in front of her because she's so beautiful in her length of top line and her levelness of hip. I think she's probably a little truer in how she's built from her hock down to her hind leg, and her foot's probably a little more sturdy. But I can't quite give her a structure advantage because I think her angle of her shoulders just a little more tilted forward. And then she probably doesn't allow her to set her neck on as high as the heifer in front of her. But I think when she gets it up, it still outlines really appropriately. I think she's deadly smooth as you study her from her head, her neck, her shoulder, and into her forerib. I think when you step right behind the cattle, I think she's got enough. I'm not sure she's opened up and is bold in her body, and I'm confident that she doesn't have as much pin width. But this difference in her hind leg, to me, makes this pair ultra close. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do yet. I think there's differences in them. To me, I know I love that heifer in second. I know I love that class. To me, if these 2 were out there, I think it might have been faster to find those cattle that were probably outlined more appropriately. Put your hands together. Congratulate these exhibitors in this division. It's a great Charolais heifer show.
Congratulations to Exhibitor 245, Kelton Arthur, exhibiting BSCC Miss Gazelle. She is your champion. Spring Heifer, your reserve champion, goes to exhibitor number 250, Boy Marilyn Monroe, exhibited by Jackie Schlechter of Abilene, Kansas. great quality in the spring heifer division. Now we'll move right to the junior division here. Class 6 making its way to the show ring.
We'd like to remind all of our exhibitors and spectators that we do require you to wear masks while here in the arena as well as back in the barns. Also, a reminder specifically on our Hereford side that we do ask that you only have one person per exhibitor back there in that holding pen. So we do ask at this time that if you could only have one person back in the holding pen per exhibitor.
She did, didn't she?
Really, really good class here. Even the Charlotte thought so. Really, really a nice class. Really just deep all the way through. In my mind, this is the highest quality class we've had from one end to the other, just in terms of every time they kept coming in, you kept thinking, wow, 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 this is good. And then you land on these two up here. And again, they're not totally the same, but to me, they bring the most of the best here amongst this lineup. And again, trying to stay consistent. This just looks like a little baby cow to me. Just love the squareness and stoutness and of her pin. The body shape is tremendous on this thing, and her proportions, the way things fit and flow together, I think are tremendous. And again, it's a horse race between these two at first, and then when I get in behind them and just study the squareness as they continue from hock to ground, that's where this girl gets the nod. Stay square at her hock, stay square at her feet, still sound. Just a good kind of a bovine here to lead off this class. Female that leads off here in second, man, she's easy to like, and she does a nice job showing this one. She's heads up, she's bold in her body. She's actually got some top shape in her and some hip dimension. Just every now and then, as you study and compare those two, she can be a little in at her hock maybe. Doesn't set maybe quite as square what that class winner does, but that's still an awfully nice female. Just got a good look of quality about her. Heifer here might not be for some, but boy, she's for me. I love just that one's kind. I love her shape. I love her boldness. I just love the way she's put together and made. And again, reminds me a lot of your class winner, really. Just to the point, though, she's just a little more moderate in her kind, a little more pronounced at the top of her shoulder, and just doesn't hold it together as neatly up front, maybe as that one we said ahead of her, but that's still a nice female that's got some future. If this one's stout enough for you, she probably needs to go with the one there in second, because, boy, she's neat to look at. She's very sound. She's very loose moving, but at the same time, of these initial three, she's the one I want to give a little more dimension to, make it just a shade bolder. Another one here, I love just the kind, the type, the boldness of, just want to modify her to shoulder, knee ever so slightly for me, lay it onto her body just a little differently. This one's got some neat pieces, and I think she's in that weird growth stage where they're all not blending like they need to, but big hip, bold made, she's sound, she's just more pronounced in her shoulder today, not as good in her forerib today. Another stout one here that just wants to get a little tighter and uncoordinated as she moves. Big bodied, heavy bone, big footed one here, gets underneath herself just a little more in her hind leg, and in a high quality class like this, just makes her look a little plain. Neat necked one, pretty square up high, a little more straight up front. Then we got a trio of them here that, again, you like bits and pieces of them. They've got some quality. They're nicely presented, just a little more behind in terms of volume, performance, and just body mass compared to those ones ahead of them. But outstanding class, nice 4 or 5 there up top.
Another fantastic class, a class that's a division. These three cattle are all very different. I land on the freshest one that has the most presence, the most female look, and the smoothest built. And that's where this bright white heifer surfaces. I think her chest sets into her the nicest. I think her body shape is genuine. She's as lean as anything in here. I think she has enough spring and turn up high, enough width to her pins. Just a really nice looking heifer that puts together the pieces that I think you'd like to change in the cattle just behind him. Smoother shouldered, neater looking, more feminine and fresher, and that's why I like her to win the class. Incredibly powerful heifer here next. For me, she needs to be a little bit more feminine, a bigger, rawer shoulder, a little bit rounder in her muscle pattern for me, but she handles it pretty good. I think she's still all right in terms of her spine and top line, and I think she still goes good enough for some underneath. I just like to tone down the shape of her shoulder and head and her neck. Feet and leg structure down low of the next heifer is maybe the best of this top trio, and that's why she gets to be placed in this group. Like the angle of her shoulder and her knee, I think the function of her hock and her back leg is the most useful. I think she's got a long, wide pin set with some extra dimension. She just doesn't balance up as nice in terms of her top line design. A little bit of a bigger shouldered, easier top line heifer the longer she stands there. A big, long, extended heifer here coming next that's got a nice look to her lines up high. We could change her shoulder and her chest and her hind leg to just give her those extras in terms of balance to let her play with those top group. A big, powerful heifer that comes next that's got some shape and some true dimension and spread, a little leaner and not quite as feminine in her look as you study her from end to end. Really cowy, big middled female that just struggles out of her front end. She's got a good udder. She's got a wide pin set. I think there's some good pieces and parts to her. The heifer that was just needing a little exercise. I'm glad the young lady's got the opportunity to showcase her project and that heifer settled in more. It's got some shape and power. You just like to see her a little deeper in her body design.
Well, back over here in your Hereford ring, Class 14. First place was exhibited by Veda and Hans Vickland of Longmont, Colorado. Second place in that class went to back number 433, exhibited by Chancey Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Third place went to back number 440, Eric Rosson of Milford, Texas. Fourth place went to back number 438, exhibited by Grady and Hudson Carter, Stratford, Oklahoma. Fifth place in that class went to back number 425, Hayes Divine, exhibited of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to back number 427, McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Seventh place went to back number 428, Maddie Smith of Athens, Texas. Eighth place went to back number 424, Noah Perry of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Ninth place went to back number 435, exhibited by Kenley Carr of Alba, Texas. 10th place went to back number 437, exhibited by Sage Cashlin and Kinsley Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. 11th place exhibited by Anna Virginia and Mary Merritt of Altus, Oklahoma. And 12th place in that class went to back number 441, exhibited by Carter Thomas, Purcell, Oklahoma.
Really nice cow-calf pair here in this group. Young man has got a really good uddered cow in terms of milkiness. You could maybe shorten up that front teat, but a useful cow that's fresh. She's really nice to look at. She's doing a good job raising her calf. I think, it's exciting to see a cow in production here at the Oklahoma City show here. So congratulations and thank you for bringing your single entry.
Over here in ring 2 to catch you up to speed in the junior yearling heifer Charlet. Congratulations to class winner of class 6, exhibitor 258, CAG TR Boy Georgina Carter Hogue of Gord Hope, Illinois. Second place 259, J&J Angelina Justin Teets, Lost River, West Virginia. Third place 260, BK Boy Good and Rhett Claire Harton, Medill, Oklahoma. Fourth place, 263, OCR Miss Danny, Mackenzie Schneider, McCade, Texas. Fifth place, 261, Cars Miss Insider, exhibited by Autumn Dietrich, Muleshoe, Texas. Sixth place, 262, MCKY Marcina, Weston Waldrop, Canton, Oklahoma. Seventh place, 264, ICC Miss Dangit Gina, Michaela Mayers, Sweeney, Texas. And your champion junior heifer was 258, once again, CAG TR Boy Georgina, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Gord Hope, Illinois. Your reserve champion junior heifer in the Charlet division, 259, J&J Angelina Justin Teets of Lost River, West Virginia. And also in the division, the senior cow-calf pairs, congratulations to exhibitor 267 on being your champion senior heifer cow-calf pair. We will now show for the Charlet Grand Champion heifer and reserve Grand Champion heifer in ring 2.
And currently over here in ring 1, we are selecting your champion and reserve champion spring heifer calf here in your polled Hereford division.
Hey, morning.
Been an awesome calf division here, and just obviously a lot of them, and try to keep a pretty good pace through them, but these things are tough. Not going to talk to each one of them. We still got a lot of them to see and a lot of them to go. I've got it narrowed down to a couple of them for me that do things I like to see. Again, skeletal width's important to me, or I should say functional width, and still able to keep your feet and legs going in the right manner. Two of them do that. One of them's just a shade better looking maybe up front. The other one's got just the better hip and pin. and better out through their tailhead and where they set there. So you can go back and forth on them. You can debate them all day long. You could have totally two different ones out here than what I'm going to pick, but I think two of them that'll represent this division very, very well. So really a good set of them. One that pleases me the best, the baby cow here out of our last class. She'll be a champion here in this division.
And congratulations here in your Spring Heifer Calf Division. Champion will go to back number 430, HBL Fergie 00AET, exhibited by Veda Anna Vickland of Longmont, Colorado.
We're bringing that second in for reserve, and really it's between her and another one out here. It just depends on what kind you like and where you want to lay things. I don't think you can go wrong with either of them. I'd say one of them, as we went on through the day, I was looking for one that combined some things as far as having some cow value and having some show heifer pieces. Both of those do that quite well, but if I'm being honest, one of them's just a little more my kind in terms of extra width and substance. Young lady's one right here in front of me. She's going to be a reserve here in this division.
And reserve champion in this division will go to back number 406, Land Miss Sensation 0112 ET, exhibited by Nick DePepe. Once again, congratulations for all of our exhibitors here in your pulled Hereford Spring Calf Division.
Well, I won't take too much of the time here on the Charolais side because I know the Charolais exhibitors have to re-rack these cattle and show them again. And after working through this show, I think that it's awesome that they're going to get two chances because there's about 15, 20 heifers in this show that are incredibly good. I think you could put them together in different ways depending on where you put your priorities. The young people of the Charolais breed have done an outstanding job of building a lot of strength in the numbers of this breed. The quality that you guys bring to the table at this show and all shows is it just gets better and better each and every year. And I love the cattle that we found towards the top end of the group. And probably what excites me the most, I thought that calf division up front was awfully challenging to put together. And the heifer we land on, I think fits type. With everything out here as good as anything, and I think she was the best one in that division to do so. She got a little up front, but she's so nice in her hip and her hind leg and her top line. You change that about her, and that bigger heifer was so good, but maybe a little big in that group of cattle. You get into this next division, and you just fell in love with that heifer when she came into the ring out of that second group. Awesome structured, presented, perfect. Beautiful in terms of her balance and outline and design. A heifer that as she gets older, more mature, there's no question she's going to be incredibly competitive. Good heifer behind her that didn't have the same slope to her shoulder. Another good body, nice hind-legged heifer. I like these two fall cattle. I don't know if people out here are appreciating them as much because maybe, this heifer is kind of funny in her hair coat and doesn't come off as fresh, but study the angles, the quality, the balance, the trueness. That's a really good heifer. Great one there in second. It was just a little tight in her ankle in that time. A good, tough division. There were some trade-offs. I love that we landed on your heifer, young lady. So balanced, so uniform in her lines. Could be just a little deeper and bolder. Could have a little more slope to her shoulder, but beautiful, balanced, a big, stout power heifer came in behind her that just needed to be more athletic out of her front skeleton. And then we had a division that was full of about 5, 6 bred heifers that I'd imagine could go 100 different ways. We found the one that was the most genuine, the freshest, highly presented, the boldest, the best looking. She's one that probably didn't handle her foot as comfortable as the heifer that was reserved to her. The heifer that was reserved to her is good in her outline and lines, not as fresh in her presentation. Slope of shoulder probably doesn't enable her to send her neck quite as high to the top of her shoulder, but beautiful lines, nice in her hind leg. Fresh heifer that won that next class and division. Nice balanced, really fits this lineup good. Probably not the same amount of substance, slope of shoulder, but I think a really, really beautiful heifer to look at. Big, stout, powerful one that needed to be more feminine was behind her, but man, she's stout. Man, she's good and a good, useful cow prospect. I think they deserve that rundown. Put your hands together. Congratulate these young people. This is a tremendous set of Charolais cattle.
Congratulations, your grand champion Charlet heifer exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Number 245, BSCCMS Gazelle 221G. Congratulations to Kelton Arthur for being your grand champion heifer, Charlet heifer. Now we'll show for reserve grand champion. And your reserve grand champion Charlet heifer exhibited by Jackie Schlechter of Abilene, Kansas. She is exhibitor number 250, Boy Marilyn Monroe. Congratulations on your reserve grand champion Charlet heifer. Appreciate all of our Charlet Junior heifer exhibitors. We draw your attention down here to the arena. We're going to have some special presentation on ring 2 here in the Charlet division.
Over on the Charlet side, we would like to take time to recognize the 52nd National Show dedicatee, Mr. Larry Ludicky of Liverpool, Texas. Larry Ludicky's enthusiasm for the Charlet breed began when his local FFA chapter visited the 1966 San Antonio Livestock Show Calf Scramble. After earning a $200 calf scramble certificate, he purchased his first Charlet bull. Since the beginning, Barjay Charlet has campaigned seed stock genetics at major shows across the country. Success includes qualifying 5 herd bulls in the role of excellent sires, 4 AICA Show Bulls of the Year, and numerous AICA Show Bull female dams in top sire placings. Besides the breeding of seed stock, Barjay Charlets and the Ludickys also own and operate their meat store, Barjay Artisan Meats in Houston, Texas, where they market and sell Wagyu and Charlet meat. Larry has been active in leading the AICA, serving as a board of directors and being both vice president and president of the board. Currently, he is the president of the ACF board of directors and chairman of the AICA finance committee. Larry, along with his partners, JVS Cattle Company, have actively supported ACF donating to the Foundation Heifer for the 39th national sale. We'd like to congratulate Larry and Beth Ludicky, the 52nd National Show dedicatee. Congratulations.
And back over here in your Hereford side, we currently have Class 15 Horn Junior heifer calves. These calves are born between February 20th and February 28th, 2020.
I think first class here in this division, another good one here, and then 3, I think that sort pretty quickly, just in terms of quality. And then if you take the things you like about the first, or the second, and the third, to me that's where you land on this one that wins first. She's not as long fronted maybe and clean as what the one we set in there, maybe even behind her, but boy, she is dimensional. You talk about body and rib cage. I love the way it fits onto her skeleton. Still one that's got some real power when you get in behind her, but yet she's still a smooth muscled female when you get there. Gets on the go, handles her feet and legs quite fine. Like I said, there'll be some that are more chiseled up front and neater there, but boy, shoulders back. Awfully good cow here to lead off this class. I like this one there as well. Yes, she's the more moderate one probably of the 3, but boy, hip dimension, boldness of body, openness up before rib, the way she lies her hind leg is very, very good. And she's got some neatness up front. I just thought there was quite a bit more volume in cow in the one that led out ahead of her, but that's a neat female here, stands second in this class. I love the length of front. I love the feet and bone of this one here. It just needs to all go together still in terms of her forerib, where she loses out a little flatter there, just not as dimensional and opened up as what you find those 2. Really, it gets a little intriguing here amongst these next 4. This one's a little more refined and feminine and deeper there, even though she needs to be better up front in terms of her angle of her shoulder, I still think she has a little more reach than the one that comes next. Probably as powerful as any of them, really bold made. Just want to change her there in terms of her front skeleton, the way she utilizes it. Long-sided one here that's got a lot of shape up high. Probably becomes a shallower bodied one of this crew. Want to see her a little softer than a darker heifer here. Really got some width and some stoutness. Need to pick her up though, make her a little bigger in her kind, particularly up front.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring. First place coming out of Class 15 will go to back number 443, Hannah Pembroke and Riley Husky of Beggs, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 449, exhibited by Holly and Noah Perry of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Third place went to back number 442, exhibited by Gary and Kathy Buckholtz of Waxahachie, Texas. Fourth place will go to back number 444, exhibited by Cooper Madeline and Wyatt Weber of Wamego, Kansas. Fifth place will go to back number 447, Brandon Pacheco of Paso Robles, California. Sixth place went to back number 445, exhibited by Caden Wilson of Creston, Iowa. And seventh place in that class went to back number 446, Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. Now here in the Hereford ring will be Class 16 Horn Junior Heifer calves born between February 1st and February 19th.
Test, test. Test, test, test. Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today and an honor to have the opportunity to sort through your National Charlet Show. And really a nice way to get us started here with the June Heifer Calf. That's a single entry in this first class of Late Springs. Super attractive maid female, very strong top and long hip. Very extended up through her front end. She's still adequate in terms of her soundness. I'd like to give her a little more center rib and maybe a tick more bone, but an awful nice way to get us started here in our first class of Charlet Heifer calves.
Congratulations to our first class here in our spring calf, Lake Spring Heifer Calves. Just a single entry and class winner, 100, exhibited by the Roche Family Cattle in Excelsior Springs, Missouri, RFC Rihanna, 225. Now we'll have Class 2B making their way to the show ring in ring number 2, Charlet Spring Heifer Calves.
high quality class of heifer calves here, and really a nice one to land on to win. There's one that's super big rib, tremendous amount of center body in that female. You get behind her, she doesn't disappoint you. She's got a tremendous amount of shape. She's a very wide pin female that comes very square when you study her in terms of her hip design. She's one that goes with a nice long fluid stride. I love the way she's designed in terms of their angles. She's one that comes super soft at the ground. I think just an awful nice brood cow prospect there, and a show heifer as well. We want to get just a nickel critical of her. I might like to elevate her chest floor just a little bit in her, maybe give her a little bit more trimness to her neck. But man, there's an awful lot of good in that female that leads off this class. I think the one next most like her is the young man's heifer that's going to go second. She gives up some weight per day of age and some performance to the heifer that wins. But there's one that for me is just made awful nice. You study the set to her shoulder. You study the way she handles her hip and rear leg when we ask her to go. You sure have to appreciate that about her. I might like to give her just a nickel more shape right there when we get right in behind her blades. Maybe give her a little more in terms of just true base width when that one goes off both ends. But I read a lot of quality in that female. I think a nice heifer to go second. We find some added performance and some added durability in the heifer that's going to go third. She's got that muscle shape that we find in our class winner. I just need to free her up a bit. She wants to get a little more upright in terms of her hock shape. She doesn't go with quite the flex and freedom out of her front 1/3 as we find in the cattle that go in front of her. Then the little yellow tinge heifer that's next in line is real true in terms of her shape and kind. That one just gets a little round for me when you study her in terms of her hip shape. She doesn't handle her rear leg quite as well as the cattle do that go out in front of her. Next little heifer is one that's real green in terms of her type and kind. She's squishy at the ground and goes fairly well. We just have to put more center rib in that one to get her more competitive in this class. Then we round out the class with a heifer that's got some shape and got some durability to her. We've just got to change the way she handles those rear legs to move her up in this class. Super nice way to start this particular class.
Congratulations to exhibitor 110 in ring number 2 in class 2B as she wins with DSC Miss Octavia. That was Brayley Cowan from Dodge City, Texas. Second place, 104 SC Miss Encore, Sean LaFesti, Cameron, Texas. Third place, 107 AML Cigaro, Brittany Ann Hirsch, Thayer, Missouri. Fourth place, 106 Miss 4M Pronto New, Rayleigh Downing, Troy, Texas. Fifth place, 105 DSUL Christie, Christopher Hill, Midlothian, Texas. And sixth place, 111 Walmart Little Miss Penny, Kinsley Harris from Hepler, Kansas. If you're following along your program book, the following will be how it placed. Scratch 2, 5, 4, 3, 1, 6. We now welcome Class 3 here, 3A, Early Spring Heifers in Ring 2, Charlet.
Here back on our Hereford side, another really good class. Again, a little more challenge here, just some different things to consider. But for me, when this one hit the ring, for me, this was the one I was going with. Just does a good job of combining compositional correctness in terms of having something to go along with everything she's got. Her body shape's good. I like her design, her proportions, and the way she sets her head and neck up there. And then we get her on the go, and she still handles her structure quite well. We can nitpick on her lower shoulder and her chest just a touch more. But like I said, from there back, there's still a lot of cow there to go along and forgive that in my mind. But still a really good heifer. Does a good job of putting together enough femininity with the right kind of structure and build. I like this one. I do wish she was a little bigger in her kind, but you talk about one that can get and go and put their feet down the right way. She does it. Really neat there in terms of her head and neck set. I like the squareness out behind her. I'm just trying to figure out size-wise, where is she? Is she too small? Could be for some, but I just love the way she's built. I love the way she's put together. I like the things she represents out here as well. Wish these two, if we could combine these next two, we'd have a really good one, because this one is probably the class leader in terms of just feminine look, flatness, smoothness all the way through. Still uses her feet in the right manner. I think part of it's she's being a little tough to show, but then part of it too, she's just a little sharper there behind her shoulder and over her top. I like to open her up just a little more there. Opposite can be said for this one. This one's kind of beastly when it comes to just power and then still relative mobility. I think she handles that quite well. Just got to make that line. Is she just a little too coarse and stout up front? I like to refine her, make her just a touch more feminine as you study her, especially the way she sets in her shoulder. When he pulls this one together and gets her part, boy, you think, boy, this one's a neat one. And she starts to come together quite well. Monster hip, awesome belly, good up front. It just gets into pieces at times. She gets a little weaker in her there in her top. She gets a little pigeon-toed there up front. This one here, if she's stout enough for you, if she's just loose enough for you, you can move her up considerably because body shape, maternal look, smoothness-wise, she is there. For me, I want to stouten that one up, not only at the ground, but in terms of just her shape to go along with her composition. This one here, another one she's got here that's neat to look at. I think the future's good for this one. Just today, it's hard to compare with those because just not as much of her in terms of performance. But then also, I like to change her there in her full ribbon out of her hip just a shade more as well. Really feminine one here, long-sided, good structured for the most part here as well. Just needs a little more lower body. Want to soften her up, square her up front there, and then a pair of them that we close with here. Again, both these cattle have some good parts and pieces. This one's square up high. Just when they get into motion, they want to maybe get up on their pasture and then their feet just a little more, and I like them to. This one here gets just a little coarser all the way through, but a good set of cattle.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring for Class 16. First place will go to back number 462. Joel and Marilyn Chaka of Mano, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 463. Brody Rogers of Hamilton, Texas. Third place will go to back number 458. Ethan Hopkins of Winchester, Tennessee. Fourth place will go to back number 451, Piper Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Fifth place will go to back number 453, Colin Dietzman of Leesburg, Indiana. Sixth place went to back number 456, Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Seventh place, back number 455, Blakely Stelzer of Oologah, Oklahoma. Eighth place went to back number 452, Wheeler Farm of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Ninth place, back number 460, BRL Livestock, Moroville, Kansas. And in 10th place, back number 457, Wilcox and Family Cattle Company, Spangle, Washington. As it reads in your book for Class 16 here in your Hereford ring, 4, 8, 5, next page 7, 6, 10, 3, 9, 1, 2. Next class in the ring will be Class 17, Horn Junior Heifer Calves, born between January 3rd and January 31st.
an interesting class of heifers here. Just in my mind, we've got to ask ourselves how much is enough and how much isn't enough. And when I sit back and I start to study the cattle in terms of which one I like best, in terms of not only the style and balance, but the structural design and the correctness of their angles, I find it hard to not use this little heifer that I'm going to start off with. She's not the biggest thing out there. For some guys, she may be a nickel more moderate than what they like, but get past that and study that one in terms of her body shape, in terms of her joints, in terms of her foot and leg structure. There's one that I just think's awful hard to pick a hole in. She's elevated in terms of her chest floor. She's loose in her design. I still read that one as being the right kind in terms of where she lands, in terms of her growth curve. I just think an awful nice one to land on. And I'm not going to argue with you if you want to use the heifer in second, because there's a bigger frame, longer sided one that's more extended up front. To go with that added frame size, for me, I need a little more dimension right through the center of her body. She's got that added muscle shape behind, but to go with that added frame size, she wants to get a little flatter in terms of her rib shape. She wants to cave into her forerib there just a nickel more than what the heifer does that goes out in front of her. I really wanted to get this heifer in third into second, and that's why we walked them that last time, because she's so much like my class winner from a design and type standpoint. I get her on the move, and we've just got to set her shoulder back in her just a bit, free her up just a nickel in terms of how she comes from her hock to the ground behind. Next heifer's another very moderate made one that's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape to her, probably as muscular as any we have to work with. I need to change her hip shape just a bit. She wants to get a little more steep and a little more peaked right there at her pins than what the cattle are that go out in front of her. Next little heifer's got some added rib and some added dimension to her. We've got to elevate her front end and give her a little more extension. We find that added extension in the next one, just a bit round and a little more upright in terms of her hock shape. Then the big-bodied heifer is the young ladies that comes next in line. If I could change that one the way she comes from her hock to the ground behind, she could sure slide up a few places in this particular class. Yellow heifer needs more center body to get around her. Big frame, long-sided one, kind of one that on the standstill looks like the big heifer that runs second. I've got to change her shoulder and front end shape for me. She just wants to toe out a nickel more than what I think is acceptable. Then we round out the class with one that just needs to balance up a little more in order to run higher in this particular group. Nice lineup of cattle, nice heifer to start with.
Congratulations to Exhibitor 118, Weston Schrader from Wells, Kansas, being your class winner of Class 3A. Second place, 113, KB Outsider, Camden Filippo, Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Third place, Exhibitor 125, MJ Miss Brecken by Brecken Shrugs of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Fourth place, Exhibitor 112, LJR Miss Outer Image, Kira Stauffer from Trafalgar, Indiana. Fifth place, 122, Boy Montella, exhibited by Katie Utic, Hubbard, Nebraska. Sixth place, Exhibitor 123, SHF Miss Dynasty, Caitlin Schaefer, Cartridge, Missouri. Seventh place, Exhibitor 126, FFF Maggie, Braxton Filippo, Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Eighth place, Exhibitor 120, DSUL Bunny, Dylan Medina, Palmer, Texas. Ninth place, Exhibitor 114, Boy Sherry, Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana. And 10th place, 119, exhibited by Harris Livestock Farms, Hepler, Kansas, with Mr. Miss Venture Capital. That was Class 3A of early spring Charlet Heifer Calves. If you're following along your program book, here is the listing and the placing of that class. 4, 2, 9, 1, 10, 8, scratch, 5, 6, 3, 7. Now we have Class 3B, Early Spring Heifer Charlet Calves in ring number 2.
Another good class here, and this pair again gets a little more intriguing, and you like them right away as they walk in. Now, I like to just set this one back in her knee ever so slightly, a little differently. But boy, just her look, her presence, and still uses her structure, I think, in a comfortable enough way. She's got more depth of body. When you get behind these two, I'd expect the one from second to be dominant in power, but really when you get behind them, probably the wider pin one is the one we're leading off the class with. And so she takes that kind of power, adds the look and adds the femininity amongst this pair. Doesn't hurt that she's just a little softer bellied there as well. I like the boldness of the one here in second. I like her back feet and the way she sets those to the ground. And I think she is more appropriate in her knee possibly than what that one that leads ahead. It's just when she gets on the lead and on the go, she doesn't hold herself together in terms of the top of her shoulder and her neck. Wants to draw up in her body just a shade more when she gets that way. But boy, still one that does a good job of taking some power, giving some athleticism to it as well. I like this one parked pretty well in terms of just her symmetry, her boldness of body. She's pretty broody there as well. She's got some chest I'd like to take away from her. She's got a little extra set to her rear leg that maybe takes away from her look, but still a good kind of a female. Bold made one here that's got some width and softness to her. Just gets a little plainer up front for me. Wants to run up into her tailhead and weaken in her loin just a touch more as well. Soft centered one here that's pretty bold and it's got some hip in her. I like her forerib better than the one we set in behind her. I like to make her just a little better looking up front, and that's where I do prefer this one behind her. She's long neck. She has big back feet and sets down on her pasterns well. Just want to give her more substance, more stoutness there in between and open her up within this class. Another nice female here, just gets a little tighter in the way she moves, a little more tucked up in her lower body and belly. A really powerful one here that's got a lot of width, just gets awfully coarse for me up front. I like to just refine her, bring her into her shoulder and make her more feminine. Here's one here I love behind her shoulder. I love the shape of her forerib. Wants to twist out of her hip just a little more than I'd like her to. She too gets a little more chest down there than the one we end up closing with. Heavy bone, high performing, one that's got some width. Just to get off from the balance standpoint, maybe doesn't have the same kind of look underneath as what we find in those cattle ahead of it.
Well, over here on the Charlet side, as we work through the rest of these April heifer calves, I think awful nice one to lead off with. I think from the ground up, you study that one in terms of her foot shape, in terms of her structural design and her angles. I think that's the one that, at least in my mind, pretty easily needs to surface in this particular class. She puts her parts and pieces together in a super nicely balanced package, and she looks best when she's on the go. There's an awful nice way to lead off the class. We find a little more punch in the heifer that's going to go second. There's one that's got a tremendous amount of center body in her, really excels in terms of weight per day of age. And I'm not running her second because she's too big. I'm running her second because I just don't think she's as good in terms of the way she handles her hip and rear leg as that heifer that leads off with. That one wants to get a nickel more up in terms of the way that her hock is designed when we compare her to the heifer that leads off. Really an extended fronted, nice made, very moderate type of female is the one that's going to go next in line. I need to change that one structurally just a bit behind as well. She's a little more upright in her hock and a little more straight in terms of the way that her shoulders put together. But I think there's one that if you want to moderate them and give them the look, there's a tremendously nice female. I move the yellow heifer up one. I think that she's just that much sounder than the heifer that's right behind her. She's a long-sided, very long and extended made kind of one. You get right up on that one and she wants to get just a bit flatter in terms of her rib shape and muscle design. If I could just give that one a little more center body in her, I think as a bred female, she goes ahead and moves up a couple of notches in this particular class. Next little heifer gives us some added shape in terms of muscle and dimension. We've got to change her a bit in terms of the way she's built off her rear leg. Find another big rib, super solid made one that's there next in line. A little too round hip and steep in the way she's designed behind. Heifer that's next is one that just needs more center body. She goes well enough, just not quite enough power in that one. Then we come to the yellow heifer that's next, is one that's got a tremendous amount of rib shape and muscle to her. She's just too straight in her shoulder for me to move her up in this class. And then the little heifer that rounds out goes with some flex and freedom. We just need a little more muscle shape in that one in this particular group. So an awful nice group, a really nice heifer calf to win.
Over here in ring 2, your results in Class 3B, early spring, Charlet heifer calves. Congratulations to class winner, 129, CAG TR Paris, JC Joe Schrader, Continental, Ohio. Second place, 135, BRCHE Spy Girl Shade M. Bunker from Sparta, Wisconsin. Third place, Exhibitor 177, J&J ECP Angelina Sydney P. Johnson from Orlando, Oklahoma. Fourth place, 132, Walmart MS Amiclade Ism Marston from Canton, Kansas. Fifth place, Exhibitor 130, Taylor Inheim with HF TikTok. Sixth place, Exhibitor 143, Jillian Stone, GHC Lily. Seventh place, Exhibitor 134, WC Candace, exhibited by Twisted V Ranch Troop, Texas. Wright Charlais, Richmond, Missouri. Eighth place, Exhibitor 140, BRCHE Charlemagne, Rockin' K Cattle, Lexington, Virginia. And ninth place, Exhibitor 141, BHSC Mammy Outsider, Emily Hullowan, Damon, Texas. Now we have Class 3C Early Spring Heifer calves making their way to Ring 2 on the Charlais side.
Here in this division of Herefords here, three very, very different ones out here. One out of our first class is probably the best ribbed and middle of them and has the stoutness advantage. The one out of the second class is the comfortable one that really gets out and goes well. And the one out of the third class is probably the neatest looking one in terms of just how heads up and in front it is. But you can go and pick on them as well. That one out of the first class has a little more front and chest. This one out of this third class maybe isn't as swoopy bellied, for lack of a better phrase, as what maybe the one out of the third class is. The one out of third class, though, you like to open up her forerib and replace her, reposition her knee a little bit. So you can have a lot of different conversations, just depending on what you like. I've always tried to bring power and still keep it comfortable. So the one here out of our second class is going to represent this division, be the champ. We replaced that one in line. Again, a neat one, really, really good structured, really good build. Just probably a little small here within this setting amongst these three. When we get them back out here, probably the other one that just hit me a little better in terms of just her freshness or body shape is the one out of Class 1 here in this division. She's going to be reserved.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring. Your Horn Champion Junior Heifer Calf will be exhibited by back number 462, CMCC Head Over Heels 067HET, exhibited by Joel Pecha of Mano, Oklahoma, bred by Moore Cattle Company, Medill, Oklahoma. Reserve champion in that division is exhibited by back number 443, Hannah Pembroke and Riley Husky of Beggs, Oklahoma, bred by Perry Show Cattle, Stillwater, Oklahoma. PSC KGB Frosted Rose 0201ET. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors in your Horn Junior Heifer Calf division. Next class in the ring will be Class 18 Polled Junior Heifer Calves, born between February 18th and February 26th. Once again, that's here in Ring 1, your Hereford ring.
Got me some cold pizza. It's good. Feel like I'm back in college. I'm just not recovering from a hangover, so that's good. Thankfully.
Well, it's a really nice way to go in this class. A nice pair of females to go 1 and 2. Some subtle differences in them. I think there's just so much more stoutness in terms of bone work, in terms of forearm shape, in terms of just sheer dimension through the center of their rib in this heifer that leads off with. I like the way she balances up. She's super strong top. I like the levelness and squareness that she's got in her hip. You know, the difference there is she's not quite as extended from the point of her shoulder forward, but I'm going to still say that one's plenty feminine enough fronted. I just read so much cow power in that one. I think she's a little bigger in terms of her bone work than the heifer is. That's going to go second. A lot of things about the heifer in second that I really like. She's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape. She's got an arch, very sweeping rib design there behind. She wants to get a little tighter right in her forerib, and I read that one being a little frailer in terms of her bone work than our heifer is that leads off the class. But there's one that's still got an awful lot of quality in her. I think those are the two sounder moving heifers that we have to work with in this particular lineup. A little yellow heifer that's going to go thirds, another very sound made kind of one. I just don't think there's quite enough cow power in her right now. She's just a little frailer in terms of the way that she's designed, not quite that arch of rib, not quite that dimension of muscle behind. But in terms of just the parts and pieces, that one still balances up quite nicely for me. I like her when we ask her to go, when we compare her to the cattle that are going to come behind her. Young lady in the blue right here has got a very feminine made kind of a female. She needs to have a little more dimension to her forerib, maybe give her just a bit more depth from end to end when we compare her to the cattle that go out in front of her. Next heifer that's going to come in line gives us that added center body. She gives us that added muscle shape and dimension. I've just got to change her structurally. She's a bit more upright in her shoulder than what I like. When we ask her to go, she doesn't flex her hock quite as well as the cattle do that go in front of her. Next little heifer is another one that at the standstill is very attractive. She's strong top, she's long-sighted. I've got to set her shoulder back in her and give her just a bit more flex when we ask her to move. Next little heifer in class is one that gets a little flatter in terms of her muscle shape, a little more peaked right there behind her blades. I think if we could change her in those two aspects, we might could move her up a bit in class. The little heifer that rounds out the class probably as high of a quality heifer that we've had all day at the bottom of the class. That one's just got to have a little more power and a little more production in her to get her up any higher in this class. Awful nice group of cattle.
Congratulations to Class 3C Early Spring Heifer. Your class winner, 147, BRCHE Deja, Brixton Steve, Birches, Anita, South Dakota. Second place, Exhibitor 144, LJR, Miss Hope, Coy, Moonin, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third place, Exhibitor 145, MCF Miss Firewater, exhibited by Emily Hullowan, Damon, Texas. Fourth place, Exhibitor 149, DR Alexis 520, exhibited by Carly Dismukes, Shakota, Oklahoma. Fifth place, 153, Jacob Martin Medina, Palmer, Texas. Sixth place, 152, Boy Montella, 049H, exhibited by Jackson Krebs of Lake Park, Indiana. Seventh place, Exhibitor 151, Jet Statler, Hoskins, Nebraska, with Jets Holly. And eighth place, Exhibitor 156, So Miss Judy, McKenna E. Mitchell, Justin, Texas. In your program book, it'll go as following: 2, 3, 1, 4, 7, 6, 5, scratch 8. We now have Class 3D Early Spring Heifers in Ring 2, Charlet.
Got a pair of them here in this class. Like quite a bit. Just simple fact, there's just more cow in the one we're going to use. A little bigger footed, a little bigger bone, a little more hip, and just a little more length all together in general. She's not as fresh haired, probably as that one there in second, and just fresh in that look. But you just study the pieces, study the build. To me, there's just more there. And I like the way she gets out and goes and plants and lands to the surface in terms of her feet. Hard not to like this one here in second. She stops and gets this one planted and just so fresh in terms of her look and presentation. I love her rib cage and the way it fits onto her body. Smooth muscle, but yet still stout when you get in behind her there as well. I just wish she was a little bigger at the ground, maybe just a little longer up front relative to the one we're going to lead ahead of her, but that's a nice pair to lead off this class. Heifer we bring here next, just to me fit right in there. I love her levelness. I love her correctness. I like her look up front. She could use just a little more from behind. I probably like, though, the way she uses her hind leg a little better in her look than the one we leave here in fourth. 1 and 4th, love her length. Her power is good, especially up high in terms of her boldness. I even like the way she lays into her shoulder. Just want to see her move just a little better off of her rear skeleton. Gets that hind leg underneath her and a little curl there as well. Probably the neatest looking, most attractive one by some margin is the one we'll lead out here next. She's also a little shorter, more restricted in her movement, a little tighter in the way she goes. I like this one here pretty well in terms of, again, presented nicely. Boldness of body is good. Just wants to get a little much up front. Maybe wants to paddle just a little bit and get up in her spine. Same thing can be said for this one that comes next. Soft made. Just want to give her a little different hind leg and different front end to go off of. Big scale one here that's got some length to her. Just want to open her up, change her there in her knee and shoulder. Young lady does a nice job and brings one here that's stout skulled, big hipped, one that's got some bone and's got some foot. Just a little more behind in terms of maturity and growth than those cattle we have ahead of them. But really a nice class of heifers.
Well, over here on the Charlet side, as we get into these March heifer calves, I think we've got a awful nice pair of cattle at the top of the class, and they're on opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of how they're designed and put together. And if you want to swap them, I'm not going to argue with you. I like the moderate frame, the big body, and the tremendous amount of bone work that we find in the young lady's heifer to win. That one's just got a tremendous rib shape in her. Yet she looks like a female. She's very athletic when you ask her to move. She's still super feminine up through her head, neck, and shoulder. You know, she's got a little more shoulder in her than what the heifer does that comes in second. She's not near as pencil thin necked as her, but I sure think that one there is plenty feminine enough. There's just too much cow power there for me not to use her to win the class. Heifer in second, super long fronted. She's very elegant in terms of the way that her shoulder is built. You ask that one to get out and move. She's as athletic as any of them we have out here. For me today, we've just got to put more center body in that one. She wants to get a little flatter and shallower in her rib shape. Not quite the dimension when we study her from behind is what we find in that heifer that leads off with. Heifer in thirds, much like our class winner from the standpoint of having a super big rib in her, a tremendous amount of depth and width in that female center body. I've just got to change her structurally just a bit off her rear legs and the way that her shoulder is designed to get her up any higher in this particular class. Young lady's got a really nice heifer that's going to go fourth there. There's one that's got some length of body and some durability to her. I've got to change her hock structure in this particular group in order to get her any higher. Heifer that's next in line's got some added shape and some added dimension. She's got to go better behind to move up. The big yellow heifer's got plenty of muscle and plenty of rib shape in her. Structure is what gets her in trouble in this particular group. We come on down the line, the heifer that's next there's one that has got some shape to her. We've got to change her right behind her blades. The heifer that's next in line has got some femininity and some length to her. That one just gets a little more upright and a little more restricted in her movement up front. And the heifer that's super feminine that rounds out the class, that one's just got to have more durability to her when we compare her to the cattle in front of her. Good group of cattle, awful good one to win.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring, Class 18, pulled junior heifer calves. First place went to back number 483, Ben Kyra and Thaddeus Burgraff of Manford, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 488, Juliana Miller of Woodson, Texas. Third place went to back number 495, Claiborne Perry of Madison, Mississippi. Fourth place went to back number 490, Dalton Davis, Thorntown, Indiana. Fifth place went to back number 496, Wesley Kiley and Carson Ware of Searcy, Arkansas. Sixth place went to back number 494, Hannah Neal of Northfield, Minnesota, and Delaney Hereford's Incorporated, Lake Benton, Minnesota. 7th place in that class went to back number 482, exhibited by Caden Wilson of Creston, Iowa. 8th place went to back number 484, Will Frecking of Alpha, Minnesota. And 9th place in that class went to back number 481, Jaden Thompson. Now currently in your Hereford ring is Class 19 Polled Junior Heifer calves born between February 11th and February 17th.
Over in ring 2 to catch you up on the early spring Charlet Heifer calves Class 3D results. Congratulations to class winner 159 R&K RCC Hot Abbey, Johnny Ann McDonald of Union City, Indiana. 2nd place 165 WC Gabby, JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana. Wright Charlet, Richmond, Missouri. 3rd place 166 SHF Miss Dynasty, Schaefer Cattle Company, Carthage, Missouri. 4th, Exhibitor 157 TR Miss Helen, Cashland Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. 5th place is D&D Miss Bella Kennedy, Exhibitor 167 Grace Fry, Rochdale, Indiana. 6th place, Exhibitor 163, F5 Miss Fancy, Audrey Field, Telephone, Texas. 7th place, 161, BRCHE Caprock Dot, Autumn Dietrich, Muleshoe, Texas. And 8th place, Exhibitor 162, Bar S Bombshell, Cole Harris, Hepler, Kansas. And 9th place, Exhibitor 158, TC Whiskey Kisses, Ty and Tellefson, Warden, Washington. We welcome Class 3E Early Spring Heifer Charlet calves to the show ring.
Well, another very high quality class, the Charolais Spring Heifer calves over here on the Charolais side, and I think just a really nice pair of cattle that come to the top of this class, and neither one of them just overwhelm you from any one standpoint, but I think when you step back and you study the basics of structure and design and basic build, I think these, at least in my mind, are the two that surface for me. Then when we get them out here on the standstill, I just like the shoulder design, I like the extension, I like the tidiness in terms of the way her neck is built and the way she ties into the top of her blades better in the heifer that I lead off with. I just see a lot of quality in that female. I read a tremendous future in her as well. Heifer that's second, much like her. She's super laid back in her shoulders. She's very agile on the move behind. Maybe not quite as thin-necked, maybe not quite as extended from end to end. But when you ask that one to get out and move, she levels her top and levels her hip. I think that's an awful nice pair of females at the top of this class. Heifer that's going to go third is the next one that's most like them from a structure standpoint. She's very strong top. She's very long and level in terms of her hip shape. That one gets a little more upright in her shoulder, a little straighter in her hock when we compare her to the two cattle that go out in front of them. At first, the heifer that's next is the one that I thought was going to be the one that we could turn to in here because I just love her moderate package. I love the big sweeping rib shape that she's got. I like the fact that she's strong top and very level in terms of her hip design. That one just gets a little heavy condition for me when we compare to the other cattle out here. It's making her want to waddle just a bit behind and not handle her rear leg with the integrity that I think she needs to in order to move her up in class. Next heifer is one that has some added frame and extension. We've got to give her a little more flank and forerib to move her up in this particular group. The next heifer is a big frame kind of one that's just real raw boned in her type and design. We need to give a little more balance to that one in terms of making her just a bit better right behind her blades and a leveler in her hip. Little yellow heifer that's next in line's got some muscle to her. We've just got to make her a little more attractive up front. The next one's got that added length. She just wants to get up under herself a bit too much behind. The two heifers that round out the class just fall short from a weight per day of age and quality standpoint when we compare them to the cattle in front. Nice group of cattle, nice pair of females at the top.
Over here in ring 2 in the Charolais Early Spring Heifer Show, Class 3E. Results, congratulations to Exhibitor 170, NG Fire Stealth, Next in Cattle Company, and Parker Reed Schwartz in Paxico, Kansas, and Lansing, Kansas. Second place, Exhibitor 169, Schrader's Miss Fergie, Josie M. Schrader, Wells, Kansas. Third place, 178, Boy HL Smoking Monty, Justin Teets, Lost River, West Virginia. Fourth place, Exhibitor 173, B3, CJB, TS Dot, Bowman Cattle, Show Cattle, Aurora, Missouri. Fifth place, 171, BK Boy Honeycomb, exhibited by Grace Harton, Medill, Oklahoma. Sixth place, Exhibitor 180, WDZ Caitlin, Isom Marston, Canton, Kansas. Seventh place, Exhibitor 168, TVCC Miss Trinity, Trinity Valley Community College, Athens, Texas. Eighth place, Exhibitor 176, OCR Miss Ashley, Grace Harton, Medill, Oklahoma. Ninth place, Exhibitor 172, W.C. Brianna, Madison Smith, Troop, Texas. And your 10th place, Exhibitor 179, CCC, Little Whisper, Tana Grigg, Webb City, Missouri. Now we have all of our class winners for the early spring heifer champions show right here in ring number 2. We'll have the champion female and the reserve spring champion female.
Back here on the Hereford side of things, a neat class, and be the first to admit I'm not just absolutely comfortable with in terms of just movement, structural freedom of the whole set in general. And I think after you really put that aside, still foot shape, design, hind leg usage, and then just the wow factor of the look. This one hits you pretty hard. This one at the standstill can really give you the right kind of look. She's still very, very stout and opened up when you get in behind her. Extremely bold in her body and heavy bone. And again, the difference between these two, I think both of them can stand and move just a nickel looser. She does it with her head and neck in the right posture. She does it with just a little more comfort there as we get to study. And big barrel, big rib one that we have here next. Still one that's very smooth. Again, highly presented and has some real stoutness to her. Just one for me. I want to change her right there in her front skeleton and the way she handles it. When she gets out on the go, she wants to be just a little tighter in the way she addresses the surface and just not as comfortable. Female here gets close to it. I like her foot shape better probably than the one we set ahead of her. But for me, right behind her shoulder, her full rib and spine and top line, I want to make that one stronger and more correct there. She's big hip. She's nice middled. Just want to make it all go together there. One that's you love to look at on the standstill is the one that comes next. Nicely presented and put together well. She too, though, I like to open up in her rear base and free her up as she goes. Female that comes here next, pretty good out through her hip. Just wants to splay them out up front and kick them on you just a little bit. Want to set her and be more correct there. Same thing can be said here. A lot of power, a lot of performance to this one. Just gets upright enough where it causes her problems as she gets and goes. Probably one of the sounder cattle is the one that comes here next. Just not sure there's enough of her in this class. Want to see her a little stouter and a little bolder. She gets just a smidge plainer there as we study her up front. Here's one that grows on you more and more. You study her because she's so good at the ground and so comfortable when she goes, but she gets outpowered in this class by some margin. She too, I like to make a little neater up front. And as we come around, a trio of them is a little different. A neater looking one here that maybe love her standing, but when she walks, she doesn't assemble herself as correctly. A nice bodied one here that just gets a little plainer, a little more up front. And then we close with one that's pretty big hipped and it's got some muscle, just needs to be a little bigger in her kind. But really a nice class of heifers.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring, Class 19. First place will go to back number 501, Boann Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri. Second place will go to back number 497, exhibited by Melinda Braun of Columbia, Illinois. Third place went to back number 499, Julia Jacqueline, Joanna, and Caroline Studer of Frankfort, Kansas. Fourth place went to back number 507, exhibited by Claiborne Perry of Madison, Mississippi. Fifth place goes to back number 498, Krista and Cassie Alsheed of Waterloo, Illinois. Sixth place went to back number 503, Kenley Carr of Alba, Texas. Seventh place will go to back number 500, exhibited by Kayanne Eck of Putnam, Oklahoma. Eighth place went to back number 505, Sage Cashlin and Kinsley Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. Ninth place go to back number 502, Lauren McMillan of Urbana, Illinois. 10th place went to back number 504, Miranda Hansen of Chakota, Oklahoma. And 11th place in that class will go to back number 508, exhibited by Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. Now here in ring 1, your Hereford ring will be Class 20 pulled junior heifer calves born between February 2nd and February 7th.
Well, a tremendous lineup over here in our spring calf division on the Charlet side. I don't ask for you to agree with me in the way I sort through them. I just ask for you to kind of see the differences that I see in them. And at the end of the day, when we sort through the cattle, all I try to do is to kind of hold a pattern and set that pattern early on and try to stick with it throughout the day. And, there's been some awful good cattle that under some guys would have won that went back to the barn standing second and third in some of these classes. But man, I'm real satisfied with the ones I have back out here as our class winners. I think they're cattle that put a lot of the basics in terms of marking the boxes that I think are awful important, especially in these heifer calves. And not only are they good cattle out here in the show ring, but I get so tired of hearing that thing that the cattle that are the ones winning in the show ring aren't the ones that work at home. Well, more and more of us that get the opportunity to sort them need to start using the ones that'll work at home, because those are the ones that are going to keep us in business. So with that said, I'm not going to bore you a lot with my rhetoric. You can see the kind of cattle that I like that are standing out here, the cattle that put some grow and put some durability into good looking packages. So the one that wins this division, I think, at least in my mind, does so with I'm not going to say with ease, but I think she surfaces quite handily, at least for me. And then I think it gets kind of close between the heifer that stands second to her in class and a couple of the other ones that are standing back out here. So let's show our appreciation to these breeders and exhibitors on an awesome set of spring heifer calves. I'm going to go out here and grab you 2 champions. Congratulations.
Your spring calf Charlet heifer champion. Congratulations to exhibitor 147, Brixton Steve Birch of Oneida, South Dakota, with BRCHE Deja. Now we'll show for your reserve spring calf champion female. Okay, who was that? What was her? 144? Well, I can't tell her. And your reserve spring calf female Charlet champion. Congratulations, exhibitor 144, LJR Miss Hope, exhibited by Coy P. Moonen of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Once again, appreciate all of our spring heifer champion exhibitors. And now we move right to division of junior calf in the Charlet as they make their way into arena number 2, class 4A on its way.
Another quality class, and again, really all the way through a good class of cattle. This one here, just wins for her comfort. I think she gets out here and goes, and it's easy for her to go. But with that, she doesn't really sacrifice a whole lot when you get in behind her. There's still some stoutness. I like her body shape. I like where her shoulder lays into her. And, a front three-quarter view of that one's very impressive in terms of some actual chest width, but yet still coming into some things like you like them. There'll be some that are maybe tidier up front and cleaner there, but she throws her ears and gets alert and pulls some things together quite well. I like the way she moves. These next two go back and forth on because both of them I like to redesign up front just a shade. This one probably comes to us with just a shade more dimension in the middle part of her body. I love her extra hip dimension. She is monster hip, heavy bone, and good in the way her back leg sets. She just wants to push out up front a little more, and I like her too when we get her on the go. Same thing can be said about the one here in third. Really, really fresh bodied, really stout hipped. Still one again there. The way she plants her hind leg is very attractive. Just when she gets up front, she's just a touch base wide up there, starting to push just a little more condition to where she doesn't want to set them together and set them like she needs to and be comfortable there in the way she reaches out up front. Big hip one here, starting to put a little more on in terms of condition. She too wants to fight it up front quite a bit in terms of the angulation of her shoulder. Heifer here, really nicely presented, do a nice job with her. I like the body cavity of this heifer. She's just one for me to get a little shorter, more coordinated and tighter in the way she runs and goes as well. Nice pattern one here, just doesn't have the same kind of body shape and depth as what we find in her classmates ahead of her. I like the quality of her though. I like the usage of her feet and legs, just not quite enough of her.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring, Class 20. First place is going to go to back number 518, exhibited by Veda and Hans Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Second place went to back number 522, exhibited by Jason Moss of Rocky Ridge, Maryland. Third place in that class goes to back number 519, exhibited by Jason Josie Belts of Canton, Kansas. Fourth place went to back number 521, exhibited by Elena Walsh of Godfrey, Illinois. Fifth place goes to back number 513, Kenley Carr, Alba, Texas. In sixth place in that class will go to back number 525, Addison and Jalen Kuntz of Thomas, Oklahoma. For those of you following along ringside, placings are as follows in your book for Class 20. Fifth, scratch, first, third, fourth, second, scratch, six. Now currently over here in your Hereford ring is Class 21, pulled junior heifer calves, born between January 16th and January 29th.
Well, as we move into this next division, an interesting class because we have a tremendous amount of variation in type and kind on them and in them. And, you've got to sit back and ask yourself which one has the most good in her. And I think the heifer that I land on to win is the one that does that, at least for me. She's so strong top and long and level hip and so extended up front. I'd like to change her in her forerib right there. She wants to taper just a bit, and it causes her to look like she's a little more upright in her shoulder than what she really is. And then you ask her to move. She's as long as striding one as we have to work with out here, and she's just so long-bodied and so extended in the way that she's designed. I think she's the one you need to tie to. More rib and more center body comes in the heifer that's second. She's a little more moderate in terms of her type and kind. She's wanting to drop that chest in her just a bit already. She gets a little deeper through the center of that neck than what the heifer does that goes out in front. I'm going to call her adequate in terms of her soundness. She doesn't quite handle her rear leg quite as well, but she's still stretching and striding pretty good behind. I think there's one that if we could just elevate her chest plate in her just a bit, lengthen her neck, I think I could swap that top pair of cattle. Heifer that's next is one that's moderate in her type and kind as well. She's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape to her. I asked that one to go. She just gets a little too round for me. She's a little rounder up in her shoulder, and she drops her pins there a bit, causes her to kind of come up under herself just a bit behind. And the heifer that's next is another one kind of like our class winner in terms of frame size and length of body. But to go with that added frame size, that one gets a nickel flatter behind, doesn't handle her rear leg quite as well as she should. And the one that looks a lot like our class winner is the one that's next in line as well. There's one that's super extended up front. My problem with that was when I asked her to go. She just doesn't want to handle her rear leg quite as well. She's too upright in terms of her scapula when we compare her to the cattle that win the class. Heifer that rounds out the group is another one that you appreciate for her capacity and her durability. That one's just got to move a little bit better in terms of her structure off both ends to get up in class. Nice lineup of heifers.
Congratulations. In ring number 2 in the Junior Charlet Heifers, Class 4A. First place, Exhibitor 182, W.C. Camilla, Lissy Livestock, Stockdale, Texas, and Wright Charlet in Richmond, Missouri. Second place, 181, BRCHE, Miss Lissady, Roy McClellan, Armstrong, Indiana. Third place, Exhibitor 189, Roop Miss Legacy, Roop Ranch, Perry, Oklahoma. Fourth place, 191, TSD&D Sasha 2HET, Peyton Daub of Danville, Indiana. Fifth place, Exhibitor 192, PGC Miss Harmony, Cash Pratt, Pueblo, Colorado. And sixth place, Exhibitor 187, CC Boy, Havana, Annie Stewart, St. Thomas, Missouri. For those who are following along in the catalog, here's the final listing in Class 4A. 2, 1, scratch, 6, 3, 4, 5. We now have Class 4B Junior Charlet Heifer calves in the show ring 2.
Another one of those classes you wish you could trade some parts and pieces and get real comfortable with them. These two that are going to lead off, just volume wise and body wise from the get go, they're where I wanted to land. And then you start to study them structurally. I'll give this one the advantage as far as length to stride and at the ground. She's very, very good. Stop, pose, pull together. She's very, very good. But when we get her on the go, to me, she doesn't maybe hold herself together as well in terms of her front end, the look of it, as what she does standing there. But she has that advantage, length and looseness of stride and usage of her feet over this one here in second. One here in second standing there, I'm absolutely a fan of her rib cage, her natural power, her natural width and stoutness, and we could call her sound enough. For me, she's a little frailer footed, a little tighter in the way she sets to the surface. Just need to loosen her up quite a bit more. But again, hit me just a little harder. I do like the way she blends from her neck to the top of her shoulder, a little better than the heifer here in third. Heifer here in third, the longer we walk them, the closer she makes it, because I do prefer her back foot and the way she handles it. For me, it's just right up front, a little coarser and rounder up there. Maybe doesn't tie in from her neck into the top of her shoulder or set it at the top of her shoulder as neatly as I'd like her to. But that's still a good heifer. Here's another one. Again, the longer you're out here, the longer she grows on you, and you talk yourself into things. She's probably not deep enough, but boy, you talk about a good skeleton one that's long-sided, neat to look at, and handles her feet and legs and has some hip. Just find this out is not quite enough depth of body there. Wish we could power this one up from behind. Smooth made, good looking there on the side. Just needs more width and more substance. This one I wish we could free her up just a little more, maybe soften her as well. She's bold up high. She stops that one and gives you a really, really neat look, an attractive look up front. Feet shape is good, just one that gets a little tighter in the way she goes. Another one here that can get and go and move with enough flexibility and ease, just gets a little chubbier looking maybe. Want to clean her up there up front, make her a little bigger in her kind. Got a pair of them here that come out here next. That both of them I think have some quality about them in terms of presentation and look. Just get a little steep off either end of their skeleton on both of those. His is just a little stouter than hers. And then the one we close with, again, big-footed, heavy bone one, just maybe doesn't match in terms of her look from the side. I like to make that one a little more feminine, a little cleaner there up front.
Well, as we work into these junior heifer calves over here on the Charlet side, I think we've got a pair of females that are really moderate in terms of their kind and type up here to land on at the top of this particular class. I think heifer that leads off with, there's just so much cow power in that one. She's so fluid in terms of the way she gets around the ring. You know, she's not as elevated in her front end nor as extended as some of the others we've seen out here today, but still I think I'm going to say that one's plenty feminine enough. You ask her to go and you appreciate her that much more. A little more moderate probably than my liking is the heifer in second. There's one that balances up still quite nicely. She's deep bodied. She's one that moves with a tremendous amount of base width off both ends. She needs to be elevated a bit up through that front end and maybe lengthened up just a bit up there through her head and neck, but still one that I think puts an awful lot of good in terms of structural design and structural soundness, and still a good enough looking package I think she needs to run too. Heifer in third is much more elongated up through her front 1/3. She's longer when you study her from a profile as well. That one needs more center body in her and has to be a little bit better in terms of her hock design when we compare her to the ones in front. Probably a little more rib comes in the young lady's heifer that's next, one that's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape to her. That one's just too round hip for me. She wants to duck her pins and pull up underneath herself behind when we ask her to go. Then the big frame long-sided one, if that's the type that you want to tie to, you're going to like that one quite well because she's just so elegant up through that front 1/3 and so long in terms of when you study her from the profile. For me, that one's to go with that added frame size has got to have more center body and go a little better off her rear legs. Next little heifer is one that I appreciate for her moderation. That one just gets awful flat in her muscle shape for me when I get up on her and compared to the cattle that go out in front of her. Heifer that rounds out the class, gives us some more muscle, gives us some more center body and rib. That one's just not near feminine enough to get around the cattle that go out in front of her in this particular lineup.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring, Class 21. First place will go to back number 537, exhibited by Hans and Jens Lind of Rushford, Minnesota. Second place will go to back number 530, Tyler and Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Third place will go to back number 533, Chase and Weston Maddox of Brookston, Indiana. Fourth place will go to back number 534, Prairie Rose Cattle Company, Sherman, Illinois. Fifth place went to back number 535, Delaney Herefords Incorporated, Lake Benton, Minnesota, and Logan Bryant Rhodes of Paris, Illinois. Sixth place goes to back number 536, Keely Lynn Dickerson and Kennesillis of Leedy, Oklahoma. Seventh place in that class will go to back number 529, Kyle Bells of Spangle, Washington. Eighth place in that class will go to back number 740, Nelson Hershaw of Del Bonita, Alberta, Canada. Ninth place in that class goes to back number 736, Chesney Robb of Kimundi, Illinois. And 10th place will go to back number 531, Wilcox and Family Cattle Company, Spangle, Washington. Now in your Hereford ring will be Class 22 pulled junior heifer calves born between January 2nd and January 15th. This will be your final class before we select our champion and reserve champion in your junior heifer calf division.
Over here in ring number 2 to catch you up to speed on Class 4B, Junior Charlet Heifer Calves. Congratulations to class winner 199, DCC Miss Catch Me, Mackenzie Schneider, McAid, Texas. Second place, exhibitor number 202, RF Miss Duchess, Lindsay Lee, Franklin, Ladonia, Texas. Third place, exhibitor 194, TTG Miss Harlow, Isom Marston, Canton, Kansas. Fourth place, exhibitor 197, Miss 4M Saint Fantasy, McKenna Mitchell, Justin, Texas. Fifth place, exhibitor 201, GS Miss Legacy, Glenn Selhorse, Fremont, Nebraska. Sixth place, exhibitor 198, Boy Bree, Weston Waldrop, Canton, Oklahoma. And the seventh place, exhibitor 193, TVCC, Miss Athens, Trinity Valley Community College, Athens, Texas. Now we have Class 4C, Junior Charlet Heifer Calves in ring number 2.
Just a reminder to all of our exhibitors and spectators that we do require you to wear masks while here in the show arena as well as back in the barns. We appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, a really nice class of heifers here, and my decision is in 2 and 3 because I think the one that wins, though, does for fun for me. There's one that's super strong top, great hip, big arching rib cage in that one, and yet she just looks like a heifer calf needs to look. She's so elevated in her chest plate. She's so long and elongated up through that front 1/3. And more importantly than that, when you ask that one to move, she just does so with so much flex and freedom off both ends of her skeleton. I like that one pretty well that wins this particular class. Little heifer in second, if I could change her outside hoof. I'm talking about how competitive a pair of females that is. She's putting too much pressure on that outside hoof wall for me when we ask her to go. But above that, there's one that balances up really nicely. She's super strong top. She's very long and extended, and she still takes a really long stride off both ends of her skeleton. A lot of things I like about the young lady's little yellow heifer. There's one that's super big centered. She's got a tremendous amount of base width when you ask that one to get out and move. She needs to be a little cleaner there in her brisket for this stage in her maturity. She needs to be a little trimmer necked. I think if I could see her hit the ground with just a little more softness in terms of the cushion that she has to her rear pasterns, I could swap that pair of cattle because I think she comes to the ground with a little more integrity in terms of her hoof shape. Heifer that's next in line's another one that's got some length and some extension to her. She's one that when we ask her to go, she wants to come up under herself just a bit behind. I don't see her moving with the flex out of her shoulder. That's what I find in the cattle that go out in front of them. Big framed yellow heifer is the next one that's there for you. There's a long bodied one that's got some arch and spring to her rib. I've just got to lay her shoulder back into her a bit and give her a bit more comfort in terms of the way she comes to the ground from her knee down up front in comparison to the ones that go out in front of her. Green tagged heifer that's next in line is very feminine, very extended. That one's just got to have more center in her, more total rib shape and mass to get more competitive in here. We find a little more dimension in the next one. That one's just got to balance up and be a little more extended up through her front end. Then a big framed, high growing female is the one that's next in line there. That one's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape to her, just doesn't balance up quite as well, nor is she as sound off either end. And the little heifer that we round out with is a big centered one as well. It's got plenty of doability to her. That one just gets too weak right behind her blades and comes up under so too much behind. Good class of cattle, super nice one that wins this particular group.
Congratulations to Class 4C Junior Charolais Heifer Calf winner, Exhibitor 204, Boy Montella, exhibited by Maddie Harward of Richfield, North Carolina. Second place, 206, Boy Bree, Haley Shawinky, Gibbon, Minnesota. Third place, 207, MSL Miss Georgina, Mason LaFesti, Cameron, Texas. Fourth place, Exhibitor 211, Boy Hard to Miss, Brett Benefel, Webb City, Missouri. Fifth place, Exhibitor 217, SHF Miss Voodoo, Schaefer Cattle Company, Carthage, Missouri. Sixth place, Exhibitor 208, KR Miss Sideline, Abby Spindle, Morality, New Mexico. Seventh place, Exhibitor 212, DC Brianna, Kaylee Shine, Watonga, Oklahoma. And ninth place, Lane Ella, Exhibitor 215, Kinsley L. Harris. In your placing on your program, if you're following along, I go 1, 2, 3, 6, 4, 7, 9, 8, 5.
Here on the Hereford side, again, a really good class here and a nice pair of them. And if I'm being honest, I like to show these things too, and we like to study the surface. And I'm not going to say on a more forgiving surface, maybe you study them a little differently and maybe even swap, we'll see. But I don't think we can make that excuse because, man, this one does dominate at the ground. She's bigger footed, better footed, sets them down more comfortably. You go up from there, the heavier bone one, still fresher body. You get her front 3/4 of these two heifers here, she opens up so much better on the back side of her shoulder and sends that all the way into her hip in just a little stronger fashion there as well. I like her front end. She's not as long and clean as what the one is in second, but I still think it fits her mold, it fits her presence. My question on her, I'd still like to just make her more genuine out of her hip. Man, I love that about the one in second. The one here in first, I just open her up that much more. I'm going to call her enough, though, because, boy, she does set them down and get around here comfortable, has a fresh look about her. I liked a lot of pieces about this one in second. She's so neat and attractive up front, the way she sets her head and neck. The center part of her body, in terms of her lower body shape, is very, very good. And I like her composition. I love her hip dimension, her real shape that she has. I'm a foot person, though, and she gets up on those back feet. I want to see just more circumference, more give and go as she gets there. And then at times, you can get her front 3/4 of her. She wants to dish out there, not be as opened up as you'd like her. So, man, that one gets along and gets down there and manages different, keeps getting there. That could be a really, really neat pair and probably switch somewhere down the road. Female here we have next in third. I love just the length and softness of this one. And this one still, even though she's not wanting to, she still goes well. I think her angles read the correct way. I don't think she hit me as fresh as what those two did in terms of just her look in general. She's got just a little more neck and crest to her there as well. It takes away from her a little. I like the heifer we run here next. Again, one that's big hip. She's got some dimension to her body. Her feet work the right way. She just gets a little almost shorter out here relative to those. Want to make her just a little longer, maybe lay her into her shoulder just a little differently as well. Female here is good at the surface. She's got probably enough dimension up high. She wants to get up and maybe duck out of her pen just a touch more than I like her to. Get in behind her, she wants to flatten and narrow just a touch more. Definitely not the case here. If she would just go better and keep herself organized and neat as she goes, you'd love her. Because standing still, I think this one comes together quite well. That's a tank. That's a lot of volume. That's a lot of hip. She just doesn't carry it quite as comfortably and smoothly is what I like her to. And I don't think it's too much to ask for her to do that. I just want to change that about her. Long-sided one here, pretty feminine and angular in the way she's made. Just needs a little more of her in terms of her lower body and substance. And same thing can be said about the two that close our class. Just a little behind in terms of body development. Maybe not quite as loose and comfortable as they set to the surface, but a good setup.
Well, we haven't had quite the numbers in this junior calf division, but I sure think the quality's been here in these classes. I think we get our 3 class winners back out here and the ones that stood second to them. I think there's some similarities in the cattle. I mean, it's kind of difficult when you get in some of these situations to make them all look exactly the same, but I think that when you step back and you study the cattle, these are the ones that check the most boxes for me when we studied them and analyzed them in comparison to their contemporaries in their classes. So with that said, there's a pair of cattle out here that in my mind surface quite handily. Our champion's really my kind. Congratulations, young lady. That heifer wins this division. We're going to follow her up for the heifer that won that first class. Nice lineup of cattle. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations back over here on your Hereford side, Class 22. First place went to back number 538, exhibited by Phelan Gore of Madras, Oregon. Second place will go to back number 550, Paige Lemonager, Hudson, Illinois. Third place went to back number 547, Brittany Porter, Franklin, Indiana. Fourth place went to back number 542, Joseph Lingo of Oak Grove, Louisiana. Fifth place went to back number 544, Piper Collier, Bruno, Idaho. Sixth place went to back number 546, Collier Herefords, Bruno, Idaho. Seventh place went to back number 549, Prairie Rose Cattle Company, Sherman, Illinois. Eighth place went to back number 539, Nolan Lee of Wellington, Illinois. And ninth place in that class went to back number 551, exhibited by Jackson and Braden Snell of Red Cloud, Nebraska. Next over here in your Hereford ring, we'll be introducing all of your first and seconds out of your pulled junior heifer calf division to select a champion and reserve.
Over here in ring 2, just to catch you up to speed, congratulations to your junior calf champion female, exhibitor 204, Boy Montella, owner Maddie Harward of Richfield, North Carolina, and your reserve junior champion calf, exhibitor 182, WC Camilla, owners Lissy Livestock, Stockdale, Texas, and Wright Charlet in Richmond, Missouri. Congratulations to both of them, your junior calf champion female and your reserve junior calf champion female, Charlet. Now we move to the senior calf division in Class 5 in ring number 2.
Well, over here in your Hereford ring, we're going to introduce to you your first and seconds out of your pulled junior heifer calf division. Out of Class 18, first place went to back number 483, GGSC Carrie Ann 7HET, bred by Grimmel Girl Show Cattle, Jarrettsville, Maryland, and owned by Ben Kyra and Thaddeus Burgraff of Manford, Oklahoma. First place out of Class 19 was exhibited by Bo-Ann Graves, Chillicothe, Missouri, and bred by TK Cattle Company, Burwell, Nebraska, TKCC Diamond Club 001 ET. Coming out of Class 20, first place was exhibited by Veda and Hans Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado, bred by Hoffman Herefords, Thedford, Nebraska, H Dojo Cat 008 ET. Coming out of Class 21, first place was exhibited by Hans and Jens Lind of Rushford, Minnesota. Bred by Hawk Livestock, Earlville, Illinois, Hawk Ripley, 8HET. And coming out of Class 22, first place was exhibited by Phelan Gore and bred by Buck Cattle Company, CMCC Happy Points 048 HET. For those of you sitting ringside, join me in putting your hands together for all of your Hereford exhibitors here in your polled junior heifer calf division.
Well, nice way to move us into our senior calf division here on the Charlet side. Really a nice, solid made kind of a female to win. There's one that balances up pretty nicely. She's sound. She's laid back really nice, and she handles her front end with a great deal of comfort. You ask her to go behind. You study her in terms of the set to her hock, the angle to her pasterns. I think that one's just awful complete. I like the shape that she's got in terms of her center body, in terms of the amount of capacity that she's got. You know, you get right up on her and she could stand to be a little wider there at her pins, maybe could move a little more with a little more width the base behind. I'm going to call her adequate there in terms of muscle because there's just so many good things through the center of that one and in the way that she's designed from a structure standpoint to not use her to win the class. There might be a little more shape right behind her blades and the heifer that's next there. That one gets a little tighter right there in her forerib. She's not near as deep in terms of her flank as the heifer is that leads off the class. There's one, though, that's super elevated in her chest floor. She's very long and extended fronted. I'd like to set her shoulder back in her just a bit when I compare her to that one that goes out in front of her. You know, we don't have a really attractive rear leg in the heifer that's next, but there's some good things about that one. She's big-bodied and big-ribbed. She's very athletic and long in terms of her stride. We've got to elevate her chest plate and give her more extension up front, but I just think she moves with so much more soundness off her rear leg that we need to use her ahead of the heifer that's next. Heifer that's next is much more elevated fronted. She's super long-sided kind of a female. She's got enough look up front. My problem with that one is when we ask her to go, she's just too upright in her hock. She's wanting to compensate for that by the way she handles her pastern when she comes to the ground. Heifer that's next in line is another long-sided, easy-doing kind of a female, just a little plainer in terms of her type and kind. And the two that round out the class, we just need a little more flair and dimension in them in order to get them up any more in this particular lineup.
Over here in ring number 2 in the Charolais Senior Calf Division, congratulations to Class 5 winner, Exhibitor 227, JJ Angelina, Charlie R. Johnson, Orlando, Oklahoma. Second place, 229, SHF Miss Perfect Marley, Schaefer Cattle Company, Carthage, Missouri. Third place, Exhibitor 221, Miss 4M Carly, McKenna E. Mitchell, Justin, Texas. Fourth place, Exhibitor 228, Lazy H. Miss Firewater, McGuire Roar, Elbert, Colorado. Fifth place, Exhibitor 223, AML Vanessa, Brant Allen, Ardmore, Oklahoma. Sixth place, 225, TVR, Coyote Laney Smith, Troop, Texas. And seventh place, Exhibitor 226, TVR Diamond, Madison Smith, Troop, Texas. Now we will have Class 6 Senior Heifer Calves making their way to ring number 2.
Really good set of them out here amongst this division, and I'll be quick. To me, it's a little more challenging. Maybe to some it might not be, but I think this is tough. One out of the first class, again, that was a good way to start, a good pair of them. You know, she's not maybe as fresh as she once was, but I think just the underpinning, the design, the build of her is very, very correct and stout. Still one that has some look to her there, handles her feet and legs quite well. The one that came out of that next class, again, not going to lie, I kind of like her. She's one that, boy, you just love the look of her. You're drawn to her a lot every time you revisit that one, and she's starting to get just a little more comfortable out here now. Big square pin, bold body, neat in her neck, and really there's not anything that looks like her out here as well. And so you just got to make that call. Is she athletic enough to go with it? And then you want to ask yourself, do you want to be athletic enough or just good moving out here to represent this division? So that's what I'm debating with her. But boy, she's in the hunt because she puts some things together that a lot of them just don't. One that comes out of the next class, again, just very, very good in her kind. She's practical. She's soft-centered. She's good-footed. I like her at the ground there. You get her back out here amongst this group, maybe she starts to get just a shade plainer if you look at her and get real critical. I like to lengthen her hip and clean her chest, but boy, this one walking and moving, she's so good jointed and so good at the ground and just does a lot of good things you want cows to do. That's why she's still in the hunt there as well. Big body one here that's very, very soft made, very, very smooth made. I like the head and neck on this female as well. Like we said, you wish she moved and looked like she does when she stands. Comes together very well when she stands, gets on the move, works up in her spine just a little bit. And that pair that came out of this last class, again, one of the truly good-footed females out here, one of the truly flexible females out here, still has the right kind of body shape to her, still has some look and presence about her. Like we compared those two, she maybe wasn't as monster-hipped as what the one that little second in that class was, but I still think she's got plenty in that regard. And boy, she's so good and so comfortable when she gets on the move. So there's a lot for me personally to debate out here and go back and forth between them. Probably the one, though, you can pick the least amount of big holes in that you get just very, very comfortable with is the one that came out of this final class. She's going to be the champion in this division. I'm going to stick with my gut, and this young lady sucking around at class 2 will be the reserve.
Congratulations in your pulled junior heifer calf division. Champion's going to go to back number 538, CMCC Happy Points 048H, exhibited by Fallon Gore and bred by Buck Cattle Company. And reserve champion in that division is going to go to back number 501, TKCC Diamond Club 001ET, exhibited by Bo Ann Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri, and bred by TK Cattle Company, Burwell, Nebraska. Once again, congratulations to our exhibitors in that division. We will now be going into your horned senior heifer calves. We'll be looking for class 23 horned senior heifer calves over here in the Hereford ring.
Got a single entry here. Nice way to kick off this fall division. A lot of quality in this one. This one can definitely stand more heat, more competition. I love her body. I like the way she sits down in terms of just the comfort and level of comfort of her feet and legs. Good in her spine there. Again, hard to pick her apart out here just being here by herself. We'll compare a little later. But, boy, a nice one to start off with here within this division.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring, class 23. Well, first place will go to back number 553, Landry Allen of Nacona, Texas, with BACC 401B, Miss Becky 978 ET. Now in the ring, we'll look for class 24, horned senior heifer calves, born between October 5th and November 12th.
Well, a really high quality class of heifers here, and I think probably as much depth of quality in this particular lineup, top to bottom, as we've had in any class that we've had to work with. I like the 2 moderate heifers that come to the top of the class, and then when we get them out here, I just think there's too many good things about this young man's heifer to not use her to win the class. I like the way she ties her neck into her shoulder better than the heifer in second. I like the way that her chest plate's pushed back into the front of her forerib, the way it is. And then when you ask that one to get out and move, she's super long striding. She's so much longer and squarer in terms of the way that she's built out of her hip when we compare her to the heifer in second. Heifer in second's got a tremendous center rib in her. She's very wide based off both ends of her skeleton. She's one that moves with a nice long fluid stride. This stage in her maturity for me, I need to elevate her chest plate just a bit, maybe clean her up there a little. I think if we have pulled a little of that condition out of that one's front end, it might make her look that much better. I think when we compare the 2 cattle, one of the bigger differences is the length and squareness of hip when we compare those 2. There's a lot of things about the heifers in third and fourth that you really like, and it's kind of a 2-pair deal, and where you want to lay your emphasis in those 4 cattle is up to you. These 2 probably are a little more extended. Probably for me, not as good at the ground. The heifer in third is one that's long-sided and very long and extended fronted, but when you study her in terms of the way her shoulder blades laid into her body, she's a little more upright in terms of her angles than what I ideally like to see, and she's wanting to get over just a bit in her knee. The yellow heifer that's going to go next is another one that really has some length of body and some length of front end. I asked that one to go. She wants to get a little more uncoordinated in the way she handles her rear leg. She wants to get a nickel closer there at her hock when we compare her to the cattle that go out in front of her. And the blue tinged heifer here that's been back there, I guess, where they're fitting black cattle today, but there's one on the standstill that I really like. I love her strength of top. I like her levelness and squareness of hip. I like her extension of front end. We've just got to free that one up in the way she handles herself off of both ends. Big centered one is next. There's one that's got some added dimension, some added ability to her. She too's got to get inside of herself a little more when we ask her to move. You watch that one. She wants to get outside of her skeleton just a bit. Heifer that the young lady brings that's next is one that's grown extremely well. There's one that gets a little on the bigger side for me. You ask that one to go. We need to come a little truer at the ground behind. Next heifer's one that is a little quicker pattern, a little shorter faced one. You watch her track away. She needs more base width. Then the big frame, long-bodied yellow heifer that rounds out the class to go with that added frame size and added growth. That one's got to have a nickel more shape in terms of width, the base, and total dimension. Good group of cattle.
Class 6 of senior Charolais heifer calves. Congratulations to the class winner, Exhibitor 233, SHF Miss Absolute Who, exhibited by Cale Robinson of Cushing, Oklahoma. Second place, Exhibitor 237, RF Miss Duchess, Lindsay Lee, Franklin, Ladonia, Texas. Third place, Exhibitor 235, DR Monique, Carly Dismukes, Shakota, Oklahoma. Exhibitor 230, fourth place with FFF Birds Girl. That's Kyle Knapp of Duvall, Oklahoma. Fifth place, 231, CC Girl Crush, Haley Shawecki, Gibbon, Minnesota. Sixth place, Exhibitor 236, RF Cowgirl, Exquisite, Isabel Owens, Troop, Texas. Seventh place, Exhibitor 242, GHC Ella, Jillian Stone of Clinton, Missouri. Eighth place, Exhibitor 232, Lazy H Miss Diablo, Madeline Rohr, Elbert, Colorado. And ninth place, Exhibitor 234, AML DF Cigaro, Hannah Prechter of Belton, Texas. That was Class 6 results if you're following the program. Here's the order: 4, 5, 8, 1, 9, 3, 6, 2, scratch 7. Now we will show for your senior calf Charolais champion female and reserve Charolais senior calf champion female.
Well, it's been a nice division, quality stock, as we talked in a couple of those classes. They went fairly deep there, and then yet we get our class winners and our seconds back out here. and I thought they pretty much elevated themselves to a different level. So a nice lineup out here. I think our class winners are the best two, and then when we compare those to one another, there's one of them that just takes it to another level in terms of her classiness, the front end, in terms of the way she ties the top of her blades into her neck. The heifer that's going to be reserved has just got cow written all over. I think she's a great one as well. So nice lineup. Congratulations, young lady. You're going to have our champion in this division. I'm going to follow right up with a heifer that wins the second class. Nice pair of females.
227, 233. Congratulations to your senior calf Charlet champion, exhibitor 227, JJ Angelina Charlie Johnson of Orlando, Oklahoma, and your reserve senior Charlet champion female, exhibitor 233, SHF Miss Absolute Who, exhibited by Kel Robinson from Cushing, Oklahoma. Now we will move right into the intermediate division, Class 7, Charlet Late Summer Yearling Females in ring number 2.
Well, as we move into our next division here, we get these late summer born heifers out here, and young lady's got a nice heifer to lead off the class. There's a big centered one that's still good enough looking. She's adequate in terms of her amount of muscling. She's sound enough at the ground. Just a good, solid, functional female to lead off this class. Heifer in second's one that's got some rib shape to her. She's got some muscularity about her. She's a little more upright in her hock, and it causes her to drop her pins just a bit when she gets out and gets on the move, but there's still a very functional, easy-doing kind of a heifer to run in this class. Young lady's got one in third that's also got plenty of muscle shape to her. She just gets a little flatter rib and a little narrower base off both ends of her skeleton than the two heifers are that go out in front of them. All three are doing a nice job. Nice heifer that wins.
Got a nice set of them here on our Hereford side as well, but kind of one that separates herself. Just there's too much of her really to get around in this class. Really big and long and square in her hip. Like the shape of her body. I like the composition and condition that she's in as well. I like where she parks her head and neck. Still one whose angles look to be all the right way as well. You know, she's a little longer body, and so maybe just doesn't just really go, and maybe she fights it a little bit. But I don't call her unsound by any means, and I like that kind of look and presence that she has. People are going to leave here in second. Probably is just a little softer at the ground, and I don't mind that. Handles herself with some looseness and some flexibility, just not enough of her compared to that one ahead of her. Just going to open her up, make her a little bigger hipped, and maybe just a smidge better in her spine. Now, one here in third, we change her front skeleton, and as far as where her knee and shoulder land, maybe we even switch those because she's a powerhouse. Lots of width, lots of volume to her. Needs to be just a little more refined up front as we study her. Just want to park her a little differently there in terms of her knee and her shoulder. Smooth made one here. Got a nice kind of shape to her. Just gets a little plainer, wants to run downhill just a shade. I love the volume and body and stoutness of the one we bring out here next. Just want to tow her head a little differently up front, free her up just ever so slightly. Now she's finally wanting to get and go and cooperate, but I still want to make her a little different there in her front skeleton. Heifer that comes out here next, really good and comfortable in her spine, very smooth made. Just not enough of her in this class too as well in terms of not only width but some performance there. Got a pair of them here. They're really good in their lines. They've got some femininity and some look to them. Just need a little more power to go along with it. Then a trio of them that we close with. One of them that's got some body shape just a little tighter, a long spine one here that gets a little flatter. Then the one we close with's got some bone, length of stride's good. Just needs more lower body and balance to really go up and move up a little higher in this class. But good class of cattle.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2, Class 24. First place to go to back number 560, Lowry Hunt of Madison, Georgia. Second place will go to back number 554, Gary and Kathy Buckholtz. Third place will go to back number 559, Emma Lynn of Purcell, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to back number 563, Atlee Kleinman of Wentworth, Missouri. Fifth place will go to back number 566, Anna Virginia and Mary Merritt of Altus, Oklahoma. Sixth place will go to back number 557, Holly and Noah Perry of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to back number 562, Carson, Kaylee, and Wesley Ware of Searcy, Arkansas. Eighth place went to 564, Gracie Gist of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Ninth place went to back number 558, Sadie and Ryder Nelson of Sterling, Albuquerque. Tenth place in that class went to back number 561, Madeline Cooper and Wyatt Weber of Wamego, Kansas. And 11th in that class went to back number 566, Hagen Chappelle of Plainview, Texas. Now in Ring 1 in your Hereford ring will be Class 25 Horn Senior Heifer Calves, calved between August 18th and September 28th.
And over here in the Charolais division, the intermediate Class 7, the results, congratulations to the class winner, Exhibitor 245, BCC Bullard Ice Queen, exhibited by Shelby Pearl, Daquan, Illinois. Second place, Exhibitor 244, LJR Miss Randy, Tyra Meyer, Sylvan Grove, Kansas. And third place, Exhibitor 243, PCC Miss Caprock, Trinity Valley Community College, Athens, Texas. We now have Class 8 of the Summer Yearling Charolais females in ring number 2.
Well, tremendously high quality class of summer yearling heifers here, and a great deal of difference in terms of type and kind. And I'll tell you, the differences I see in the cattle, then you opt to put your preference where you want. We've got a pair of super big middled females that are going to stand here in 1 and 2, and they stand up here at the same time being the two sounder moving ones, at least for me. I like the young lady's heifer to win. I like the way she's built up in her shoulder. I like the angle that she's got. I like the way she ties the point of her shoulder into her neck, and she's super tight there at the top of her blades as well. To go with that, she's very long striding. She hits the ground very square in terms of how her feet come down. I just think there's an awful lot of good in that one. She may be a little small for some. She may have a little more front end than some ideally like to see. I just see an awful lot of good things in her in terms of making a really good brood cow. If I could change the shoulder and the front foot design a little bit in the heifer in second, she wins for fun because I love her frame size. I like the amount of center body that she has. I like the way she handles her hip and rear leg. She comes to the ground with a tremendous amount of integrity, but every time you catch her, she stops and she wants to open up that front end. I think if you read her up through her shoulder, she's just getting a nickel more upright, and it causes her to toe out just a bit more than what I think we need to be doing when we have as high of a quality female as the one is that goes out in front of her. On the standstill, if you like them to be super extended fronted, the one that's going to be third is the one you like, because that one is just as elegant as you can make her. She's so tight in terms of the way that her shoulder's designed, yet she's still got some strength at top and some center body in her. My problem is when I ask her to go, she's just too steep in her hock. She's starting to overcompensate for that by getting a little softer on her rear pasterns than what I think she needs to do. The yellow heifer too is one that's big framed and long bodied and has plenty of look about her. She's one of those that looks like she went a little past time, and then we tried to pull it off of her because now as you get up on her, she wants to be a bit narrower based off both ends of her skeleton than what I think she truly is. So an interesting decision. There's just too many good things about the young lady's heifer that wins not to use her.
Congratulations to Class 8 Summer Yearling Females. Your class winner, Exhibitor 251, JCS Shania 310G, exhibited by Cattlemen Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. Second place, Exhibitor 248, Boy Buck Greta, exhibited by Brett Benefield, Webb City, Missouri. Third place, 252, CC Boy, Give You a Ring, exhibited by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. And your fourth place, Exhibitor 250, F5, Miss Claire, exhibited by Aubrey Field of Telephone, Texas. Now we'll show for your Charlet Intermediate Champion Female and Reserve Intermediate Champion Female, Ring 2.
Well, it's been a really nice division here in the Charlet show, and we just get through talking through these cattle here in class as we talked about them before. The late summer's one that's got a tremendous amount of body in her. We talked about her being adequate in terms of her muscle shape. I still think she's one that out here balances up pretty nicely. I like to flex her up just a bit behind. We talked about that pair of May females and the things that we liked and disliked about both of them. For me, I just think there's more quality in those two females. Congratulations, ladies. First and second out of the May class will be your champions in this particular division.
And your Charlet Intermediate Champion Female, congratulations to Exhibitor 251, Cattlemen Krebs with JCS Shania 310G. And then your Reserve Intermediate Charlet Champion Female, Boy Buck Greta 99-1G ET. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors on having your Intermediate Champion and Reserve Champion Female. We move right into the division of junior late spring yearling females, Class 9, making their way to ring number 2.
A little more challenging class again to get comfortable with and really feel like you're getting it perfect. But I do believe the one that wins, I think, does so rather quickly in this class. Just the one that covers the bases. Her body's good. She's got enough dimension to her. She's got some smoothness. She's got some look. And still handles herself in terms of her structure very well in this class. Go not perfect in terms of just her reach, but boy, in this class, still I think a structural upgrade amongst what's left. Heifer we have here next in second. I leave her here partly because the one in third's kind of favoring a hind leg, to be honest with you. I like her hip. I like her boldness. I like her freshness, probably as good in composition as anything in the class. I want to change her there in her shoulder and knee ever so slightly, though. But boy, a fresh, neat-looking one, still handling herself okay today. Couldn't figure out what we're doing on our left hind leg on this one. Her body shape is good. Just standing there, she needs to be with your class winner all day long. She never really puts weight on it. Really wanting to maybe favor it just a little more. But boy, she pulls it together there. You really want to make an excuse for her and just run her up there. But today, the way she's handling it, I felt third was a nice place to put her. One we have here next in fourth, big up high, stout skull, one that's got a big forearm and's got some bone to her. For me, though, for this female, when she strides out and goes, I like to see her just a little neater up front as she goes, but still one, I think, it handles herself adequately well and still has some dimension to her. And that's the difference between the one that we set in her behind her. I like this one's rear leg design. I like her foot as well as anything in the class. And you can make the case that she's the soundest, but you could also make the case she gives up the most dimension of anything in this class. I like to power her up and make her a little bigger in her kind. Another one that was a problem for me because I really didn't want to put her down here because I think she's a better heifer than that, but in this class probably gets outpowered just a bit in terms of body shape. She's a little frailer there at the surface for me. Just wanted to make the call. I wanted to see her bigger footed and stouter everywhere to roll her up higher. But that's an interesting and good class of heifers there.
Well, a very high quality pair of Charolais heifers over here in these late spring yearlings. And with that said, I think the white heifer for me is just balances up so much nicer. She's one that's laid back, so much more correct in terms of the slope that she's got to her shoulder. You ask her to move, that reflects in the fact that she's just so long striding off both ends of her skeleton. I think that one is more true in terms of her base width. I think she's more correct in terms of her composition. I like her in terms of the way that she ties the top of her blades up into her neck. And you step back and you study that one in terms of just sheer base width and sheer power, and yet one that maintains a tremendous amount of look. I don't think you can paint them much better than what that one is. There's a big frame kind of a heifer that's next, and she's probably just a nickel longer and probably a little longer in terms of her hip shape. For me, she wants to get upright a little in her shoulder. That causes her, for me, to be a little weaker right there behind her blades. You ask her to move, she wants to be a little more rigid in terms of the way she handles her knee. But that's an awful high-quality pair of females. I just like the basic build of the one that I used to win.
Congratulations to class number 9, your late spring yearling Charolais females. Exhibitor 253, the class winner, Abby Bell from Bristow, Oklahoma, with Belle Elvira. Second place, Exhibitor 254, TSSC, Miss Caitlin, exhibited by Nalani Geyer from Robinson, Illinois. Now we have Class 10 Spring Yearling Charolais females making their way to the show arena, ring number 2.
Well, currently over here in your Hereford ring, we are selecting your champion and reserve champion senior heifer calves out of your horn division.
Another good division of cattle here, and again, three of them you like pretty well. I think three of them have some quality in a couple of seconds. I think they still fit in right nicely. Our single entry, probably the soundest of all these, just in terms of just flexibility and looseness. Probably also the one that probably gets beat in terms of dimension amongst these three as well. But boy, I like the way she's made. I like her design. Her body's good. Could power her up just a shade for my liking personally, but one you still got to consider and keep in the hunt because, boy, her feet and legs are awesome. One here out of the second class, again, just a lot to her, but with that one still has some look and still has some femininity about her, still puts some pieces together. Again, I wish she reached just a touch more in terms of her length of stride, but she's also that much longer bodied as well. But boy, her joints work right in terms of her hock and her foot and the way it surfaces there. Love her power. Probably the cowy looking one of the crew, maybe the one here in the third class. Soft bodied, smooth made, good in terms of the maternal, in terms of her muscle pattern. Like we discussed, I thought she was the soundest of that group. I'd still make her just a little freer as you get her out here in terms of her feet and legs. So interesting discussion on these. And again, you could go three different ways and wouldn't get a big argument, but trying to stay consistent with keeping some extra width, but yet still keeping them with some look and some structural integrity. Going to use the one out of the second class to be the champion here in this division. Class 1 single entry is going to be the reserve.
Well, congratulations here in your horn senior heifer calf division. Your champion will go to back number 560, JR 955 ET, exhibited by Lowry Hunt of Madison, Georgia. Reserve champion in that division will go to back number 553, BACC 401B, Miss Becky 978 ET, exhibited by Landry Allen of Nacona, Texas. Now in your Hereford ring, we'll look to get started with class 26, pulled senior heifer calves.
Got another nice way to start, another good single entry to start with. Like this one's quality. I like a lot of things about her in terms of her body and her sheer stoutness that she has. Still puts her foot and feet and legs down in the right manner there as well. So again, not going to pick on her too much here by herself. Going to see what she looks like when we bring her back, but nice way to start this division.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring, class 26. First place will go to back number 588, KLLLMAN, Man Tulip. 916G, exhibited by Callie Harris, Canton, Texas. Now in the ring, we'll look for Class 27 polled senior heifer calves born between October 4th and November 11th.
Well, I think we really elevate the bar in this class in terms of the depth of quality in it. And I think as you work your way all the way to the bottom of this particular lineup, I think that we've got quality stock out here and cattle that I'm sure have won a lot and will continue to as we work our way through the spring shows. But once you say that this one that leads off with, at least in my mind, once you say that that one's got a terrible hair coat under her, I don't think there's a lot more bad you can talk about her, because from a structure standpoint, she's tremendously big-footed. She's big bone. She's got a great shape to her ribs. She's real honest in terms of her composition. You read that one up through her brisket, and she's just as clean as you can make her and still maintain the amount of width of base and true dimension that she has. I think it's pretty special to be able to put it into a package that's still that good looking and still that mobile and still that functional. So I guess with that said, I like that one pretty good that wins. She puts a lot of good things into one package for me. I don't want to take anything away from the heifer in second, because if this one weren't in here, we'd be saying all of those things about her. At least I would be, because there's a big ribbed one that's probably as deep through her rear rib as any that we've looked at today, and yet she maintains adequate soundness. I think for me, what splits the pair is that heifer that leads off is just so much squarer and wider at her pins. She comes with so much more true base width when you study her through the center of that quarter and watch her go away from you. I just think that's what sorts those two. The yellow heifer that's going to go 3 is more moderate in terms of her type and kind. I appreciate that about her. Super good looking one. I just don't know that there's quite enough cow power in her, and the same can be said for the next one when we compare her to those 2 cattle that go out in front. Heifer that's next is just super attractive. She's very elegant in terms of her neck set. She's one that still goes with a nice long fluid stride. I like to push her chest plate back into her just a bit, and I just don't know that there's enough true power in that one for me at this stage of the game. We find some added power in the next one. We've got to clean her up to do that front 1/3 in terms of her composition. I think that would make her move with more flex and freedom. Next heifer is one that I could work up if we could just make her move a little better, because she's got a tremendous amount of center body and base width. We've just got to change her hip and rear leg structure in order to get her up in class. The one that rounds out the class is probably a nickel more sound in terms of the way that she's put together. That one just gets a little too frail bone for me and gets a little narrower base behind when we compare her to the cattle that go out in front of her. Interesting class of cattle. Nice heifer wins.
Congratulations to exhibitor 260, Sloan Curtin from Oxford, Indiana, with CH Miss Margie being your class winner in the spring yearling Charolais females. Second place, exhibitor 264, boy Marilyn Monroe, exhibited by Jackie Schlechter of Abilene, Kansas. Third place, 267, DCC Chicks Avante, Camille Asmus from Houston, Texas. Fourth place, exhibitor 263, F5 Miss Alley 907. Owner Bar J Charolais, Liverpool, Texas, and JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana. Fifth place, exhibitor 262, F5 Miss Whitney, Kyler B. Field, Telephone, Texas, is the exhibitor. Sixth place, exhibitor 290, TR Miss Glow, owner Joan Ayers, Rogue River, Oregon. And your seventh place, exhibitor 265, Katie Utek from Hubbard, Nebraska, with BSCC Miss Gwen. That was class 10 of spring yearling Charolais females. Now we'll show for junior champion Charolais female and reserve junior champion Charolais female.
Here on our Hereford side of things, again, another good fall class, but a really neat heifer to lead off this class. Just very, very correct. I love her freshness. I like her design, her feet and legs, shoulder postures right on point. Like how attractive she is in her hind leg, yet that one sets them down and gets and goes with the comfort you want her to. Get in behind her, sure. Power up just a shade probably, but for me, she's still got plenty, and I just love that silhouette and the way she brings things together. So neat heifer here leads off this class. Heifer we have here in second, just another one for me. Overpowers the one in third. You get in behind them, it's really not close in terms of just width. I like her length. I like how comfortable she is in terms of her spine there as well. She's a little more pronounced in her chest, not as neat, not as correct maybe as the one that leads out. Here's one that's got a lot of female quality and character to her. She's soft-made. She's loose-made. She's good enough there up front. I wish she had more power when you get in behind her, but I like her structure and the way she handles it just a little better, particularly up front, than the heifer we'll bring out here next. Big hip, bold-made one. She's not the deepest sided. Maybe that throws off her balance a touch, but main thing for me, I want to bring her together and just make her different there in her shoulder and chest and knee, make her stride out just a little more comfortably in that regard as well. Another long-sided one here that puts her back leg down the right way. Just want to open that one up in terms of her rib cage and make her a little bolder. And Letty brings one out here. Pretty stout featured, got some hip up high. Just gets a little plainer when you get to the front of her. Not as neat there in terms of her chest and her neck. But good class there, nice individual lead off.
Well, it's been a really nice division here of Charolais, and you know, we've had some differences in type and kind, and there's cattle that haven't won that have won a tremendous amount in the past. I'm sure, as we talked about, they may do that in the future as well. But I'm real pleased with the cattle that we have back out here. I think my class winners are solid functional cattle, and I think as we talked, the seconds in class of being cattle that complemented our class winners so well. With that said, the one that suits me best today, just from a sheer completeness and one that I just think has an awful lot of good in her. Congratulations, young lady, out of that second class. I like that one to be our division champion today. Then I think it gets pretty close when we lead her on out between the heifer that stood second to her and the one that won that class before. I think when you get right up on the cattle and study them from just a sheer power standpoint and a sheer base width standpoint, I think one of them kind of excels. I'm not going to try to tell you that she's the most elegant fronted, but I will tell you that I think she's plenty feminine enough. Congratulations, young lady, out of that younger class. You're going to have reserve division today.
Congratulations to your junior Charolais champion female, exhibitor number 260, Sloan K. Curtin, Oxford, Indiana, with CH Miss Margie 420 GET. And your reserve junior champion female, exhibited by Abby Bell, Bristow, Oklahoma, with Belle Elvira. Congratulations to both of them being your champion and junior champion Charolais female.
Well, congratulations over here on your Hereford side, Class 27, polled senior heifer calves. First place went to back number 594, Mason Allen, Nacona, Texas. Second place went to back number 598, Landon Rakestraw of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Third place went to back number 593, Gary and Kathy Muckholtz of Waxahachie, Texas. Fourth place went to back number 597, Kinley Daly of Kingston, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to back number 592, Lance Carter, Terrell, Texas. And sixth place in that class went to back number 589, Audrey Biswell of Bristow, Oklahoma. Now over here in your Hereford ring is Class 28, polled senior heifer calves born between August 19th and September 17th.
Well, high quality heifer to lead off this particular class. When you start to talk about balance and look, she's the one that you definitely need to turn to in here. And to go with that, she's still got a tremendous amount of center body. You know, she's not the biggest muscled one that we've seen all day, but her parts and pieces fall together very nicely for me. She balances up quite well. She's laid back in her shoulder. You ask her to get out on the move. That one goes with a tremendously long stride off of both ends. She's one that I think just her parts and pieces fit together so well that there's nowhere to go with her but to use her to win the class. I like the moderate package that the heifer in second comes in, and especially I like her when we ask her to get out and get on the move because she's super sound in terms of her joint design. She goes with a nice long fluid stride off both ends. She hits the ground really nicely for me. She's just got to be a little better fronted. We've got to elevate that chest into her, lengthen her up just a bit up through her head and neck in order for me to get her around that big framed heifer that wins. Heifer in third is the one that I thought was going to run at our class winner the hardest when they came out. The longer she stays out, she wants to just get off a bit in the way she handles her rear leg. She's getting that tail head cranked up in there and just not near the soundness and movement off of her rear leg for me to get her up in that top pair. Heifer that's next in line's got some muscle and some doability to her. She too's got to move better off of her rear leg. A little bigger frame, longer bodied, more extended made one is the one that's next. To go with that, we've just got to open her up from end to end, give her more true base width. The yellow heifer that comes next probably gives us a little more true dimension of and base width. Her problem is when we ask her to move, she's just not moving near as well as she needs to behind. Heifer that's next in line's got some added condition on her. I think she gets a little flat in terms of her total makeup when we compare her to those that go out in front. Then the young lady's got an easy doing one that closes out the class. She simply doesn't have enough structure under her to get her up any higher in this group.
Congratulations in the senior division, junior yearling Charlet females. Your class winner, exhibitor number 272, CAG TR Boy, Georgiana, Carter Ho from Good Hope, Illinois. Second place, exhibitor 274, BK Boy, Good and Red, Claire Harton from Medill, Oklahoma. Third place, exhibitor 273, J&J Angelina 69, Justin Teets from Lost River, West Virginia. Fourth place, 275, Cars Miss Insider, Autumn Dietrich from Muleshoe, Texas. Fifth place, 281, OCR Miss Danny, Mackenzie Schneider from McDade, Texas. Sixth place, exhibitor 280, GHC Randy, Elizabeth Elliott from LaSalle, Colorado. Seventh place, 276, Mickey Marcina, Weston Waldrop from Canton, Oklahoma. And eighth place, exhibitor 282, ICC Miss Dang It Gina, Michaela Mears from Sweeney, Texas. If you're following along in your program, the listing goes 1, 3, 2, 4, 7, 6, 5, 8. We now have Class 12 senior yearling heifers in show arena number 2.
Well, a really nice class of senior yearlings here. Nice females. I think both of them are super good. I think they're cattle that are high quality. I think just from sheer udder quality is what sorts them for me. I think that female that leads off, you can tell that the calf's getting a little more groceries there. I mean, one that is real bloomy in terms of her type and kind. And then you get back and you study the cow and you start to talk about the structure and the design and the look. There's one that just balances up super nicely for me. I think one that puts a lot of good parts and pieces together. She's very moderate. She looks like a cow should look. Yes, she's not one of those that's a tiny, frail made one that just doesn't give us that added power and punch. And then she's got a nice heifer calf there at her side, and she's doing a really nice job with her. There's no doubt that the cow in second is longer sided. She's probably longer when you study her from the point of her shoulder to her jawline. I just don't read quite the udder quality on that one. I think we need her to be given just a tick more milk at this stage in her maturity, and I think you can kind of see that in the calf. But there's two awful nice pairs right there. It'll be fun to see them back out here in our champion division drive.
Congratulations to exhibitor 284, Isom Marston from Canton, Kansas, with WIA car Miss Diablo. And your second place, exhibitor 283, DR Lisa Shayla Dismukes from Shakota, Oklahoma. Now we'll bring Class 11 and Class 12 winners and second place to show for your senior champion Charlet female. Ring number 2 over here, senior champion Charlet female.
Well, 4 high quality entries out here to get us a senior and a reserve senior out of. And we've just talked them both in class. I don't think you can make them any different than what these 2 class winners are, because they're cattle that each of them have a lot to offer, but yet they're so different in terms of where they are in terms of their growth curve and what they're going to do in terms of mature weight. So with that set back, I think you study the cattle for what they are and what they come to you. I think that there's an awful lot of good in both of them. You know, I don't know. You ask yourself if the cow and calf, if they're big enough or not. I mean, I guess in my mind they're plenty big. I just don't know that we have quite the dimension to that one from end to end. It's what we do in the heifer that came out of the class before her. So set your priorities where you want to. I think they're an awful high quality group of cattle. I like the heifer out of the younger class to be our senior champion. Congratulations, young man. We're going to follow right up with the cow-calf pair out of the seniors for be our reserve. Good job.
Your senior Charlet champion female, exhibited by 272, Carter Ho from Good Hope, Illinois, with CAG TR Boy, Georgiana. And your reserve senior champion Charlet female, exhibited by number 284, WIA car Miss Diablo, by Isom Marston from Canton, Kansas. Congratulations to both. We'll move to our cow-calf division, class number 1 cow-calf.
Well, a nice pair out here, single entry in our cow-calf division. Big frame kind of a cow, and she's transmitted that to that heifer calf. I'd like to give a little more center rib to that heifer calf and maybe have a bit more udder quality, but I know we're getting there toward weaning on this cow-calf pair. A nice entry right here. We'll get to see them back out here again in a bit. Congratulations.
And your cow-calf class winner and also your champion cow-calf pair, Exhibitor 288, Rockin' K Cattle, Lexington, Virginia, with TRHF Miss Eva. Now we will have all of our champions come in and show for the 52nd National Grand Champion Charlet Female and Reserve Champion Female. Showing for your 52nd National Charlet Grand Champion Female, your spring calf champion was exhibitor number 147, Brixton Lee Birch from Nita, South Dakota. Your junior calf champion female, exhibitor number 204, Maddie Harward, Richfield, North Carolina. Your senior calf champion female, exhibitor 227, Charlie Johnson from Orlando, Oklahoma. Your intermediate Charlet champion female, 251, Cashlyn Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. Your junior champion female, exhibitor number 260, Sloan Curtin from Oxford, Indiana. Your senior champion female, exhibitor number 272, Carter Ho from Good Hope, Illinois. And your champion cow-calf pair, exhibitor 288, Rockin' K Cattle, Lexington, Virginia.
Here on our Hereford side, really a good class here in this division of falls. Really, really impressive all the way through, really. Made it a little tougher to put together, but to me, these two just kind of fit. Moderate frame cattle that have some dimension to them. Still two cattle that I like on the move and where they get and go. Just little differences between them. This one's probably just a little tidier, neater up front as you study her. You study them right behind on the back side of their shoulder into their hip. She stays just a little bolder and stronger, and then she's probably got the advantage in just hip dimension when you get out there behind her. Neither one of them what I call just extremely long body, extended cattle, but to me, their proportions fit, still steps out and does things the right way there. Again, a lot of similarities between them. Nice bodied, smooth made, good shouldered one. Just decided she was not quite as bold and opened up there, maybe just not quite as loose reaching off of her rear skeleton. This one caused me problems here. For some of you, you may just run with her. For me, I'm trying to gauge her on size, and then I love her standing there. And when she moves, though, that's when she comes apart. Drops her chest, doesn't transition from her shoulder to her forerib as well, and just comes apart in terms of balance-wise, and that's what makes it a pair with this 1 and 4th. If this 1 and 4th just had a little more volume, I guess that's where I was trying to gauge her, whether I call her a little skinny and a little thin, that's just probably the case, or she just needs more volume. I like her structure better than the one ahead of her. I like the comfort of her spine, the way she keeps that in her, better than the one ahead of her. Finally just made the call, maybe not quite enough of her in this class today to run her up there. Here's a high volume one. There's a lot of body, big hip, pretty good in terms of her hind leg. Get a little plainer there up front. Wanted to redesign her there. Another one that's got some stoutness to her. Just one that gets a little coarser and rounder about her shoulder, a little more tucked up in her lower body as well. Practical, easy fleshing one here. Just gets a little plainer there. Want to make her more extended. Got another one here that's got a lot of power. Just doesn't handle maybe those feet and legs ideally. A little up on her feet there. Long-sided one here, same thing. Want to change her there in her shoulder angle. And then a pair of them here we close with. Just maybe don't have that same kind of look and presence and boldness as we find in those cattle ahead of them.
Well, over here on the Charlet side, it's been fun to get to this stage in our female show. And, you know, I think there's a tremendous amount of similarities in the cattle. And as we worked through some of those divisions, we had to make some calls. And we end up with a couple of cattle out here that kind of are outliers in terms of where they are, not only from a composition standpoint, but from just a sheer maturity in their own divisions. Cattle that don't quite give us some of that same look and balance, but yet they had so many good things about them that we opted to have to use them in those particular divisions. So I'm real happy with the lineup. I'm not going to try to tell you that they're all the same because it's awful hard to do that in some of these smaller classes, but I think we get them back out here and it's a lineup of cattle that are functional, cattle that are soft-centered and good-footed, and cattle that'll keep us moving in the right direction. So I think there's a pair of them out here that match up quite well for me. They're the kind that I like to use, and they're the kind that have kept our operation in business since 1936. So with that said, let's put our hands together for these guys out here on bringing us an awful nice set of females. I'm going to show you the two that I like best today.
Well, over here in your Hereford ring, we are selecting your champion and reserve champion here in your pulled senior heifer calf division.
And your national grand champion Charlet female, exhibited by number 260, Sloan K. Curtin from Oxford, Indiana, CH Miss Margie 420 GET out of Class 10. Congratulations to exhibitor 260. And your reserve grand champion female, exhibited by Maddie Harward from Richfield, North Carolina. Boy Montella 0125ET PLD, exhibitor number 204. Congratulations to both them, your national grand champion Charolais female and your reserve grand champion Charolais female. We now move right to the spring calf, late spring bull calves, Class 2A. There'll be one single entry in Class 2A.
As our judge, Mr. Callis, is selecting his champion reserve in your senior heifer calf division over here on the pulled Hereford side. That last class, the results: first place went to back number 614, exhibited by Lauren May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Second place was exhibited by back number 608, Hudson and Grady Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. Third place in that class went to back number 601, Rhett Lauderman of Macomb, Illinois. Fourth place was exhibited by back number 605, Ben Ryan Jensen of Cortland, Kansas. Fifth place went to back number 607, Addison and Jalen Kuntz of Thomas, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to back number 610, Cruz and Piper Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Seventh went to back number 611, Kyra Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Eighth place in that class went to back number 606, Catherine and Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. Ninth place went to back number 602, Noah Perry, Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. 10th place went to back number 603, Joel and Marilyn Cheka of Mano, Oklahoma. And 11th place went to back number 612, Triple H Acres, Miller, Missouri. Once again, over here in your Hereford ring, we are selecting your champion and reserve champion in the pulled senior heifer calf division.
This division here is interesting. It's fun. It'll be rewarding, but at the same time, it's got a level of frustration to it for me, particularly. Three really good ones on this front line here that you hate to have to pick apart, but you kind of do to get to an end result that you're satisfied with. This single entry that came out, like I said, that was a good way to send off this division. A big hip, monster-bodied one there that still has some balance and some correctness to her. I think she's one that still sets her back feet and leg down in a very appropriate manner. If you're going to nitpick on her relative to these other two, maybe she does have just a little more roundness of her shoulder. You like to change that about her and flatten that. And maybe at times she wants to roll and rock on it just a little bit in terms of just her mobility of it. But with that much power and stoutness that she has, she probably handles that adequately well, still has some look about her. So she's interesting out here. Again, one of the ones that makes it hard. Heifer here out of the second class, I'm not gonna lie, she just kind of grabs you. Just her presence, her correctness. You look at all three of these cattle up front, and boy, she handles herself in terms of just her front leg assembly and her squareness very well. Again, she's not the stoutest one of these three by any means necessary, but boy, she's probably the most correct in terms of just how everything fits together, her lines, her look, her presence that she has out here. So she's a hard one as well. Trying to stay consistent with type and keep some extra width in them. I can't really call that one narrow, but we hadn't really seen one with that kind of look and presence and structural build just yet today either. So she's one that makes it hard and interesting as well. Then that pair that came out of that final class, that was a good class. They're probably a similar type of anything we have out here. I like her body shape. I like her hip that she has in her, and she's still, for being the rig and condition that she's in, she's very clean and neat there up front. Again, you'd like to see both those heifers in that class just go more loosely, but I don't think it's necessarily a structural thing. It's just more so you want to see a little more, I guess, another level of athleticism as they get and go and trot around here. But still, one I think you've got to keep in the mix and value for that kind of hip, that kind of body shape, and still keep it together in terms of her balance. So this is complicated for me. May not be for you. I know one gets me pretty good, and I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Show man out of the second class is going to have our champion here in this division.
Congratulations in your senior heifer calf division, back number 594, BACC 612 Hadley, 965 ET, exhibited by Mason Allen of Nacona, Texas. Second place out of Mason's class went to back number 598, Landon Rickstraw. And your reserve champion in this division will go to back number 614, Purple HBL May Star 189G, exhibited by Lauren May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. In your Hereford ring, we will now look to get started with Class 29 Horned Late Summer Yearlings. We'll be looking for a single entry in this class.
Got a nice single entry here to again get this division started. Awesome in terms of volume. Just a lot of cow there. Big hip and massive when you get in behind this one. I love the rib cage she puts on to her body there as well, and I think her proportions and everything kind of go together and read right. Again, if you're going to be critical, there'll be some that are more sculpted up front than what she is, but just a whole lot of cow look and cow value to this one. Be nice to see her here a little later on in the division.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring, Class 29. First place will go to back number 615, HBL Miss Spice 992 ET, exhibited by Sierra and Claire Collins, Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Next class in the ring will be Class 30, Horned Early Summer Yearlings, calved between May 1st and June 2nd, 2019.
Really a nice class, and really it's topped in these, particularly these four. You talk about cow makers; these things are cow makers. We love just the dimension and the way they put things together. And so you've got to sculpt them. You've got to get critical on these things, and this one here does it pretty well. She lays into her shoulder very nicely, but that ain't it. That thing's got some real dimension when you get in there behind her. She is massive in her rib and body, and the way she puts that onto her skeleton, just a lot of things read cowy about that one. Then you study her at the ground. Those are big feet. They work the right way and work very correctly. And then you get to the side of her. She's got a thin head and neck that's parked up there in the right amount. She's not as sculpted maybe at the base of her chest, but again, that's to me that easy fleshing kind that's gonna make a cow, and she's made an awfully nice show heifer to go along with it. A little more length, a little more extension, a little cleaner made all the way through. Probably here in this one we set in second. To me, though, talk about her shoulder back to her forearm, and the rest of her doesn't hook up as smoothly or as correctly as what that one does, particularly in her knee and there. I want to change her there in terms of her front skeleton. These two you can go back and forth on. Just thought this one fit the mix a little better in terms of her extra length, and she's got a little more bone and foot. If you're being honest, that just kind of helps with her balanced picture she has. Big square hip in her, monster back in that one there as well. Maybe just doesn't hook her spine together as smoothly as what those two do, which gets up in her back just a little more pronounced in her shoulder. Broody, moderate, really stout one. And again, that's why I called him cow maker. She still can go with it. She's just frailer. She's a little frailer, a little more chest, and it throws off her balance enough for me in this hot of a competition to go ahead and leave her there in fourth. Probably as feminine, as angular, as neat looking of any of them as this one that comes here next. Just not quite enough of her in this class. I just need a little more body shape and body volume for me personally. Big hip one here. Just wants to be a little tucked up in her body there when she goes, but I like her structure a little better. I like her usage of her legs a little better than the one we closed with. She's probably got the advantage in depth of side. Just want to open her up quite a bit more, give her a little more bone. But really a good class. Four really nice heifers there up top.
Single entry here to start us off in our Charlet Bull Show. A nice calf. He's muscular. He's got some shape in terms of total base width. We need to change him just a bit in terms of his hock shape. I'd like to see him just not quite up under himself quite as much as he goes when we ask him to move. But there's one that's super green in its condition. I think his better days are ahead of him. Congratulations on winning the first class.
Our first class of late spring bull Charlet calves, class winner number 295, RFC Sweet Emotion 2026, the Rash family cattle, Excelsior Springs, Missouri. Congratulations to class winner 295. We now have our second class of late spring Charlet bulls making their way into arena number 2.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford side, class 30, horned early summer yearlings. First place will go to back number 621, Lauren May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Second place went to back number 616, Hadley and Wyatt Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Third place went to back number 620, Gage Creamer of Waxahachie, Texas. Fourth place went to back number 622, Addison and Peyton Owensby of Folsom, New Mexico. Fifth place in that class went to back number 518, Macy and Cooper Curry. Sixth place went to back number 619, Hagan Chapel. And seventh place went to back number 624, Caton Ross Noblet of Magnum, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion in the horned intermediate yearling females.
well, a very high quality pair of bull calves to start off this class. And if you like them the other way, I'm not going to argue with you a whole lot. The differences I see in them is I think this calf that leads off with is just so much correct in terms of the he's got to his shoulder. You study him down through his hock, and he's coming with an immense amount of integrity in the way he handles that hock and down into his pasture and behind. He has a tendency to want to pop just a little bit every once in a while, but I sure don't read that in terms of his angles, in terms of his joint design. I think that's more than anything just the fact that he's just starting to learn how to lead. So an awful nice calf there, tremendous amount of muscle shape. I just love the way he comes right behind his blades in terms of the amount of shape and dimension that he's got. I rate a tremendous amount of longevity in that calf. Calf in second's one that's got a big square hip in him. He's tremendously thick when you study him from behind. He's one that's got a nice shape to his top. He gets a little more upright in his shoulder and a little straighter in his hock when I compare him to the calf that leads off. But there's a nice pair of calves there that are awful high quality. I think they could stand a tremendous amount of competition. Then the little bull that rounds out the class, he's got some muscle to him. We just have to have a nickel more quality in him in order to move him up in this class.
Got another nice division here, and I walked all three of them because I kind of think we have a winner, and you got to figure out who you want to use for reserve here, and then you could stay with I guess there's two of them that are just a little more Cali bodied, but then at the same time there's two of them that probably hit you just a little differently, a little neater in terms of hind leg design and presence there. So I go back and forth on them, but without a doubt our winner is going to be the young lady from that second class, and that'll be our champion here in this division.
Well, congratulations here in your Hereford ring. Your champion in our horned intermediate yearling division will go to Lauren May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin with Purple Iris.
Again, debate back and forth between these. Again, that single entry, so cowy bodied and so stout made. I think it's still, although it's hard for her to make that one go. That one still goes sound enough. She's got just a little more set though to her rear leg, a little more pronounced in her chest. And this one that was second in class, I absolutely love her hip and rear leg and the way it sets down. Her feet are very good, and she's got the advantage there up front. Just got to decide if you want the extra bulk, but you're going to give up some of the balance things or keep some of the balance things and say there's plenty enough bulk here. I'm going to keep those two together, use that second in that class to be reserved.
And congratulations over here in your Hereford ring. Reserve champion in that division will go to back number 616. SCC 1640 Cami 935G, exhibited by Hadley and Wyatt Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska.
Well, over here on the Charolais Bull side, I think an awful high-quality class of bulls, and as impressive as the class is, I think the class winner is just that much better. I mean, there's one that checks the boxes for me in terms of having that meat animal look and that base width and that just sheer power, and yet he still puts it together with a good look. He's right in terms of his shoulder shape and design. Then you put him on the go, he's as solid as you can make him from his knee and hock to the ground. I don't want to take anything away from the little bull in second, because if that one wasn't in here, we'd be saying those things about him. He's one that's really got a tremendous look to his front 1/3. He's very elongated up through that front end. He's one that just has a tremendous amount of muscle shape to him. The difference in that pair is when you put him on the move. This one doesn't handle his hip or his rear leg quite as well as that calf that leads off with, but there's a high quality pair of Charolais bull calves.
Okay, to catch you up to speed over here in ring number 2, Class 2B late spring bull Kez Charlet. Your class winner was exhibitor 296 FFF Gambit 2020 Camden Filippo from Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Second place, exhibitor 301 Carr Cattle Company with Cars Mr. Cattlemen. And third place, 297 KNS Sancho of Rockin' K Cattle, Lexington, Virginia. And then Class 3A Early Spring Charlet Bull Calves. Your class winner was exhibitor 303 from Wild Indian Acres from DeSoto, Missouri, WIA Backwater Jack. And second place, exhibitor 302, Tiana Simpson, Fair, Missouri, and Livestock Springfield, Missouri, with LJRSS Mr. Swayze 214 HET. And now we have Class 3B Early Spring Bull Calves in the show ring.
When we get these two bulls back out here, we kind of had them sorted in that other class, and we're going to leave them how I had them. I just think there's so much more muscle in the bull that wins. I like his shape right there behind his blades, and then when you put him in motion, I think he comes with more carette sec to his hock and a more carette sec to his shoulder when we compare him to the bull in second. Bull in second's a little longer bodied kind of a calf. He's a little more extended. I like that about him. I like the fact that he's not quite as round up through his front end. To go with that, though, that one needs a little more center body in him. But more importantly than that, we've got to flex him up just a bit more off his rear legs. Nice pair of bulls.
In Class 3B, Charlet Early Spring Bull Calves, your class winner, exhibitor 311, Kevin Doonan from Midlothian, Texas, with DCC Mac Daddy 2004 Pet. And the second place, exhibitor 307, Jet Statler Hoskins, Nebraska, with Jets Thor.
Currently over here in your Hereford ring is Class 31, pulled late summer yearlings. These heifers are born between May 21st and June 7th, 2019.
Well, it's been a nice way to start our bull show here this morning, or this afternoon, I guess. We've had quality cattle in all of these classes. It's been quality. And, you know, I mean, I've been around this thing for a long time, and I know that at times some of these bull divisions get a little bit sketchy. And, man, I'm really happy with this calf division out here because I think there's 3 or 4 of them that can truly be changers in terms of a lot of good things in them. And mated correctly, I think that we have a lot of options with them out here. I'm not going to bore you with much of my rhetoric. There's one of them that stands in a league of his own for me. Congratulations to that bull calf out of class number 3. He'll be your champion in this division. We're going to follow right up behind him with the young lady in the red sweater there. That calf that stood second to him will be reserved in this division.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Appreciate it.
303 and 302. It's on 5, yeah. And your Charlet Spring Calf Bull Champion, congratulations to exhibitor 303, WIA Backwater Jack 060P, owned by Wild Indian Acres, DeSoto, Missouri. Also Wright Charlet, Richmond, Missouri, and Cannon Charlet, Newtown, Iowa. And your reserve champion bull, exhibitor 302, LJRSS Mr. Swayze 214 HET. Owners Tiana Simpson, Thayer, Missouri. AM Livestock, Springfield, Missouri. Now we move right to our junior calf, junior bulls, our first class, 4A.
Another good class here as we jump into this division. Boy, a neat heifer to latch onto here. Love her look. Again, her softness and pliableness of her skeleton and body is very, very good. Sets down on her feet in a very soft, smooth, and comfortable manner there as well. Again, maybe give her just a shot more from behind, but really that's probably asking a lot. Still handles herself very, very well. Powerfully built one here, lots of foot and bone, and uses them very, very well. She's not probably as neat in her shoulder, not quite as neat in her head and her crest as what that one that leads off here and wins, but I like her length of stride, her mobility a little better than one here in third. To stop standing still, this one here in third, you got to check out because you like her. She's very neat, very good in her lines. Her presence is incredible. We get her on the go, though. She's just a little shorter and choppier for me in terms of her movement, a little frailer there at the surface. I like the young lady's heifer that comes here next. A good moderate cowie, one I love the middle of, and the one that's still pretty good in terms of her upper hip shape there. Gets a little plainer maybe there up front. Want to open her up relative to those top three, but good kind of cattle. Pair of them that we end up closing with maybe just don't have that same kind of look and presence as those two, but those are easy keeping cattle. I think that they're going to always have some flesh and have some stoutness to them, maybe modify them in terms of their structure or touch.
Well, over here on the Charlet side, we move into this next division, and a nice bull to start us off. There's one that good looking, big bodied, big bone, tremendous amount of testicular development under him. Nice calf to win the class. I'm going to follow up with the young lady's bull there in second. He gives up quite a bit of muscle shape to the bull that stands right behind him, but still I read this one as being so much more correct in his angles in terms of his shoulder and hock. I think he's the next sound one we need to tie to in this class. Yellow bull gives us some added pounds and some added dimension and with the base and muscle. We've just got to make him sounder off his rear leg if we're going to move him up in this class today. Nice one to win.
Your class 4A, Charlet Junior Bulls. First place exhibited by number 313, Brixton Steve Birch of Oneida, South Dakota, with BRCHE Cool Dot. 503 PLD ET. Second place, 318, Paisley Grace Carlson, Harrisburg, South Dakota, PGC Mr. Copeland 0716 HET. In third place, 317, from Trinity Valley Community College, Athens, Texas, TVCC Sanchez 2009P. We now have Class 4B Junior Charlet Bull Calves in the show ring.
We have the results from the last class in our Hereford ring, Class 31, pulled late summer yearlings. First place went to back number 633, Veda and Hans Vickland of Longmont, Colorado. Second place went to back number 630, Burke Van Horn of Morgantown, Indiana. Third place went to back number 629, Emily Jenkins of Crandall, Texas. Fourth place went to back number 627, Emma Daniel and Morgan Richardson of Capron, Illinois. Fifth place went to back number 631, Brad Shepard. In sixth place in that class will go to back number 628, Tegan Crosswaith of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Currently in your Hereford ring is Class 32, pulled early summer yearlings, born between May 1st and May 16th, 2019. After this class, we'll be selecting your champion and reserve champion in your intermediate yearling division over here in the pulled Hereford ring.
Where'd you see that at? Snapchat? Oh, yeah. My stories are crazy.
Got another good class here on our Paul Hereford side, and the one we're going to lead off with again just does that best job in this class of taking some added power and substance and still keeping it correct in terms of her structure. Still has some hip and some squareness and levelness to her. I like the way she's designed there in terms of her front end and the way she parks that up there as well. When she gets out on the go, you could tow her head ever so slightly up front, but still one I think does a very, very good job handling what she's packing around there. Female run here in second, to me, just a lot like her. Moderate, opened up, good in her body, good in her upper hip. For me, this heifer wants to run downhill just a touch more. May not be truly as big-footed and ground-consuming as what the one that leads out ahead of her is, but still a good heifer. This heifer here, she's stout enough for you. She goes to the front because she is fresh. She is neat in her look. She's got some soundness for me. I want just a little more dimension, a little more cow power. Kind of like the one here in fourth. I love her hip. That's a big hip one. That's a big back leg. She's bold. She's almost got a little daylight, though. I wish she's a little softer. Want to redesign her shoulder and her knee just a little bit more as well. We could make this one go just a little more comfortably. We can move her up. I love her center body. I like her softness there. She wants to wedge in and close up just a little more, get up in her spine. Another one here that's pretty good in terms of function. Gonna be easy fleshing. Just want to see her a little neater, more feminine up front. Maybe set her down in her tail head a little differently there as well. But good class of Herefords.
High quality class of Charolais bull calves over here, and some differences in them. And if you want to sort them up a different way, I'm not going to argue with you a whole lot because they're all pieces, and I think you've got to decide what emphasis you want to put on what pieces that we find in the bulls. I think when I step back and I try to find the one that puts the most good into one package and the one that's the most complete, I tie to the bull that I've got here in the lead. That one's got muscle, he's got look, he's elevated enough in his chest floor, he's sound enough when you ask him to get out and move. I'd like to soften him just a bit in his pasture when he hits the ground. He wants to get a bit more upright than what I think is ideal. That's probably, kind of the deciding factor in this class here. I'm going to call that one sound enough because the one in second's got that same issue with his pasture. And this ground is so unforgiving out here that any little thing right there that we can find, it's sure gonna extenuate itself because that's an awful nice pair of bulls. The bull in second's probably longer bodied and longer sided. He just doesn't quite give me that added look up front that I find in the bull that wins. Bull in third's another intriguing one for me. He's a little more upright in his shoulder than what the two bulls are that go out in front of him, but he's so long-fronted and he's so long-hipped. I just like to put a little more center in that guy when we compare him to the two cattle that go out in front. Bull that's going to go third's got some added dimension, some added center rib in him. Just not quite the look in terms of up front, in terms of the levelness and squareness of hip that I find in the bulls that go out in front. Next one's a long-fronted individual. He's just too round in his shoulder and too round in his hip. Then we round out the class with one that's got muscle. He just needs more center rib in him in order to get him up any higher in this class. Interesting group of bulls. The most complete one wins for me.
Your Class 4B of Junior Charolais bull calves. Your class winner, congratulations to 320, Embadon Hankins from Springfield, Missouri with HF Progressive 003 PET. Second place, 319, Bar J Charolais, Liverpool, Texas, BJCF San Juan, H23P. Third place, DC Declan 25, exhibitor number 328, L. Pat Dunn, Weatherford, Oklahoma. Fourth place, MSL Mr. Z-Man 3064 ET, Mason LaFesti, Cameron, Texas, exhibitor number 323. And fifth place, 322, Bill King, Morality, New Mexico, KR Sideline 009. And sixth place, exhibitor 321, JVS Law Dog H7 from JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana. We now will show for your junior calf champion and your reserve junior calf Charolais bull champion.
Got a good another good division over here. Again, for cattle, we're starting to get into these ones that are really going to look like they can make cows, and I really appreciate that. But amongst this group, I think there's still one that kind of sticks out here. Her look, her presence, her body volume, and still structurally, I think she's at the head of the line amongst this division as well. So, young lady out of this first class, she'll have our champion. Gets a little closer between two stouter ones. We're bringing back here next. Both of them have foot and bone. Both of them have just a little extra boldness to them. One of them's just a little neater and tidier and more feminine about the way she carries her head and her neck. That's the young ladies out of class 2. That'll be the reserve. So really a nice set of cattle.
Over here on the Charolais Bull side, we get our class winners and our seconds back here in this division, and 4 nice bulls. I think all of them have some parts and pieces that can work for a lot of those people and programs out there. With that said, my champion today is the bull out of that first class. There's just too much power in that one not to use him to win this particular division. Congratulations on an awful nice bull. After that, we're going to come back and use the winner out of that second class, who's going to be reserved in this division. A nice pair of bull calves here in this group.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring. Your champion in the intermediate yearling division will go to back number 633, HSCG HCC Diana 736 GET, exhibited by Veda and Hans Vickland of Longmont, Colorado. And reserve champion in that division will go to back number 635, Delhawk Callan 48 GET, exhibited by Lauren Brady and Nicholas Jones, Darlington, Wisconsin. Now in your Hereford ring will be class 33 Horn Spring yearling females, born between April 2nd and April 28th, 2019.
And your junior calf Charolais Bull champion, congratulations to exhibitor 313, BRCHE Cool Dot 0503 PLD ET by Brixton Steve Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. That was exhibitor 313. And your reserve junior bull champion is exhibited by number 320, Emma Dawn Hankins from Springfield, Missouri with HF Progressive 003 PET. Now we'll have your senior calf, winter bull calves, class 5 in the show ring, arena number 2.
Well, a nice trio of bulls here, and bull that wins does for fun for me. That one's just the right kind. He's good-legged, he's big-bodied and big bone, still looks good up front. You ask him to move, he's plenty sound. Nice bull to lead off this class of senior calves. A close decision for me between 2 and 3. I'm going to use the bigger frame bull there in second. There's just so much more of him. He's got so much more ruggedness and bone. He needs to be better structured. He's too upright in his shoulder and too straight in his hock for me. And then a little bull that's going to go third is just giving up too much in terms of power and production for me in this trio. We got to have a little more grow in him in order to get him up in this particular group. Nice trio of bulls. Nice bull to win.
And your first class of Charolais Winter Bull Calves, class 5. Congratulations to exhibitor 329, Green Hill Charolais, Mount Eula, North Carolina, GHCC, all in 15G. Second place, exhibitor 330, Tara Telephison, Moses Lake, Washington, with TC Let Freedom Ring, G62. And third place, exhibitor 332, TVR STEM, Twisted V Ranch, Troop, Texas. Now we have class 6 senior bull calves making their way to arena number 2.
Got a nice trio here. All three of these cattle. Again, I like the value of them. I like the fact that they can go make cows, or at least look like they will in terms of the pieces they offer. But the one that leads off does so rather quickly. Just one that's got a neat presence and look about her. I love her smoothness. I love the way she comes together in terms of just her build. Squareness is good. Muscle type's good. Feet and legs are good. Neat heifer here to leads off this particular trio. These next two, you can go back and forth, and if you switch them again, wouldn't argue with you one bit. For me, the heifer we're going to leave here in seconds just a little smoother. Lays into her shoulder a little better, transitions from there to her forerib a little better. Still one that has some hip dimension to her. I like to just rotate her a little more correctly there up front. Like the heifer here in third. I love just the neck set of her. She's one for me, though. I just want to correct her from shoulder to full rib, design her just a little differently out of her hock as well. But that's a good trio of females.
Over here on the Charolais Bull side, we got get into our September yearling bulls there, and we just got a really stout one to win. I think there's just too much power in that one to do anything with him but start the class with him. That one's got a tremendous amount of center body in him. He's got just a really, really huge hip and quarter in him. You ask him to go, he's still sound enough on the go. Puts a little more pressure on that outside hoof wall than what I ideally like to see. I'm still calling him acceptable because he's as long a strident one as we've seen out here. Bull in second's a long-sided, long and extended fronted guy, and you know, he's one that's sound when you ask him to get out and move. There's just not enough to him right now in comparison to that bull that leads off. We've just got to give him some more dimension in terms of base width and muscle in order to get him around that bull. But an awful nice bull from the ground up. Nice calf to be here second in this particular class.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring for Class 33 Horn Spring Yearling Females. First place will go to back number 644, exhibited by Mason Allen of Nacona, Texas. Second place will go to back number 642, exhibited by Thomas Will and Ben Frecking of Alpha, Minnesota. And third place will go to back number 648, exhibited by Maddie Smith of Athens, Texas. Now in your Hereford ring is Class 34 Horn Spring Yearling Females, calved between March 1st and March 18th, 2019.
Tell you what, guys, let's walk these top.
Class 6 results here for senior bull calves. Congratulations to exhibitor 338, JHC Jello Shot, owners Easton Paul Hill from Nunn, Colorado. Second place, exhibitor 335, Caprock PC Whiteout, Autumn M. Dietrich from Muleshoe, Texas, owners of that second place placing. Now we have the champion senior bull, Charolais senior bull champion and reserve champion in the show ring.
Well, nice pair of bulls. They are class winners in this particular division. I think cattle that have plenty of muscle and plenty of shape in terms of just true base width and dimension. I think you've got to appreciate that about them. You know, I think it's a little closer than what a lot of guys out there on the outside would think. You know, I'm not going to argue with you where you put your preferences. I've always been one to be awful tough on cattle that I don't think their feet are just right, and I think that for me is what sorts this particular pair. Congratulations to the bull out of that first class. He's going to be your senior calf champion. We'll follow right up with the bull out of class 2 to be reserved.
And your senior Charlet Bull champion. Congratulations to exhibitor 329, GHCC All In 15G from Green Hills Charlet, Mount Eula, North Carolina. And the reserve senior calf bull champion, exhibitor 338, GHC Jello Shot 9480, Easton Paul Hill, Nunn, Colorado. Now we have the intermediate division starting with Summer Yearling Bulls, class number 8.
Well, an interesting pair of bulls here on opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of how they're built. I'm going to opt to use the yellow bull here for me. He's just so much longer bodied. He's so much more extended. He comes so much more correct out of his shoulder than the bull does in second. To go with that added frame size, that one could use a tick more muscle for me and for sure a little more stoutness in terms of the bone work under him. But an awful good bull in terms of his length of body, in terms of how he gets around the ring. I like his freshness and the way he goes. Bull in second's a little more moderate in terms of his type and kind. He's one that's probably a little more expressively muscled for his frame size. This one just gets a little more upright in his shoulder and a little steeper in his hip, which causes him not to go quite as easy off of either end. So nice pair of bulls. I think the yellow bull's just that much sounder. He needs to win.
In your first class of Charlet Intermediate Summer Yearling Bulls, congratulations to class winner 340 F5 Platinum 947 PLD, Audrey M. Phil from Telephone, Texas. Second place, exhibitor number 339, HF Chavez, Emma Dawn Hankins from Springfield, Missouri. They will also be your intermediate Charlet Champion Bull and reserve intermediate Charlet Champion Bull.
Another good class. Really, again, a lot of good ones in here as far as future cow makers, and the one we lead off with just probably combines freshness and stoutness at a very, very high degree. She's really big and square out of her hip. I love the boldness and type of her body. Her composition's on point. Really neat and attractive as you study her there up front. She's not blessed with the most leg hair, so she doesn't look as dominant in terms of her bone and her foot. But boy, I still think one that's got a lot of good going for her, a lot of things right with that particular female. Heifer here in second and third, chose to use just a little stouter one to go ahead and follow with. I like her boldness, I like her smoothness. She's got more hip in her. I like the way she utilizes her hind leg. When she goes, though, I want to change her there up front ever so slightly as she goes. She wants to fight it just a little bit. But boy, I need heifer, though, that's still got a lot of good going for her. Extremely fresh one that comes out here next. Like her head and neck and the way it sets. Her looseness and flexibility is very good. Hot posture maybe gets underneath herself just a little bit, and here today for me more so, she just got overpowered by those two that are ahead of her. Female that comes here next, pretty sound, pretty soft made, pretty smooth made. Wish she was a touch fresher in her chest and her neck there for me. Want to open that one up just a shade more as well. Another neat heifer here in terms of volume, just starting to push that envelope of condition just a little bit. Want to make her a little neater up there up front. Got a pair of them here that just aren't going quite as good up front. This one's got plenty of power and stoutness to her. This one here is the prettier one of that pair. Just both of them need to get and go just a little more correctly and loosely.
Well, over here on the Charlet side, we get into a pair of summer bulls here. I like the bull in the lead to win. He's just so much longer. He's so much more correct in his slope to his shoulder, the way he ties his shoulder up into his neck. You ask this one to get out and move. He's got a great stride about him. You know, he doesn't overpower you from a muscle standpoint, but I appreciate the fact that he is where he is in terms of composition, because what you see on the bull is what's truly there. And I love his length of hip, his levelness and squareness. He's as wide a pinned one as we've seen out here. Just an awful nice way to start off the class. Bull in second might have just a bit more shape in terms of definition of muscle when you study him from end to end. His problem is when we ask him to go, he's just more upright in his shoulder, causes him to move with a little more restriction off both ends of his skeleton. But a nice bull to lead off, nice pair of bulls here in this class.
Class 6 of Charlet Spring Yearling Bulls. Congratulations to class winner 341, BJCF Quintana G54P from Bar J Charlet, Liverpool, Texas. Second place 344, BHSC TVCC Mamie's Boy 11G from Trinity Valley Community College in Athens, Texas. Now we'll have class 10 of the Junior Yearling Bulls making their way to the show arena 2.
Currently over here in ring 1, we have the results from class 34, Horn Spring Yearling Females. First place went to back number 650, exhibited by Thomas Will and Ben Frecking of Alpha, Minnesota. Second place went to back number 657, Claiborne and Eli Perry of Madison, Mississippi. Third place went to back number 656, Gary and Kathy Buckholtz. Fourth place went to back number 659, Bailey Smith. Fifth place went to back number 655, Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. Sixth place went to back number 653, Cameron and Kylan Oaks of Taloga, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to back number 660, exhibited by Tommy Rabel of Lake Park, Iowa. Now in ring 1, we are selecting our champion and reserve champion here in your Horn Spring Yearling Heifer Division.
Another impressive division here. Again, 4 representatives who we should be proud of, and going to end up with 2 of them out here that you really like really well. Going to break them down real quickly. I think it deserves a little justification, but really a nice set of them here. The one that wins this first class, again, right there from this vantage point right here, hard not to like that one. They're so good in terms of her head neck posture. I like the way her shoulder lays into her body. Her feet and legs are extra good in terms of not only circumference and type of foot and bone, but the way she utilizes them is still very, very good as well. You get in behind that one, she's deceiving. I still see one that still has some pin width. She has some boldness there over her top there as well. But a neat heifer that blends a lot of neat things together. I think the trade-off, the heifer here out of this second class, you just want to talk about the most powerful one from behind, definitely her. That girl is opened up and is wide pin and as good in her pins as you can get one. Bold in her body there as well. And again, I love just the freshness and the condition and composition that she was in. And again, I still think one that handles her structure plenty adequately well. You start debating back and forth between the two. She's probably more pronounced at the top of her shoulder and where her shoulder lays in relation to the rest of her body. But still one, I think, for being that muscular, that stout, she still keeps it smooth and still keeps herself collected enough. So you can go back and forth on the two. I think it's almost like flipping a coin, but at the same time, if you're just drawing them and really picking them apart, which one has the least amount of problems and holes out here, it's definitely this one up front. She's going to be our champion here this division. Going to use the one here out of Class 2 to be reserved.
Well, congratulations over here in your Hereford ring. Your champion Horn Spring yearling female went to back number 644, Colt GARW Candy Stock 25 ET, exhibited by Mason Allen.
Over here on the Charlet side, tremendously high quality pair of bulls up here, and if you like them the other way, I'm not going to argue with you much because I'm going to just be honest with you. This one's more my style. I mean, and those of you out there at ringside that have known me for 50 years, I think all of you will agree that that's more the kind that I like. And I'm not saying that that's the way it's supposed to be, but it just so happens that that's the way it's going to be today. But I like the moderate package in this one. I like the true muscle shape in him. I like the way that his shoulder is laid back into his skeleton a little more correctly than I do the bull in second. I'm not going to argue with it. The bull in second's a little more attractive up through his front end. He's longer bodied and probably just a nickel nicer to look at when you step back off of him. But the differences I see in the bulls is that one's a little more up in his shoulder, nickel straighter in terms of his hock design, and I don't think there's the true muscle shape in that one as we find in the bull that leads off. Bull in third's one that's got some added muscle shape to him. He's got some added base width and dimension. His problem is when we ask him to move, that guy's just not moving with enough integrity off of his rear leg. Big bull that comes next in line's a big frame, long-sided individual. That one wants to camp up under himself a bit more than what I think is acceptable when we get him to get on the move. We round out the class with a yellow-tinged bull that's big and long. That one's just got to have more center body and more structural design under him when we compare him to the cattle that go out in front. Nice class of bulls, a nice top pair of bulls.
And your results from the Class 10 Junior Yearling Bulls. Congratulations to class winner 345, Mr. MBC 1948, polled by Bar J. Charlet, Liverpool, Texas, and the Nielsen brothers from Findlay, Oklahoma. Second place, exhibitor number 346, DF, Mr. Outrageous, 64G. Owners, Premium Livestock, Milverton and Riley Derrier from Milan, Illinois. Third place, 349, Dropout by Taylor Heim from Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Fourth place, 348, CCC Jingle and Go, 9055 PET. Craig Stalkup, Prescott, Indiana, and Colby Epperson, Laredo, Missouri. And fifth place, 347, DC Smart Revolution 1903. Trinity Valley Community College, Athens, Texas. Kevin R. Doonan, Midlothian, Texas.
We bring these bulls back around here to select our division champion. I think that had a time with that pair of older bulls in class because they're just so different in terms of their type and kind. Still, I think they have so much good to offer. We're going to keep them together. They're going to be champion in reserve in this particular division.
Well, over here on your Hereford ring, reserve champion in that last division went to back number 650, HBL Miss Spice 938 ET, exhibited by Thomas Will and Ben Frecking of Alpha, Minnesota. Now, currently in your Hereford ring is class 35 in your pulled division. This will be spring yearling females, calved between April 20th and April 30th, 2019.
And your junior champion bull, congratulations to exhibitor 345, Mr. MBC 1948 pole by Bar J. Charlet, Liverpool, Texas, and Nielsen Brothers from Findlay, Oklahoma. And your reserve junior champion Charlet bull, exhibitor 346, DF, Mr. Outrageous 64G, Premier Livestock, Milverton, and Riley Derrier, Milan, Illinois, from Milan, Illinois. We also would like to make an announcement. There was a wallet found in the stands this afternoon for William Wheeler from Chickasha, Oklahoma. We have your wallet down here at the announcer's stand, so please come down here and retrieve your wallet. If you know him, please pass the word along to him as well. We appreciate it. I'm sure he'd appreciate it even more.
Well, a really nice pair of Charlet bulls here, and I'm going to use the bigger framed one to win. I don't use him because he's bigger framed. I just think we've got a bit of a structural advantage in him in terms of the shape to his outside toe in comparison to the bull that's going to be second. This bull that leads off with has got a tremendously good front end in him, very smooth and angular about his shoulder. He's very long in terms of the way his neck is designed. He's still got a good hip in him, a great amount of muscle in that one. I like the condition that he's in. He needs to come to the ground a little squarer off those rear two for me, but he does have an advantage over the bull in second in terms of the shape to that outside toe. I love the moderation of the bull in second, and I really want to make myself use him because I like the muscle shape in him. I like the bone work in him. We've just got to fix the outside shape of those toes in order for me to feel comfortable swapping that pair of bulls. So, interesting decision. Use the bigger frame, longer-sided one to win.
And your Class 11 Senior Charlotte Yearling Bull Champion or Class Winner 354 TS Whalen 31FET. Owners Andrew Dobb from Danville, Indiana, and Trey Simmons from Tipton, Indiana. Second place, number 355 JVS Long Snapper F39, Evelyn Duhan from Sulphur, Louisiana, the owner. Now we have Class 13, 2-year-old bulls.
Another really good class of heifers here, and again, trying to keep them as dimensional as possible. Hate to sound like a broken record, but still keep it all in play, and this one does that pretty well in this class. Talk about one that's got a lot of cow power. Just her body's awesome. You get these first two out here, again, they're the ones that hit you right off the bat, but this one's quite a bit stouter. When you get in behind her, still neat enough in her neck and still one that handles her structure fairly well. So again, another nice place to land. This one here in second, if she's stout enough for you, you probably need to switch these because she is neat to look at. She just draws you in. She's presented nicely. I like the body shape of her. Her structure's good. Her reach is good. Just made the call when we get in behind her. For me personally, I need to see that one quite a bit stouter, more opened up, particularly at the ground as she leaves you. And that's the debate with her and the one here in third. This is probably as fresh a condition of one as we have out here. I like her hip and the way her hind leg works. A little more upright in her shoulder for me personally. I like to lay her back and rock her back that way. She doesn't view maybe as good right there in her heart and forerib as what those two are. This one here, maybe I get a little hard on her, but maybe I don't. I think she needs to be fresher. I like her stoutness. I like her power. She still has a good foot to go underneath there, but just starting to get enough there, thickness up front. I like to maybe clean her up, set her down in her tail head even so as well. Another female here that you like a great deal in terms of just her presentation, her lines, her correctness in terms of body. Gets underneath herself with her hind leg just a little bit, want to square her up there. I like this one on the standstill especially. Boy, she's neat necked, she's level. Get her on the go. Just want to see her move a little looser, clean her up in terms of her chest. Young lady's calf here is pretty long spine and extended, just gets overpowered here with amongst this group.
Over here on the Charlet bull side, nice bull to lead off this particular class. Super long-bodied bull that is adequate in terms of his muscle shape. He's the sounder moving of the two. He's considerably bigger footed and bigger bone. You know, I guess for me, that one needs a little more shape right through his center body. He needs a little more dimension of muscle behind, but I'm going to call him adequate, and I'll have to use him just because he balances up so much better and is so much sounder on the move than the bull in second. There's no doubt the bull in second's got more sheer power to him, tremendous amount of shape to his top and quarter. He just gets too round for me. He's too round hip. We need to see a little more substance in terms of bone work under that guy as well in order for me to switch that pair. Nice pair of bulls.
Congratulations to Exhibitor 356, AWR White Claw 814 from Aces Wild Ranch LLC, Weatherford, Texas. Filippo Family Farms from Rush Springs, Oklahoma, class winner of Class 13. And second place, Exhibitor 357, WGB Outer Limits 801 ET from Double C Ranch, Hanover, Kansas, and Lau Ranches from Hanover, Kansas. Now we'll show for Senior Champion Charlet Bull and Reserve Senior Champion Charlet Bull.
As we lead these bulls around the ring, I think we just talked to them, and you know the things I like about them and the things I'd like to change in them. And I think that when you sit back and you try to find the one that's the soundest, I think for me there's no doubt the older bull's the sounder bull of the lineup. Congratulations, he's going to be our senior champion. I think it gets a little closer for reserve. We're going to follow right on up with that bull that stood second in class to him. I just think he comes to the ground with a bit more integrity in terms of his hoof size.
And your senior champion Charlet Bull goes to Exhibitor 356, AWR White Claw 814 by Aces Wild Ranch LLC, Weatherford, Texas, Filippo Family Farms, Rush Springs, Oklahoma. And reserve senior champion bull, Exhibitor 357, WGB Outer Limits 801 ET, Double C Ranch, Hanover, Kansas, and Lau Ranches from Hanover, Kansas. Now we will show for the 52nd National Grand Champion Charlet Bull and Reserve Grand Champion Charlet Bull.
Well, congratulations back over here in your Hereford ring, Class 35, pulled spring yearling females. First place went to back number 666, exhibited by Mason Allen of Nacona, Texas. Second place went to back number 663, Will Thomas and Ben Frecking of Alpha, Minnesota. Third place went to back number 664, exhibited by Haley Connolly of Belleville, Ontario. Fourth place went to back number 669, Braden Pacheco of Paso Robles, California. Fifth place went to back number 668, exhibited by Katie Pieper of Zurich, Kansas. And sixth place in that class went to back number 667, Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. And seventh in that class, back number 665, Sydney Hodge of Ramona, Oklahoma. Now over here in your Hereford ring is Class 36, pulled spring yearling females, calved between April 1st and April 12th, 2019. We would like to remind everyone that masks are required while here in the show ring, in the makeup pens and in the stands, as well as back in the barns. Specifically over in our Charlet makeup pens, we do need to make sure that everyone is wearing masks while here in the arena. We certainly appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Over here in ring number 2, we're showing for the National Grand Champion Charlet Bull and Reserve National Grand Champion Charlet Bull. Each of our class winners making their way. Let me just remind you who those were. Your spring calf champion bull was exhibitor 303, WIA Backwater Jack 060P, owned by Wild Indian Acres, Wright Charlet, Richmond, Missouri, and Cannon Charlet, Newtown, Iowa. Your junior calf champion bull was exhibited by 313 BRCHE Cool Dot 0503 PLDET Brixton Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Your senior calf bull champion was exhibited by 329 GHCC All In 15G Green Hills Charlet, Mount Eula, North Carolina. Your intermediate bull champion exhibited by 340 F5 Platinum 947 PLD, Audrey Phil from Telephone, Texas. Your junior bull champion was exhibitor by 345 Mr. MBC 1948 polled by Bar J. Charlet, Liverpool, Texas, and Nielsen Brothers from Findlay, Oklahoma.
Here on the Hereford side, again, a really nice class of them that we have here, and there's really all four you like a lot of pieces of. I like the way this one comes together with extra power, but yet still some length and freshness. I like her body design. I like the way her hind leg parks, and again, head and neck sets up there good. She's got a little more shoulder, and that's where you change your layer into it and tuck her chest just a little more, but she handles things well. So fresh, so neat, so good there in terms of just her hip and look and freshness. I like the foot and bone on the one we have here in second. Again, she's starting to really show there, being a little heavier with calf. Love the squareness of her hip. Like the stoutness of feature. She wants to start to break now down there in his top line. I want to change up her udder design just a shade more, just to be picky of her, and maybe just assemble her a little smoother all the way through when she's on the move relative to your class winner. That's two really nice cattle there. Another one nice here in third, just didn't have the wow factor of those two. Maybe just gets overpowered, if you will. Her smoothness is good. Her body shape is good. Her length to stride is good. Just not quite as dominant in her hip and power. A stout one here. Probably of these four, though, want to see her move just a little looser, more, just a little freer there, particularly off of her rear skeleton.
Guys, I'm real happy with our lineup that we have back out here to grab us a national champion bull out of. And, I guess I'll get on my soapbox a little bit and urge you guys that are out there that are believers in agriculture to get out and voice your opinion, because now more than ever, no matter what side of the fence politically you stand on, now more than ever, we're going to need your voice. And American agriculture is going to have the voices of those that stand behind it, because believe you me, those that don't share our feelings for our industry are going to be voicing their opinions loud and clear. And the problem now is they're going to have ears that are going to listen. So I urge you guys to get out and tell our story, and tell our story that American agriculture is providing with less for more, and we're doing it more efficiently than ever before. And not only that, we're providing a more wholesome and safer product for people all over the world. So voice your opinion, not only for that, but voice your opinion for the beef cattle industry in general. And there's no secret that I'm friends with many of those that stand out in the ring at the halter of these cattle, and many of those of you at ringside and several in the stands, because if I weren't your friends, I wouldn't have been involved in this industry now for 51 years. So, since 1936, selling these white bulls is what's put the bread on the table at our operation. And, I'm proud to say that our family is, of all of those that started back in 1936, we're the only ones left getting it done. And I'm proud of that, and I don't mean that to boast, but I think that we've done it because we haven't let ourselves chase fads, and we've produced cattle that have the commercial cowman in mind. And as I said earlier, you know, we've got to bridge that gap. There's no space in this world for show cattle and good cattle. We've got to have good cattle, whether they're in their show ring or they're at home and making brood cows and making us a living. So with that said, I'll say that I'm pleased with the bulls that I have back out here. There's a pair of these fellows that are going to match up quite well for me, just like I thought the females did. And, you know, I've gotten to judge over 1,000 shows since I graduated from college, and I can honestly say that I've never been influenced, and I've always used the cattle and not the people that I wanted to use. So with that said, those of you that are out here that are my friends, if we came as friends, we leave as friends. If we don't leave as friends, we probably weren't that good a friend to start with. So with that said, I sort the cattle and not the people, and I get to sleep at night, and the only one that I have to make happy is Linda because she's my driver. So thank y'all for having me here. I appreciate the Charolais Association for giving me the opportunity. And believe me, there's no one that does it or that will ever do it that does it with any more heart than what I've done, because believe me, this is the breed that's made our family who we are. So thanks for giving me that opportunity. I'm going to find you two to be champion in reserve. Nice job by everyone. Thanks for all for doing such a great job putting this show on.
And your national grand champion, Charolais Bull, exhibited by 303, WIA Backwater Jack 060P, owned by Wild Indian Acres, DeSoto, Missouri. Also Wright Charolais from Richmond, Missouri, and Cannon Charolais from Newtown, Iowa. And your reserve grand champion bull, exhibited by 329 GHCC All In 15G. Owners Green Hills Charolais, Mount Eula, North Carolina. Congratulations to them. On your national grand champion Charolais Bull and your reserve national grand champion Charolais Bull.
Well, back over here on your Hereford side, congratulations in Class 36, pulled spring yearling females. First place went to back number 683, Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 676, exhibited by Riley William and Emily Mainhart of Marysville, Kansas. Third place went to back number 682, Braden and Aiden Barber of Channing, Texas. And fourth place went to back number 681, Sage Cashlin and Kinsley Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. Now over in your Hereford ring is Class 37, pulled spring yearling females, calved between March 2nd and March 28th, 2019.
If I could have your attention, I want to make a big announcement here. The Ted Kelly AICA Herdsman of the Year being presented by Ethel Kelly, past Herdsman of the Year, and the Jared Boyer, the 2020 AKA Herdsman of the Year. This year goes to Albert Stone, F5 Charolais from Salina, Texas.
Another good class here, and again, keeping with the priority of cowiness, that's where I sort those three up initially, just in terms of body and softness, and then switch these two here at the end, just basically off a rear leg design and cleanness of chest, if you want to be honest. She's big in her hip, she's bold. When he stops and keeps her part there, boy, she comes together extremely well for me. I like the proportions, the way she blends together, and she's smooth. Not as big legged, not as big footed, but things work properly with her. And again, when we stop and pose them and let them sit here for a minute, I really like the design of her hind leg and the way her chest sits a little better. You do a nice job with this one. You keep her head up and out of her. I love this one's body and rib cage, her natural thickness that she has there as well. Just gets down to the things. She's loose and flexible enough. Just gets that hind leg a little underneath her. To me, I want to change her there in her chest floor as well. Another cow one here, they leave here in third. I love her soundness. I love their flexibility. Her look up front just got overpowered by those two. Get a pair of them here. A lot of people will call them fresh. I think they need just a little more middle to them. This one's look is good, presented extremely well. She's got some hip. I want to see her a little bolder. Same thing with this darker color one. Got a big back leg that goes down the right way. Just a little flatter and harder in her forerib for me personally today. Another one here, I love the body shape of, and if she goes just a little looser, more comfortable up front, I may jump her a couple of spots because, again, she fits that cowie mix of them. Big, stout, powerful one here. I want to change the way she handles her front skeleton, maybe tone her down just a shade. Long-sided, feminine one here just wants to get underneath herself and get just a little tighter in her spine and her structure. So really nice class of cattle.
Well, congratulations in your Hereford ring in Class 37. First place will go to MAC number 698, exhibited by Sam and Julia Barron of Lenapaw, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 692, Hadley and Wyatt Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Third place went to back number 690, Cayenne Eck of Putnam, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to back number 697, Gary and Kathy Buckholz of Wachagatsy, Texas. Fifth place will go to back number 686, exhibited by Sarah Orr of Puryear, Tennessee. Sixth place will go to back number 685, Randy June Williams of Dublin, Texas. Seventh place in that class went to back number 688, exhibited by Hallie Littow of Belco, Oklahoma. And eighth place in that class went to back number 699, Maddie Smith of Athens, Texas. At this time, we'll be selecting your champion reserve in our pulled spring yearling female division. After this division, we'll look for Class 38 in your horn division.
And just to wrap things up on the Charlet group classes, congratulations to the Doonan Cattle Company from Midlothian, Texas, for having the first place and the second place on the produce of Dam. Also, the group of 5, the winners was the Walmart Charlet from Canton, Kansas. Second place, Trinity Valley Community College from Athens, Texas. Your herdsman of the years we mentioned earlier, Albert Stone from F5 Charlet. And your premier breeder and winner of the AICA Challenge Trophy, the Boyert Show Cattle. Congratulations again.
Another outstanding division here, and again, three of them I like pretty well, and will admit they're really not that alike here. This first one out of that first class, if you will, to me, she resembles the most of a cow out here. Awesome in her body. I like the udder design and what's starting to develop there. Probably of these three, as far as sitting at the ground, the most comfortable, she does do that. I do like her there up front as well. You know, she's not maybe as pronounced behind her shoulder as a couple of them, but yet she's still a powerful one that still blends smoothly. This one here, out of the second class, she stops and gets out and parked. Just again, a fresh look to that one. I love her length. I love her composition, her stoutness when you get in behind her boldness to her skeleton. And again, you like the way her upper skeleton works there. She is a little more pronounced about her shoulder and chest, and that's what you'd like to change about her. Just smooth her in and tuck her in a little more neatly there. The one that came out of that last class, again, I love her here standing. Got some power. She's really has some boldness. Again, her balance and proportions go with her as well. Not the biggest legged one in the world, but probably more so than anything. As much as I love her standing, when she goes, she's sound, but maybe doesn't portray it all the time as far as heads up and neat. But boy, that's a good heifer that's got a lot of bulk and stoutness to her, but yet still fits it together in a broody package here. So really a nice set of them here. Again, keep with that theme of keeping them comfortable, keeping them good, and still having some power. Yeah, man up front's going to have the division winner. One here out of Class 3 will be a reserve.
Well, congratulations here in your spring yearling division. Out of your polled Hereford show, your champion is going to go to back number 666, Saul Cash and Harley, 9313 GET, exhibited by Mason Allen and bred by Sullivan Farms, Dunlap, Iowa. And your reserve champion in that division will go to back number 698, BK Genuine Sweets, 956 GET, exhibited by Sam and Julia Barron and bred by Buck Cattle Company. Next in the ring will be Class 38, Horn Junior Yearling Females. No, I just turned it on. You're good.
Another good class of breds again all the way through, a good class of cattle, but still one I think that holds their own there in terms of just putting it all together. Really a stout made one when you get in behind her, a bold body one, and much like the one here in second as well, they share that similarity. I think the difference is balance wise, this one holds herself together, runs uphill just a little better, a little neater there up front as you get to studying them. I love the way this one sets to the surface with a big hip and a big back leg. Her foot shape's awesome. Center of her body's good there as well, and she still has her own natural presence. Just when you put her next to that one, maybe just a little coarser about her shoulder, not quite as neat in terms of her chest and the way she hooks up behind her shoulder, but still good livestock. Neat looking one here that's very, very pretty in terms of her head and neck. Just gets overpowered by those two. A deep-sided one here that's got some fleshing ability to her. I want to see her get out and go just a little more accurately for me, make her compositionally just a little better than the one we end up closing with. She's probably as bold-ribbed and stout up high as any. Unfortunately, I have to be hard on that one up front in this class. She just gets a little tighter there as she hits the surface there in her front skeleton.
Well, congratulations here in Class 38, your horned junior yearling females. This will also be your champion here in the horned junior yearling division. First place will go to back number 700, exhibited by Veda and Hans Vickland of Longmont, Colorado. Second place will go to back number 712, exhibited by Gary and Kathy Buckholtz of Waxahachie, Texas. Third place will go to back number 711, exhibited by Carlisle Brayman of Refugio, Texas. Fourth place will go to back number 713, exhibited by Gary and Kathy Buckholtz. And in fifth place, back number 709, exhibited by Cameron and Kylan Oaks of Tologa, Oklahoma. At this time, we will now bring in Class 39, polled junior yearling females. This will be your final class here in your Hereford show today. After this class, we will be selecting your horned champion and reserve champion female, followed by your polled champion and reserve champion female. We would also like to let all of our Hereford exhibitors know that we will be announcing the Hereford Herdsman of the Year in between your horned and polled champion selections. Once again, we will be selecting your Hereford Herdsman of the Year between your horned and polled champion selections.
Really good pair here. This is our last class. Yeah. Um, Good to see these two here in this last class. A really high quality pair here. I'm going to break them down and then tell you how I placed them. I think these two are extremely high quality, but they couldn't be more different. This one here at the front of the line, again, volume, I don't think you have to worry about that with her. She's got all the volume in the world. Big monster hip in this female here as well. Still one for me when she's around on the lead for what all she's carrying around. She sets them down extremely well and extremely good. Again, starting to show just a little more drop into her belly and things, and starting maybe to come apart just a shade, just standing there. But you get her on the move, she comes collected and puts things together very well. This wavy haired one back here in the back, again, the one you love to study and look at. Just the silhouette of her, the way she's put together and designed, where her chest sets, where her body is, and still one I think's got cow to her. You get behind her, her hip and dimension is very good. I like her feet and the way they go as well. And she's bold and opened up. She doesn't look maybe like she's as far along as this one. That's an advantage and a disadvantage. Not as high volume, but yet holds herself together a little stronger in that regard. And so we can go back and forth on these and debate on these two, but I do like these two very well. There's one, though, that just really hits me and grabs me pretty good in terms of just her style, her balance, and the way she puts together, and she's still a cow. Young man here on the back is going to be first in this class. One here up front is going to be second, but that's a neat pair of females. Heifer run here next and third, a really soft-bodied one here. Again, fits that mold of cowiness of those two. Just one is starting to be more pronounced about her chest. Maybe not quite as stout and opened up at her base as what those two are, but still good cattle. We could change this one right in her front skeleton. Maybe she's right there in the mix. When she first came in, I thought, boy, that'd be a nice one to land on. Really neat neck, really bold body, really big hip. The longer she's out here, the more she wants to fight it up front. This one here, I just wish there was just a little more volume to her. She is so good made and so neat in the way she's put together and the way we've got her presented. Just doesn't have the same kind of mass and volume really of cattle on either side of her. And this one here almost has too much to the point she gets a little coarse and a little opened up. Want to change her there in her hip and her shoulder. But that's a neat class. That's a cool pair there up top.
Well, congratulations here in your final class in our Polled Hereford show. Your champion junior yearling is going to go to back number 727, exhibited by Alexis Griswold, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Reserve champion went to back number 725, Hans and Veda Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Third place in that class went to back number 724, exhibited by Gary and Kathy Buckholtz, along with George Knox. Fourth place in that class went to back number 715, exhibited by Corey and Logan Stumpf of Columbia, Illinois. Fifth place went to back number 716, Hadley and Wyatt Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. And sixth place went to back number 720, exhibited by Sage Cashlin and Kinsley Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. At this time, we are going to move into our Horned Hereford Grand Drive at the Cattlemen's Congress here in the Jim Norick Arena. Coming out of your Horn Spring Heifer Calf division, your champion went to back number 311, BK Have Point HET, exhibited by Kinley Daly, Kingston, Oklahoma, and bred by Buck Cattle Company, Medill, Oklahoma. Next division in the ring, your champion was exhibited by back number 462, Joel and Marilyn Pecha of Mano, Oklahoma, with CMCC Head Over Heels 067 HET. Coming out of your next division here in your Horned Hereford Show, Senior Heifer Calf Champion exhibited by Lowry Hunt of Madison, Georgia, bred by Curry Herefords, JR955ET. Coming out of your Summer Yearling Division champion exhibited by Lauren May with Purple Iris, coming out of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Your champion Spring Yearling female in the Horn Division comes from Mason Allen with Colt GARW Candy Stock 25 ET, bred by Carly Cattlemen of Garland, Nebraska. And then out of your Junior Yearling Division, your champion horn female in that division was exhibited by Veda and Hans Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado, HBL Miss Spice 923 ET. For those of you sitting ringside, please join me in putting your hands together for your Horned Hereford exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma City.
Been a good day. Been a long day. You guys have brought the heat, and I appreciate it. I have always envied your breed, just the way y'all do things, your leadership, and from there down. Y'all are one of the few breeds out there that where your cattle here in this ring still work out there in the pasture. And again, I really, really commend you breeders for keeping those fundamentals and keeping things that way. You keep the right things in perspective. And every time I get to judge a Hereford show, I'm awed just by the quality, how much deeper it becomes every year. And so hats off to you. Definitely a blessing to be asked to do this year. Again, just really, really appreciate it. Not going to talk through each one of these. I think there's just a nice lineup of them, a lot of quality amongst them. Probably for me, there's trying to build these cattle, keeping the right kind of stoutness and power and width, and not only from behind, but chest width. Something that really facilitates the rib cage in these cattle is important to me. But then also having the kind of look that you like to take a picture behind as well. It doesn't hurt. And then above all else, they've got to be good at the ground. And this is a very unforgiving surface here. And so you've got to be good-footed and truly elite at the ground to get out and go and then separate yourself. So again, hats off to you. I thank you all that brought cattle today, whether you're out here or not. You deserve a big, big round of applause. Let's give them a big round of applause. I'll show you the two I like best.
Congratulations, your grand champion Horned Hereford here at the Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma City is going to go to Miss Lauren May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin with Purple Iris. Reserve champion in Lauren's division was exhibited by Wyatt and Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska with SCC 1640 Cami 935G. And your reserve champion horn female is going to come to you out of your spring yearling division. Champion was exhibited by back number 644, Mason Allen, Nacona, Texas, with Colt GARW Candy Stock 25 ET. Once again, congratulations to all of our Horned Hereford exhibitors. Well, at this time, it is my honor to introduce to you the 2021 Hereford Herdsman of the Year. It takes work ethic. It has to be in your heart. It takes willpower no matter the good times or the bad to present your cattle to the best of your ability. As Gary Buckholtz of GKB Cattle describes the makeup of a Hereford herdsman, he says this year's winner definitely has earned the title. It's not a man's world anymore, he says. She has the work ethic like I've never seen among any young women today. She does it right and does it with pride. Hailing from Tennessee, Alyssa Copeland now calls New Mexico home. After graduating from Tennessee Technological University in 2014, she joined the team at Copeland & Sons in Naravisa. Along with the entire Copeland family, Alyssa and her husband Matt manage the ranching operation and show cattle. Alyssa has been a part of many national champions at the National Western Stock Show, the Fort Worth Stock Show, and Junior National Hereford Expo. With the help of Alyssa's expertise, Copeland & Sons has been named premier breeder at both the National Western and Fort Worth Stock Shows. In my humble opinion, there is nobody more deserving for this award, says fellow herdsman and family friend Ty Krebs. She's dedicated on the ranch, off the ranch, and in the ring. What distinguishes her is that she is a friend and mentor to everybody. I can't say enough words to congratulate her. Tommy and I have had the pleasure of watching Alyssa grow into a capable, smart, and strong person, says lifetime friend Kim Coley. She has proven herself worthy of this honor in every way. We truly admire her dedication, talent, and kindness to Hereford cattle. Hereford exhibitors and everyone else sitting ringside, please join the American Hereford Association as we congratulate the 2021 Hereford Herdsman of the Year, Alyssa Copeland of Copeland & Sons Herefords. Once again, congratulations, Alyssa. Please join us in the ring with Executive Vice President Jack Ward and National Hereford Queen, Kylie McInvale. Well, it looks like we are just about ready to get started with your Pulled Hereford Grand Drive here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Coming out of your Spring Heifer Calf Division, your champion was exhibited by Veda and Hans Vickland of Longmont, Colorado, with HBL Fergie 008 ET. Your champion in your Junior Heifer Calf Division in the Pulled Show was back number 538, Fallon Gore with CMCC Happy Points 048H ET, bred by Buck Cattle Company in Medill, Oklahoma. Coming out of your Senior Heifer Calf Division, champion was exhibited by back number 594, BACC 612, Hadley 965 ET, bred and owned by Mason Allen of Nacona, Texas. Coming out of your Intermediate Yearling Division, champion was exhibited by back number 633, Veda and Hans Vickland, Longmont, Colorado, with SCG HCC Diana 736 GET. In the spring yearling division, champion out of that division was back number 666, Saul Cash and Harley 9313 GET, exhibited by Mason Allen, Nacona, Texas, and bred by Sullivan Farms, Dunlap, Iowa. In your final division here in your polled Hereford show, your champion junior yearling female went to back number 727, C-Bar Classy Lass, 9153, exhibited by Alexis Griswold, Stillwater, Oklahoma, and bred by Collier Herefords, Bruno, Idaho. As we bring in all of our reserve divisions, please join me in putting your hands together for all of our polled Hereford exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress Hereford Female Show in the Jim Norick Arena. Also at this time, we would like to say a special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Brandon Callis. Once again, let's put our hands together and thank Mr. Callis for joining us.
Once again, guys, this is awesome. Really a powerful set of females. The bulls were really, really good, but I tell you what, y'all stepped it up 2 or 3 notches with the depth and quality of the female show. Before I forget, again, I thank the staff here for having this show. It's been obviously an odd year, and we're starting off that way as well, but boy, I really am thankful for the Cattlemen's Congress crew for putting on this show and stepping up and hanging with us in here so we could do this. This has been awesome. I also want to thank my family. They're back hopefully at the stall taking care of things back there, especially my little 9-year-old girl that's been around here getting up at 4 a.m. every morning with me, getting things cared for and taken care of. So it's been awesome. And again, last but not least, guys, thank the good Lord for the opportunity. Sometimes we get in the midst of this competition and we easily forget why we're put on this earth and what we're supposed to be doing, and that's supposed to be serving Him and doing things in honor of Him, and that's how I try to judge. That's how I try to live here. Again, I'm going to put this down. I'm kind of tired, and I know you all are too. We've got 2 exceptional females that are going to represent this division, but let's put our hands together. Outstanding show, folks.
And congratulations, your grand champion polled female is going to go to back number 727, C-Bar 1, Classy Lass, 9153, owned by Alexis Griswold, Stillwater, Oklahoma, and bred by Collier Herefords, Bruno, Idaho. Reserve champion polled female is going to go to back number 725, bred by Hoffman Hereford, Thedford, Nebraska, and owned by Hans and Veda Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Well, once again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors and a special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Brandon Callis. At this time, I have the results of your premier breeders and exhibitors. In your horn show, the horn premier breeder is going to go to Buck Cattle Company, Medill, Oklahoma. Also in the horn show, your premier exhibitor, Gary and Kathy Buckholtz of Waxahachie, Texas. In your polled show, your premier breeder is going to go to Buck Cattle Company, Medill, Oklahoma. And in your polled show, your premier exhibitor is going to go to Hans and Veda Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Once again, congratulations to all of our Hereford exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma City.